mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely five as one, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Rays to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lies. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch 'em with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lies. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go.
cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high.
to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want.
Donghwang, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Donghwang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the misty marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin, the seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, But it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrian of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got it down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go in silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta shut down. We got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go in silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I rule the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, take to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready.
choose heat on my grind. In disguise, we bring it to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit him with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch him with the power, then we serve him with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. The truth is thin, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my time to fight. Oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? We're out of love. It's my
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the KME. By tonight, we will crown the champion for the KME Fall. Will it be reigning champion Nongshim RedForce, or will Scarz or Gen.G take up the mantle? My name is Holler, with me is Sagi. Sagi, how are you feeling about the last day of the KME?
Before we go into this day, I gotta say yesterday was a heck of a blast. No one anticipated Scarz to go 3-0 against Crazy Raccoons, and then we were talking like, oh, is Gen.G the new kings of the East, or is Nongshim RedForce with their dominating performance? We'll get back after the ranking week, right? But so far, man, what a series between Gen.G and also Nongshim.
Yeah, a very great series indeed. But we're going to be having the top 3 teams right now, and they're going to be vying for the rest of the prize pool, which is, of course, 50,000 USD. The champion will come home with 10,000 USD and a slot into the KIC. Second place, last chance, but you're getting 8,500 USD. Third place, 7,000. Fourth place, which have already gone home, 6,500, as well as 6,000 for 5th through 7th place here.
Definitely a heck of a bunch of money here, especially when you are talking about you're in the playoffs already. Money side, okay, it's a few thousand difference, but if you get to that KIC slot, which is Gen.G, they're minimally secured for that last chance qualifiers. If they secure that win against the lower bracket finalists, then they will get that slot to that KIC that you just mentioned. And then if you top 3 that KIC, you plus onto that Challengers Club slot into the year-end tournament here. So everything that you work for the entire year, it is for this exact moment.
Yeah, and there's a lot at stake. I mean, going into this one, of course, we were talking about that already, the Gen.G Nongshim. Gen.G taking Game 5 and the series, knocking down Nongshim RedForce, who are the champions of the KME Spring, and now they have to go up against Scarz, the up-and-coming team that is actually surprised coming out of Group A. They soared very high. They destroyed Crazy Raccoons 3-0, and the winner of that matchup is, of course, going to be going up against Gen.G in the finals later today.
And that's a surprising factor, right? You will never anticipate a team that went to Group A to surgically dismantle the likes of Crazy Raccoons in a 0-3 fashion, and that is just dominating stuff coming in from Scarz. We were thinking like, oh, maybe the KJL battle will go into 5 games. It will go into a heated game, but in the end, it was a 3-0 game for the likes of 2 teams. But before that, let's take some time and introduce our first series, our first team of today in just a short moment.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, the champions of the KME Spring, still holding on to that title. They're going to be made up of Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye. And of course, they're not going to go down without swinging here. So they're definitely going to want it, but they have a huge uphill battle ahead of them.
It's the most important battle that they have currently, because you know if you lose at this series, the entire year's effort that we just talked about, their not so great performance for the KWC, their dominating performance in that KME Spring, all leads to this upcoming moment whereby they had a pretty good year so far, but if you don't make it to KIC, you're going to be going for a pretty long holiday before the year 2026 HOK. But yeah, that is for Nongshim RedForce. Let's head over to their opponent, Scarz, on the opposite end.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Scarz, the real one, represented in the Clash lane Aruru. In towards the jungle, you have Enfeng. Mid lane ASD and the duo Hao and Ochik, comprising of that farm and Romero. And so far, this team, they have been surprising us thus far in that lower bracket run.
They've been actually surprising people off of the play that they've actually been running with in terms of this KME Spring, with which has been the Mufeng show. Yes, everybody's great. ASD and Hao have really stepped up, and Aruru and Ochik have been there to support quite a bit. But it's been the Mufeng show. Literally took the team on its back in the series against Crazy Raccoon. Almost all of the highlights was revolving around his play and setting his team up for success. Nongshim RedForce, if they've done any sort of research, they should know this. Obviously, they have the same type of style, with Haku being that jungler. But this is definitely somebody that they need to be worried about going into the series here.
I definitely have to agree with you. When we see the top 4 teams going into playoffs, we have all these amazing junglers. We have, Kong, the Fate MVP, just printing MVPs in the regular season, and then they were surgically dismantled by Scarz, the KJL brothers, in a very easy fashion, right? And we have, like you mentioned, the head-to-head between the junglers here. If we look towards the kill department, damage department, and almost every stats, Enfeng, he's leading that pack.
Yeah, and Mfeng had like 8 or 10 kills in almost all of the different games that they played in. And I mean, he was absolutely carrying here. And he had the most number of kills going into the playoffs, and he definitely is going to continue on with that. But he's just had so much momentum. Look at all the average damage. I mean, the gold per minute, the team participation, also a huge factor, because wherever Mfeng goes, people tend to die on the opposing teams.
Oh yeah, that is the key playstyle coming in from Enfeng. That's what we mentioned, right? In the top 4, all the junglers are insane carry players with a lot of potential. You have Rock, you have Enfeng, you have Haku, and you also have the recently beaten down Kong. So all these players in that top 4, for Enfeng to really lead the pack with that kill score, that's just amazing stats coming in from Scarz jungler.
Yeah, actually, whenever you say the recently beaten down Kong, I'm just like, oh my gosh, tear shed, you know? I mean, I feel bad for the guy. He tried to do whatever he could, but Crazy Raccoons, I mean, they had the potential. There was so much like leveling up. Like, this is a team that has really kind of, made a name for themselves, got themselves into a great position. They had a chance. They were top 4, I mean, which is way better than they did in the KME spring, but unfortunately, they will crumble on that one in terms of pressure, and the playoffs just got to them. Scarz had their number, but now we have the final 3 teams, and we're going to start this one off. Nongshim RedForce going up against Scarz. Here's going to be game 1 ban pick.
And already off the bat, we are locking in that Dharma here coming in from Kyung9. We know for this fact that Kyung9, he loves that engaged heavy pick, and Scarz, they did their research. We've been seeing Kyung9 whip out that Neza in towards the Clash lane and also flex with Haku. So for Nongshim, it's a bit of a flex pick, so that Neza is a respect ban towards Nongshim alone. But as always, we shouldn't really lock our words, because they're hovering between that pay, and it has been locked in.
Actually, that was probably one of the more interesting things from that Nongshim Gen.G game, is that the drafts were like 40 chess, like on both sides. Like, they were really one-upping one another. They were able to get themselves in a prime position to be in a winning condition to take over that game. So again, this Neza, obviously Scarz saw that first game, but giving it up, I mean, I don't think Nongshim played it a single other time in the KME fall, so that's a respect ban if I see any.
I think coming in, if you're a Scarz, you're like, okay, he played this before, it's something that we're not familiar with, so let's ban it away, because we're playing best of 5, right? That's what we mentioned. In BO3 settings, maybe Nongshim is those teams that start off slow. That's why you see them drop games against like lower tier teams. But you go into a BO5 series, that's where Gen.G, Nongshim, these strong teams, they start to show up, and it is proving that they have a very deep hero pool to really allow them to push on these series here. And we see this draft alone, Arlie is yet to be touched by either of these teams.
Yeah, definitely not at this point. I mean, we were making the joke earlier about like who in KME fall, or who in the KME can really play the Arlie, and I think that Siri can, but they weren't able to kind of, do as well. I feel like the win rate is actually kind of lower. We're going to have to check up on to see exactly where that win rate was. But Scarz, they're going to go the other way in the sense of the Dharma Yuan, both of these meta picks, top 5 picks for both of them. Yuan has been the hero of the tournament, carrying over from the KWC. Just a lot of potential going into this with that sustain, but they've actually shored it up with that Loom. How do you feel about this first phase of the draft for Scarz here?
I feel like for Scarz, it's a very expensive first 3 picks, because in a BO3 setting, yes, it makes sense to draft strong, but in a BO5 settings, if you don't win with such an expensive draft, it will really impact your coach's capability or your player's capability to really scale towards that game 4, game 5 scenario. That's where all the heroes that you have already played will slowly fade out from the pool. That really costs you in terms of a ban pick disadvantage, right? So in game number 1, drafting already low Dharma and Yu Huan in game 1 only, you gotta make sure that you have a higher probability in winning that game 1.
For sure, for sure. And Scarz want to set the tone. I think that once you start winning that first game and then you slide into that second and you have a 2-0 advantage, it's pretty much all she wrote, right? So they're looking to go hot and heavy, especially to start things off. Nongshim, on the other hand, have the pay, right? And then you have Kyungnain's Mayin. This is a very strong one. Faye is actually quite capable, more than capable on the moats. So you'll have a lot of potential with this draft to counter it as well.
And we're talking about this wombo combo, and right off the bat, you're seeing Dharma and Yixing in game 1. So far, we see Gen.G pull off this combo so frequently in the KME, and Scarz wants to repeat that success with this upcoming combo. So you will see the board being laid off, and then immediately Aruru going into the backline for those multi-man punches with the truth in towards that built-in wall with that World's Map board.
Yeah, and now look at how Nongshim, at least they're hovering the Nua. This could potentially just kind of keep them at arm's reach, plus the Lady Soon. You were talking about not going loaded for bear and just kind of having something in the late game, especially in a best of 5 when you have that 4th or 5th game. You need some good farm laners. They're going to go kind of with a, not a S-tier farm laner, but they're going to go, I would say, A to potentially B-tier Lady Soon. Capable, but not the best tier.
I think it's fine, right, coming in if you are Siri, because you know Siri, he's so good in that laning phase. So drafting a Lady Soon that traditionally does so well against that lone, it makes a lot of sense, especially in game 1. You do not want to be burning out those composition heavy heroes like the Gen.G, like the Arlie, that really nets Nongshim those wins. So if you are Siri and you are the coaching staff, you want to be like, okay, game 1, we're testing the waters a bit. We might be baiting out all these key picks from Scarz, but make sure your mental is stable, because if anything goes wrong, we will push this to game 4 or game 5.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the rest of the final pick, it's going to be the Nakoruru. And then it's got a lot of burst. The potential of this hero getting to that back line is definitely going to be there. This could be a bit of an issue for Nongshim. I think it really comes down to the early game. How much pressure are they going to provide in that early game to kind of smother them? Or is Scarz going to be able to withstand it and have that burst off of that Nakoruru to really come back into this game?
It falls down to one thing, right? We're looking at 2 assassin junglers, and 2 assassin junglers means one thing. Whoever allows their team to play the more comfortable spot through the early combat in terms of the wits and the brawls, you will find them in much more comfortable spot to really bring that lead for their team, especially in a pay matchup. If the pay loses in tempo, you best be sure Mfeng with the Nakoruru will be hunting down that tiger.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Right? He's going to be looking to hunt him down wherever he goes, because that's going to be the #1 target. Taking away Pei and Haku, who is, again, very formidable as a jungler himself, and being able to compete against Mfeng, I think that this is definitely going to be personal. We saw it in the head-to-head going into this pregame. I think that this is going to be the key matchup to watch. But if we're going to look at another role that we need to keep our eyes on, Sagi, which role are we looking at here?
It will definitely have to be the Clash laners, because both of them, on the side of Kyungnain, he's got his hands on Mayi. On his hands of Aruru, he's the main engager with that truth on that Dharma. So you lay the board, he's coming in with those punches. So if he misses those punches, that could be critical, because the backlines are going to be left unattended with these backline assassins here. So these Clash laners will be the key focal point here, coming in from Nongshim and also Scarz in this game #1 of this best of 5 series.
Yeah, now we're going to get into this one. The lower bracket finals. Loser goes home. Winner meets a Gen.G in the finals. This is going to be a key game to kind of set things up for the rest of the day. You have the early game pace that Nongshim are going to be providing. Very squishy on their lineup. Can be vulnerable to the Scarz lineup here, who are looking to kind of take it to them, really make a name for themselves, and striking it to the KME Spring Champions. This is going to be a great game 1 here.
But all of this won't be possible without our official gaming phone sponsor, which is Realme. Realme 15 Pro, the official gaming phone built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. And then, you know what? Just the way esports demands, ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
And look at how Mfeng is actually in the bottom side, wants to go for the blue. Nongshim looking to invade. And you saw that Ochik had actually had to use the flash early. Something, I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's not even a minute into the game, but something to kind of watch out for, as Ochik needs to be a little bit more careful as he traverses the river here.
But it's still a valiant effort coming in from Ochik, right? Because you spot out the invade coming in from Haku, you make sure that you sacrifice your flash for the expense of Mfeng's jungle clear here. So it is a price to pay, and it will prove worth it if they are such a jungle-centric team that we talk about during the pick and bans.
And because of that movement, Nongshim, Haku wasn't able to start in his own jungle. He's going to be a little bit slower. He had to rotate, and that meant the top side of the jungle was vulnerable. Kyung9 was not able to really do anything other than keep tabs on that blue, ensuring that Haku was able to pick that up. So he sacrifices for the team here.
Yeah, he sacrifices for the team, and you look for a fact that Haku is slow to that level 4 compared to Enfeng, which we keep talking about. Oh, Pei has this amazing clear, amazing mobility, so if he doesn't get those counter camps in towards the early game, his value doesn't really skyrocket that high compared to a Nakaruru that scales super well towards that mid to late game stage.
Yeah, and he's also got a lot of mobility himself, the Nakaruru, that is. So Enfeng is able to kind of traverse across the map and try to keep pace. Haku pounces forward, finds ASD. He's going to take liberties on back, but the Cannon Blast is going to cover the retreat. The creation blocks are going to be used to kind of lock them into place. They wanted to go for the boars, but Enfeng says, those are mine. We're having them for dinner.
I'm loving what Scarz and Nongshim are doing here. Right off the bat, even though it's not a full blown out fight, they're just fighting for control over one small resource that, if you think about it, if you lose 40 gold towards the enemy, you're practically losing 80 gold because 40 goes towards the pocket and you get minus 40 from your pocket, so that's double the loss.
Okay, I don't have my abacus to confirm nor deny that, but I'm going to take your word for it. No, obviously, that makes a lot of sense in terms of that invade. Obviously, very important, and that's kind of why Nongshim are sticking together. I mean, this is why they're trying to funnel as much into Haku. They understand that he's kind of the win condition. Yes, you have Siri on the lady soon, but I think it's best to kind of, for the sake of the game and that early game pace, to get Haku going.
And it will be a very interesting thing as well, because coming in from Nongshim's lineup, they have practically zero front line. I don't think you consider Kyung9 a front line because he's lurking towards the back line, looking for how ASD or potentially Makaruru. So for Nongshim, if they do fall behind, you will find a momentum whereby they'll be stuck really hard if they lose that early to mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle, right? This is a very squishy lineup. There's a lot of vulnerabilities. It's like glass cannon type of, I mean, you have a lot of utility as well, but you got to be super careful with that positioning. But this also goes as a counter to Aru's Dharma. He's looking for that flash truth. He wants you to group up and like hold hands, sing Kumbaya, so that we can kind of bash in together. And it's not going to have the easiest of times. Aru might have to just force the truth on a single member.
That might be the case here, and you see how going for those aggressive trades here, forcing out the infinite vastness already.
Yeah, and Scarz had 3 members here. How forcing it down in the infinite vastness, that's a huge win for Nongshim. And I mean, they only had 2 members. Haku wasn't even in there yet. But being able to just push them away, even when you're behind in terms of numbers, that's going to be a bit of a win because that's a huge cooldown.
But I think that's where Nongshim's draft really comes into the picture, whereby, okay, in terms of a full-on 5v5 draft, it may not be the best, but in terms of laning, that side lane domination, early game power, they are really up there to really allow Haku to enter Enfeng's jungle with easier. And you can see already in that early game, Scarz want none of that business. They just want to counter that jungle, get as much resource as possible in the pockets of Enfeng.
But how can you fight? You don't have infinite vastness. You have like, you know, I mean, Enfeng was not really there to kind of contest. He's on the top side looking to just cut creeps. So if anything, that kind of played out. So it's the small wins that kind of snowball into bigger things. Taking the first tyrant, obviously it's not game winning, but look at how the net worth has shifted. They're up about a K at the 4-minute mark.
Ooh, that is where you print money coming in from Nongshim's draft, right? You share the resource, you utilize the gold sharing efficiency coming into your team. You allow your team to maximize that resource value, that even at a 0-0 scoreline, you're starting to see that net worth, that goal lead that you're mentioning, it's starting to creep into Nongshim's pocket.
Definitely helping out. I mean, they definitely have that advantage here, and they're starting to contest, right? So as Scarz, this has got to be a little worrying. Obviously, you want Enfeng to be consistently farming, just kind of off the map. Doesn't have to really make a play. If he gets first blood, that would be amazing as they start to go aggressive on the lady soon. The rolling rate, not really that far. The unending sorrow, Siri has to flash away, but here comes Haku on the prowl, decides to go in. Infinite fastest, but Haku's in a bad spot. He gets picked off. Enfeng with a nice rotation. He's going to take first blood.
First blood goes over to Scarz from the KJL region here. I'm loving ASD and Enfeng's counter engage here. The moment Haku pounces in for that engage, they were there laying that trap, laying that board, locking in that play in place here. Beautiful stuff here coming in from Scarz.
It seemed like Haku was just a step behind. And the rest of Nongshim were like, actually, we don't really want to fight. We've expended the flash, Siri rolling rated back to safety. Things were fine, but then Haku's like, okay, let's go, let's go. But by that time, the party was over. Like, the cops had shown up.
I mean, it's like a psychological bait, right? It's like, oh, Ochik on that Yu Huan. has no more unending sorrow. So it's a good time for me to pounce in to bait out that flash here. But what he didn't expect was ASD and Enfeng already laying down the picture, that trap to lure that K in. So once he were to pounce in, he's not getting out anywhere.
So you're saying they baited him with like food, right?
Yeah.
Like this tiger was going in, he thought he was gonna have a free meal, but then the door slams shut on him, and Haku gets killed. I've seen that time and time again. But I mean, this lead from Nongshim, it's kind of dwindling, right? And that was a huge win. It's just first blood at the end of the day. But Haku right now, you want to be way further ahead. Look at how Enfeng has got the advantage. He has a 600 gold lead over the pay.
But that's the concerning thing going over to Nongshim's RedForce draft. They are meant to be ahead in the early game, but if you don't force out that early game lead, you will find yourself in a position whereby you'll always be on the reactive end, and the proactive ones will be Scarz, laying those boards, Aruru finding those engages, which puts you in a very tough position in that mid game with all these items coming from Enfeng, how Aruru starts to get online.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? I think that the biggest thing for them is that, oh, nice annihilation onto ASD, taking quite a bit of damage. And now, Faye, it looks like they want to be aggressive. They have the vision on the Azure. Haku looking to smite it, and he does take that one out. And I think Nongshim got what they wanted, which is really that. And they're going to take a little bit more as they make their way on out of this. But Nongshim, that's a good way to continue on with this lead, invade the enemy jungle.
Exactly what we want to see coming into Nongshim's RedForce draft. Force those early invades, force those mid-game rotations here, make Enfeng get slowly choke out from that jungle, push that lead for Haku to allow this pay to even dominate the map with his superior mobility.
And it took like a team to do that, right? I mean, it provided Faye with that vision. He was all the way up in front. So understanding just how the win condition here, right? Which is around Haku. Everything kind of revolves around him. But the team needs to be there to support. They need to ensure that the rest of the Scarz member aren't there so they don't have a numbers advantage to take over here.
The numbers advantage is always something we keep talking about in a competitive setting, because if you do not know where is the enemy's flanker, especially the likes of Yin or Dharma, you can't really take on those fights without knowing where exactly they are, because it puts your carry into a position whereby they're always paranoid, they're always thinking, oh, where is the enemy clashing? Where is the enemy's fighter? Are they behind me? What am I going to do?
I mean, the biggest thing about Honor Kings, it's like an information game. Like you make movements based on incomplete data, so to speak. You don't exactly know where the enemy is. You're kind of guessing, but you can kind of assume. That's the whole game awareness, right? And I think Nongshim have kind of picked that one up, but Enfeng in a bad spot is going to fly on his eagle. He's going to get cannon blasted, and now they've got the box. They've got him locked in. Haku's doing some work, but they have the other board in return, and they find Faye. Haku pounces back to safety, but Siri's going to be picked off, and Ochik gets the double.
The cavalry arrives coming in from Scarz, saving that damsel in distress. Enfeng gets out alive thanks to the safety net that Scarz provided for him. And this goes back to one thing that we didn't really talk about, is the build path coming in from this Nakoruru. He didn't go for that physical jungle item, he went for that tank jungle item, which allowed him to have that extra help to survive from that gank.
Yeah, it kept him alive. I mean, that was the biggest thing, right? And for this lineup, I mean, we're talking about how Nakoruru is like the assassin style. You can kind of burst people down. But actually, the rest of Nongshim are just so squishy. They have a lot of damage. He needs to sustain, stay alive, be a tank, so to speak, and then let the rest of the team set up the board, and then he can kind of come in. So he doesn't have to be the frontliner. In that one, he was kind of focused, but there's just not enough to take him down just yet.
Yeah, the damage doesn't seem to be enough here. Maybe they were lacking like one key annihilation when Enfeng was getting caught on by that thing inside the box here. So potentially a mechanical misplay here or communication mishap coming in from Nongshim RedForce, but the Tyrant has been started at this
they're going to go whatever. They find a Ruru. He's going to be backing off here. They need to be careful. The board has been set up, but now Haku on the backside. ASD with that passive, keeping himself alive. But now, can they get anything more? Ochik does have the ult, so if they want to go in. Enfeng is doing some damage on a Kyung9. He used the whatever, but the Unending Sorrow just dodges all of that. Haku finding how, but he's not able to get enough. He's getting a little bit low. He has the pushback, and Haku gets picked up. How is going to survive with a sliver of life? Oh, the Annihilation gets the snipe, and he hits him with a through.
A 3k Deadeye goes over to Illusion, finding that 2-for-1 exchange special here. Nongshim RedForce, they have superior manpower on this map, but Haku is unavailable here. Can they take control of this river here in this 10th minute mark?
I mean, he traded his life away for ASD, Haku. That didn't look good, but man, Illusion with that annihilation, sniping out How, salvaging that, but Siri getting picked off. Mfang, he makes a surprise, and Siri's like, what was that? I just got hit by an eagle, so to speak. And Ochik now with the pushback. Kyung9 is going to be there. Faye needs to bounce back as well. Illusion is going to stick around, but that Tyrant is going down in favor of Scarz.
Unless Illusion has something to say about it, that Annihilation may be a case to steal it, but the timing is just so right. The damage is correct. Scarz smites it away. That Shadow Tyrant goes into their pockets here. Goal lead. It's about dead even between these two teams here, but the Shadow Tyrant value gives you about 3,000 in terms of their combat stats.
Oh, that was huge. And look at how the tables have turned. Scarz now with that lead. Haku 0, 2, and 2. Definitely struggling, right? This is that jungle lineup, that jungle matchup, excuse me. Mfang has gotten the advantage thus far. He's got a 1.6k net worth lead over Haku, and he's starting to do some work as he insta-deleted Siri in that bottom just recently.
This is the horror game that we keep talking about, right? If you're a marksman, you're wandering into bushes, that's not where you want to be here, my friend. And Siri, not the best of the best positioning, does get caught up by Mfeng, and look at Mfeng's damage here, casually sitting on Kyung9.
Yeah, just doing a decent amount. I mean, this lineup is just starting to do some work. Plus, Ochik with that vision, and this is why the Yuan is so annoying. It's going to take a lot. The Unending Sorrow shrugs it all off. It's like, okay, you want to go on me? What are you going to
do? I'm just going to use my ultimate, bail out, and then, get towards safety here. And that's why Yu Huan, in terms of the recent drafts, the priority on this pick is so darn high up there. You provide the sustain, you provide the invulnerability, you provide the flexibility in that draft. Such a strong pick.
I mean, the biggest thing is that it's providing that vision. It's that frontliner. Nongshim see that, and they commit quite a bit in terms of their spells, and he just shrugs it all off. And now with that vision and that map control that they have, they've taken the top T2. Now they're putting the pressure on in this mid lane here.
Not the best of sides here coming in from Nongshim RedForce here, but it's still within expectations, right? Even though, once again, Ochik gets caught out, but look at Kyung9.
They've got the board onto Kyung9, the Annihilation. They get the insta-snipe onto How. They find it. The box is actually perfect, and finding a Ruru, that's a perfect 2 kills that they need. Now they're going to be putting pressure on at least the mid lane just for a tad, but no, they're going to focus their attention on the Overlord instead.
Illusion is so on point on this Nuwa today in this game 1. He's been hitting these key annihilation, really annihilating this lead that's being provided by Scarz. And right now, once again, back to a 50-50, but Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord goes into Nongshim.
Yeah, finds that one out, and that's going to be huge for them. Kyung9 very low. Mfeng with that serious damage, the annihilation by Illusion. He's still hitting his marks though, but now Haku taking a decent amount. Faye with the Cannon Blast, that's going to just zone them away. But Scarz, these two members are doing some serious work.
Very good positional advantage here. The way they kite, the way they wait for their cooldowns. What a masterclass performance coming in from Mfeng and also Ochik. But this goes back to one question as well. Scarz, this game 1, this expensive draft, if they don't win, it puts them into a very difficult position coming into game 2, game 3, maybe not game 2, maybe game 4 and game 5's draft, whereby they're starting to get choked out on those potential picks, right? So for Nongshim, it's not really that case, it's slightly more forgiving if they even lose this game 1.
Yeah, but that's a problem for tomorrow, right? That's not a problem right now. We got to deal with this, ensure that we get this victory. Yes, they've committed quite a bit in terms of the meta and meta picks, but now they're looking to go. Kyung9 still up in front, finding a Ruru who's actually been pushed back. They get him with a creation blocks. That's going to be a huge win. Haku trying to pounce away. Mfeng now wants the return, gets Faye. The Unending Sorrow, they've got the Flaming Palm right onto Siri. He's going to be picked off. Kyung9 running for his life, but now Illusion running the wrong way. He's going to be shut down. 3 members down from Nongshim.
Nongshim, once again, it's like a roller coaster story here coming in from both of these two teams. One moment, Nongshim is in charge. The next moment, Scarz takes back the lead and rinse and repeat here. But this team fight goes in favor of Scarz. 3-4-1 in that exchange here. And once again, they set their sights on that Shadow Tyrant, which will be available in just a short moment when Mfeng comes to the rescue.
And I mean, here's the breakdown in just terms of that replay, but just how they were able to continue. Kyung9 finding a Ruru, and you're thinking, great start. We had that lead. We're able to go. But then Mfeng is like, actually, let's go. Faye's in a bad spot. He gets picked off. He's going to continue on. They get the damage from How as well with the flash on forward, and then infinite fastness on back. Illusion was in no man's land. He gets picked off as well. A great fight by Scarz.
I think really when we went back to the pick and bans, you keep mentioning about Mfeng being this core carry coming in from Scarz, it just makes a lot of sense, right? Because even if he went for that semi-tank Nakoruru build, he's still doing so much in these team fights, finding those key assassinations, key damage on the likes of Haku and also Seri, making the team fight so difficult even if Illusion is already playing at such a top level on this new one.
And Scarz, this is a team that like dropped into Group A in terms of the ranking week. They did not do well in those best of threes, and I think they all kind of took it personally. They were like, hey, we need to get better, right? Day one of the survival week, they lost 0-3 to R8, and things were looking like the wheels had completely fallen off here. Scarz get angry, they have that kumbaya, they powwow it out, and they actually go 5 straight, get themselves a top slot into Group A, and there were some questions going in, even against the Crazy Raccoons, but they were too strong in the end, 3-0, and now they're putting the pressure on in Nongshim. This is a titan of a team that's really starting to hit their stride.
This is the 3-week storyline here coming in from Scarz, right? Didn't really do well in that ranking week. Did decent and got back the confidence in that survival week, and coming into playoff week, my oh my, 3-0ing the KJL brothers and coming into game number 1, pointing on that sword already on Nongshim's neck with that game 1 performance. They're looking mad strong in this playoff week.
Yeah, they're looking very strong. They're just playing really well. Everyone understanding what they need to do. Look at how they've kind of pushed them off. They have grown it essentially to a 3K net worth lead. Ochik still up in front. Nongshim really have no answers to this Yuan.
So far, this Yuan has been like a mosquito that you can't really catch off when you're trying to go to sleep. One moment, he's like, hey, you can't catch me. The next moment, he's going to your ear, buzzing you a bit, you know? He's having that effect in towards Nongshim's members' mind, especially on towards face. Like, I gotta push this Yuan away, but I don't know how. It's like that pesky mosquito.
Yeah, and this is when I'm like, Mom, come help me. There's a mosquito in the room. I can't deal with it. Bring something. Bring what you can, because Ochik has been that guy. He's been super annoying. They're going to pick up the Overlord here, and that's going to be another big objective for Scarz at this stage.
And man, Scarz is in such a commanding position at this point. All tier 2s coming in from Nongshim has already been taken down, so if they can push that lead even further with the board, and every board converting to 1 tower, that could have been huge for the side of Scarz, especially with that Shadow Overlord. This is their moment to shine.
This is definitely their moment. They're going with that top T3. The board is just zoning them out, and they find it. They get the truth, but Faye's going to go golden. Aruru might be in a world over. He's way too deep in that one, and Nongshim making him pay. Aruru tried to go all in for that. He tried to make the play, but Nongshim makes him pay, but they lose the top T3 in return.
But I think it's still okay coming from Nongshim RedForce, because their Shadow Overlord, yes, is secured by them, but it could have been even worse if Aruru were to not falter there, because they could just rinse and repeat, go for even more of these towers. But look at
Kyung9. Oh, the emergence. Mfang, though, he's going to be spotted out. Kyung9 finds him instead. Mfang over the wall. Ochik might pay for his sins. With that unending sorrow, he's going to be stunned. He flashes. The Annihilation is going to be hit by Hao. And my gosh, that is starting to do some serious damage.
Hao was just casually taking a stroll, backing off, and 50% of his HP just got glazed through by 1 Annihilation there. That's why they call it Annihilation. It annihilates marksman's health.
Yeah, it could have done some serious work. And that's where you're like, do I use the Infinitive Assets? No, it's like insta-burst. There's no time for that kind of stuff. So Hao needs to be careful. Again, Scarz, their thinking is that they need to kind of spread out so they don't like lose a lot of people at the same time in terms of this Annihilation from Illusion here.
But still, the control is in the hands of Scarz. We have yet to see Aruru pull off a fantastic Truth Mantra, but even in these fights, it's already sufficient for the side of Scarz to really push in for those objectives and that gold lead right now. We're seeing a 3,000 in favor of Scarz, but this is before the first game's Tempest Dragon, which is about to spawn in just about 10 seconds.
Scarz positioning. They take this last Shadow Tyrant before this Tempest Dragon here. They take it, literally just stay still in the brushes because they know they just need to stick around. The Tempest Dragon is going to be the next big objective. Everyone else has largely been off the map, so Nongshim need to be scared. Every single brush could have literally 3 or 4 members of Scarz. They don't know as they have to clear through everything. This is a painstakingly slow process.
This goes back to one thing that they keep talking about. Nongshim, if you don't win that early game, you don't have a tank to make those engages. You don't have a tank to make those phase checks. And right now, you're in a position whereby the whole control of that river falls towards Scarz, and they are starting up this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, Faye, he definitely spots that one out now. The Tempest Dragon, as you said, has been started here. Illusion might go for the steal, but this is going to be a very risky one. Also, to take note of, the top lane will push eventually. So Scarz, they don't need to speed this down. They can take their time because they see where the minion wave is, and is anyone from Nongshim going to rotate? If they see some member there, that's when they know that we can go for this potential Tempest Dragon because they have the numbers advantage.
Scarz is playing solo right now. The top wave is actually crashing into the tower. We know if that going to go in, that could be huge.
Annihilation. They're going to go for this. The board, and they find this Kyung9 trying to make the play. He gets a nice little stun. The flash away by ASD. The board had already been used. The Sage's Sanctuary. They find it, and Mfang has the Sage's Sanctuary, but he's going to be picked off, and Haku trades his life away, tries to go in, does the damage, but is not enough. He trades his life away for 2 members, make it 3, as it looks like it's a 3-for-1 in favor of Nongshim.
But Nongshim really finds up huge here. That minion wave did not end their base, and they sent Illusion towards the base to find that key moment here. And they were rewarded heavily here. They could potentially find the game-winning push here because Ochik and Hao could not defend this potentially.
Yeah, but Hao has got that damage. He needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught out. The Annihilation onto him, doing some serious work. The Unending Sorrow on back, and that's going to push them back. Nongshim take the T3. 7 more seconds before Mfang. This is a huge timer on them. Faye's going to trade his life away. Ochik is doing some work, and now Kyung9 is going to be killed. They want to go for the crystal. They're trying to end it, and Nongshim take game 1.
What a beautiful comeback coming in from Nongshim RedForce. They push bodies to tank up Hao's low, and they make that final push work tremendously. With that deficit, they claim game 1, and they put themselves 1-0 in this best of 5 series.
It's a game of inches, right? Being able to make that call, and then with those minions slowly pushing in, you're like, is this going to be possible? We see the death timer onto Mfang. He was coming up in about 7 seconds, and they were able to get the pick off, focus down that crystal, and just being able to make that final call and to just take over that game at the very, very end. Really well played by Nongshim in the end.
This goes to show every second matters. We were like, okay, 7 seconds before Mfang. But that 7 seconds provided that golden opportunity for Nongshim RedForce to not only find that tier 3, but to find that game-winning push. You can see at that last few moments, Kyung9 and also Faye was like, okay, just go for it, and we will body block whatever projectiles that's coming to our carry's face. Just go for it. It's a team's call. It's not just one person going for it. It's a full team's effort.
Yeah, absolutely. A team effort. I mean, things were looking good. We were talking about how they were like freezing the Tempest Dragon. They weren't really focusing in, but just going in at that moment, the call, plus Illusion, he was able to just emergence on back in that top lane to just ensure that that lane wasn't going to continue push. The KDA wasn't pretty for Nongshim. Things did not look good. Scarz probably coming out on top in terms of the KDA with like Hao's 522. They did well. Damage-wise, quite a bit from Nongshim, just trying to do more wave clear more than anything else. The poking and prodding to push them away. I mean, this 108,000 was formidable by Illusion, but in the end, just being able to kind of find that moment to take over the game. Wow, well played by Nongshim.
Well played by Nongshim, and especially Illusion. He has had a phenomenal game so far on this Nua. Annihilation's been hitting hard, targeting Hao, especially on that lone, making sure that this lone does not have a comfortable team fight positioning, making sure that all these scenarios were in favor of Nongshim, even though they were losing so hard in that early to mid phase.
Yeah, and look at this gold graph. Going all over the place. And Nongshim, the blue one, kind of weird, I know, because they're the greatest red, but in the end, they were able to take over, find that moment, that team fight to just win the final piece. Scarz so close. They had Nongshim on the ropes, weren't able to close out game 1 here.
But still a valiant effort here coming in from Scarz, but it just goes to show that Nongshim RedForce, calm, collected, and MVP collected as well by Nongshim's Illusion here. His Nua, phenomenal here. 3-1 and 3. Look at that damage taken here. Only 5%. Superior positioning the whole game.
Yeah, and this is why he's got the least number of deaths. His positioning is just almost flawless at times. Just really being able to take the fight to them, doing his damage, and plus when you're the Nua, you can do it from afar. But this is that moment. A lot of good team fights. Haku super trying to be aggressive, almost taking out Hao on that one. And this is kind of where that moment with that annihilation snipe out by Illusion. Whew.
Just beautiful here, and this is the poke and prod here, and we lock into Kyung9 here. But look at the 9 and annihilation here. Just catching Hao off guard here. It's just the Illusion show here, and this is the game-winning play here. We saw Kyung9's Marine go for a 1-1 combo in towards the backline here, having the Sage Sanctuary to come up again, but as of this point, Enfeng, the main carry already taken down, Illusion teleporting back to base to make sure that no backdoor story coming in from the minions will form a threat here, and in the end, this final moment was the deciding factor that allowed Nongshim RedForce to really pull that game back into their own doorstep.
Yeah, actually that, in the very, very end, that final push against the Crystal, there was that Siege Catapult. That was the last one. That was the heroic one. Had they taken that one down as that half-life, that probably would have been the right play, and that would have given you backdoor protection. But Scarz were kind of panicking. We're like, oh, we got to deal with all, the rest of Nongshim. But let's find out how Scarz rebounds after that Game 1 loss. But we're going to find out after this break.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Nongshim strike first in a comeback game against Scarz, in a game they probably didn't deserve, but they were able to kind of close out in the end. Your thoughts on that one, Sagi?
Already Game 1 in the best of 5 series in the final day of KME, and we are already having a heck of a banger in that Game 1. Because one thing's for sure, none of these two teams want to go for that third place spot, because the moment you're third place, your entire hope for that KIC will be eliminated for the year 2025 here. So Nongshim, Scarz is not over yet. It's only Game 1, but that Game 1, whew, insane.
Insane. I think that's the best way to play it. I mean, to say it, right? I mean, Scarz had that opportunity, and you're thinking that they're able to close that one out. They were doing very well, but man, that one is going to shake them, right? That's going to shake some of the confidence off. I mean, hopefully they can kind of get back to their winning ways, because they were doing well up until that final moment where Nongshim were able to, again, come back into it.
So this goes to the show, right? First things first, mentality-wise, not gonna feel great for the side of Scarz because they were in control. And one more thing, their draft man, that game 1 draft, Yixing Dharma into the likes of a Long and also the Yu Huan. Losing that game 1, not the best of the situation here coming in for the KGL representatives.
I mean, they were trying to go very heavy in the first game, and they had an opportunity to close it out, but Nongshim just finding ways. It was one of those things where you can't really count out the champions. They're able to find ways to just, like, to finagle their way. That last play by Kyung9, that 4-man stun, kind of locking into Haku, just going aggressive, sacrificing himself for the greater good to take down M Feng, and of course Hao, and then you can kind of, or M Feng on this one. It was actually huge for that moment, and this is when you're like, hey, green light, go. We got to figure out a way to just take over this game, and that was that moment.
But hey, that's game 1. We're going into game 2, the series between Nongshim RedForce on towards the blue side, where they're comfortably sitting on a series lead of 1-0 against Scarz. With that 0 point, not the best game 1 that they had so far, with that turn of events whereby they were in control of the entire game just to lose out on those few final moments here. But we are seeing Nongshim RedForce hovering Haku's Luna.
Yeah, this could be another bit of a trouble. It seems like Nongshim have changed their ways. They're just going to prioritize, okay, no, they're going to pivot. They're going to go with Series Arlie instead. This is also a great pick in terms of just setting the tone. Doesn't really show, you know, your hand in terms of a draft, but showcasing the fact that you were, you know, maybe going for something with Haku, but not the right way.
I think that's the thing, right? Because when you have the Arlie, there's so much counter out there to really lock down the Luna. You have the Arlie, the idea. So hovering that Luna so early on in that draft, not what you want to do on the side of Scarz here. For Nongshim, they're hovering on towards the Dharma and the Long. You have the Arlie already. Don't try to trick us once again. We learned our lessons here looking at these pick and bans.
What's better than 1 farm laner? 2 farm laners. But they're gonna go essentially with the Yuan Dharma. This is what Scarz had picked in the last game, and they're like, we're gonna show you how to play this one.
We are indeed going to show you how to play this one, but Scarz learning from their KJL brothers here. Kong's on a hotline like, yeah, you see that early? Pick that Fate here. We will find a way to counter Siri in that farm lane.
Wow, okay, this is going to be fireworks. Mfang is just an absolute beast on the Fade, so this could be interesting. And Nongshim haven't shown their hand in terms of how they want to go with Haku and what direction, but it looks like they're going to... the Flowborn tank is something that they were looking to kind of, as a counter, to just kind of fortify against this potential Fade jump in. There are definitely other options, but it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly how Nongshim want to counter the Fade.
It's interesting because so far in the entire 2025 HOK Esports year, we're not seeing a lot of Flowborn tank because it was recently introduced during KWC. Not a lot of teams played it well aside from the KPL region, but coming into the new spring season into fall season transition, more of these teams are starting to see the value of this Flowborn tank, whereby it really locks down all these high frame heroes, especially Luna, especially Jing. You have the triple knockup to really lock them in place here. So right now, banning away the Flowborn tank completely makes sense for the side of Mfeng's Fate, because you don't want a Flowborn tank to bounce you off the walls.
Yeah, that could definitely be a problem. And they've done a great job of protecting the Fade as much as possible. Flowborn tank as well as the Musashi. And now you've got the Princess Frost. It's like, okay, you want to jump on them. We have counter initiation galore. Like, pick your poison in terms of how you want to deal with this. But Scarz, their biggest weakness right now is they need to ensure that they get a good farm laner to kind of help solidify the damage dealing department, because Fate can't do everything by himself.
Yeah, if Fate can't do everything by himself, they potentially need to go for a backup carry here or secondary carry here. So far, for the side of Nongshim RedForce, they're still looking to situate this Yu Huan potentially towards that mid lane here. They're thinking, are we going for the Arlie double combination with the Diadem? Are we looking for that Yu Huan into the Dolia combination here? But it will be the Diadem Arlie special here, further pushing this Arlie series to an even greater level in that side lane.
Yeah, and in the same way, they have the 4 protect 1 on the Arlie. Like, anybody just jumps on her, you have like the rest of the posse just to kind of help out. But Scarz, with that damage, it was definitely lacking. The Flowborn marksman with that arrow storm should do some serious, make some serious dent into the armor of this Nongshim lineup, which is looking a little robust now.
Ooh, for Scarz, their only concern right now is whether Aruru, after that not so great of a game 1, can he find confidence with the Guan Yu here? Because The whole game was for him to pick up in that game 1 with the Dharma Yixing setup, but so far, his performance on the Dharma wasn't the greatest as we expected here. So with that game 1, can he convert that performance into a much better one in game 2 is what I really want to find out from Scarz Clash Lane.
I think it was more, not that Aruru wasn't trying, it was just that Nongshim's draft. I mean, the Dharma pick was so early that they picked the squishier ones where everybody can kind of be, you know, away from one another. They're not grouping up, they're not looking for that death ball, and they actually beat him via positioning more than anything else. Aruru was not able to find that 2-man, 3-man truth because they were spaced out so properly.
Maybe that's the case here. So coming into this game number 2, he's on Iguan Yu. Potentially, he can find more of these backline flanks. Be the key member to lock down the likes of Siri, Faye, or even Kyung9 on those flank attempts. That is the key job here. Once again, jungle versus jungle may be the key matchup that we're featuring, but when days are coming, it will be the Clash Lanes in this game number 2 to find those deadly backline assassinations.
It's going to be key. And for me, the Yuan is going to be all about that vision game, right? Illusion will always have that perfect positioning. He'll kind of be on understanding the limits of it. The same side, Scarz with Mfang on Fade. When he's using those map packs, so to speak, and just on the ledges the entire time, could provide visions and an avenue of attack for Aru to use to get that proper flank.
Hey, intel is wintel. That's why you need the vision to make your decision making on a better level here. And so far we're seeing Nongshim RedForce, they're starting Siri early in towards the mid lane to allow this early to farm all these camps, get all those neutral resources, get that Doomsday or potentially its Sparks Force deck as soon as possible.
Yeah, and they need to prioritize. I think Siri is definitely one of the win conditions here. If we're talking about damage, he's pretty much the guy. Obviously, everyone else can kind of help supplement that, but he is going to be focused. If he goes down, Nongshim are going to have a really hard time continuing that fight.
It might be the case, right? Because if we look towards the late game here, it seems that Scarz has a much better late game setup because the early, yes, she's amazing in those early to mid lane skirmishes, whereby she's so strong once she hits that 2-item mark. But how is on a flowable marksman one of the best late game marksman in the game? If he goes to that 4th, 5th item mark, you're starting to be seeing that How can match Siri in that DPS department.
And also that's underrated. If we're talking about Mfang on this Fade, the Hardened Jade Seal, he's going to take all the big neutrals. Come Tempest Dragon, like try and steal something from them. It's going to be very difficult. So Nongshim kind of on a timer. They need to figure out how to kind of put the pressure on. They cannot be losing in that same, like they were in game 1 and have that comeback, because this is going to be a more difficult lineup for Scarz to kind of deal with come that late game.
Yeah, that late game will be key here, especially coming in from Nongshim RedForce. Like you mentioned, on a timer, but how do they find those key engages to set that timer into their own hands, right? Because Kyung9 and Haku, potentially these two players will be the key members that we have to look on to really find those key flanks, especially on the likes of How on this global marksman that don't have a good traditional mobility spell.
Yeah, and I think Haku on this Menki will play less like an assassin style, less about the damage, more about worrying about keeping the rest of the guys alive, and you just be that frontline tank. You don't have to be super aggressive. You need just kind of rein him in. I think that there have been times, even from yesterday, where Haku's kind of been over-aggressive at times.
I think that's something that they really need to figure out before facing Gen.G, because overconfidence is one thing that really puts you on towards the stage, knowing that you want to test your limits, but when your limits are being contested and being shattered, that could be a very tough situation that you're facing here, especially it's about tournament elimination, your hopes towards KIC, things that you are thinking about under contested right now.
Yeah, and the team that loses this series, it's going to be real feels bad, man. You know, you're so close, and you're like the first lot where you're not really getting an opportunity, that's got to hurt. So again, so much pressure. I mean, it's a best of 5, and this is why it's so exciting here, because there's so much at stake in this series.
Well, look at Illusion here, spawning out ASD potentially have to
the flash away. Siri so low, but he's going to give up first blood. How gets the snipe in, and they were trying to go. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be completely off the mark, but now Mfang is joined. It doesn't look like Scarz are able to continue on.
Wait, where did Series HP all go? I remember he was full health just before this here. If you could get a replay here, I would really want to know what really happened to Series health bar here. But Unending Sorrow does get traded with the ultimate here coming in from Hao. So this Ojik might be forced away here.
I think Siri wants to know where his damage went to because he was completely insta-gived on that one. I think they were trying to go aggressive. They wanted to go potentially, I think it was like ASD or Ochik, someone who's kind of on the lower end, got out of position. And this is why that Arlie is such a difficult, mechanically demanding hero.
Mechanically demanding, you need so much patience to really spot out the enemy, and you cannot be overzealous on all these attempts. That's what differs good Arlie with the best of the best ones compared to the other regions, right? So for Siri, this will be a test here because if they don't win here, they can't go and contest Gen.G in that second and first place championship spot here. So this is their first ever challenge that they have to go through.
Yeah, Siri's like objectives in this game is just to stay alive, but they've got the winner is here. They find it. The Dream Robo onto 3. Haku's looking to go aggressive, finding them and just pushing them away, saying, "Hey, I'm the tanky boy. I'm the aggressor. You need to respect me." Scarz do, and they back off.
Fortunately, there's no follow-up here coming from Nongshim RedForce. There was
They're going for this. The umbrella uppers. Haku, he's gonna get jumped in. He's gonna get bounced around. The Heart of Jade Seal snipes him out. Enfeng will take that one to go.
Oh my goodness, beautiful re-engage here coming in from Scarz. You're starting to see signs of game number 1, where in terms of the skirmish, in terms of the 5v5, Scarz is just doing so much better here, but the late game decisions will defer these two teams to see who gets that game winning number 2 here. So we have to see so far. The storyline is about the same.
And Scarz here just playing confidently, right?
Oh yeah.
They don't care who their opponents are. They're taking the fight to them and they're being aggressive. And this is why this team is really leveled up. They're not like, oh my god, Nongshim, they're coming. What do we do? Like, how do we do this? We're playing our game in that sense. And Scarz are actually taking the fight. They have a 2-kill lead, but that net worth is still a bit of a tie.
That is the beauty of Honor of Kings, right? KME Spring Champions, uncontested, unchallenged, but coming to KME Fall, everybody is hungry. Everybody wants to contest you for that number 1 spot here. So for Nongshim RedForce, is this the end of it? Definitely not, because they are still healthy 1-0 in the series.
Definitely healthy. And this is a great spot to be in. I mean, Nongshim right now, this is one where they're playing teams and they're being hotly contested, so that there's going to be a lot of learning. That experience is going to really help this team in the long term. Yes, things might not be looking great at times, and it seems like the gap between the different tiers of teams has really decreased, but Scarz is taking the fight to them. Nongshim should be a little worried.
And the mid game is kind of quiet coming in from Nongshim RedForce. They're on a timer as we speak here. You do not want to let Hao on this global marksman to outscale Series Arlie in towards the late game, because that Arrow Storm outreaches Arlie in that later stages of the game, whereby one Arrow Storm can potentially just take down the entire backline coming in from Nongshim.
Could do a lot of damage, and that's the scariest part. But Enfeng has been the guy in terms of the farm. He's split pushing, not even close to the fight, because that's going to put pressure on the bottom T2. Now Nongshim need to react. Scarz have done a great job of solidifying and protecting that mid T1. It's not going to really be taken down, and Scarz are making good moves across the map.
I'm loving Scar's rotation here. That's why we keep mentioning, right? In this game too, it sort of reminds us about game 1 Scar's performance in that early to mid phase, where even in terms of skirmishing, map movements, it was always going into Scar's pocket thanks to Enfeng's side lane pressure, and the way he finds farm is actually just so amazing here. And look towards mid lane here.
Yeah, Enfeng there. I mean, he did a great job of using the Heart and Jade Seal to secure his own blue buff. Kyung9 was actually working on that one, but Enfeng just too fast with that, ensuring that they secured it. So a lot of wasted time by Nongshim. Kyung9 is now in the top lane just dealing with the minions, but they didn't get what they wanted, which was that jungle invade and taking that blue buff.
So you have to think, right, who in Nongshim can find that positioning here, because Aruru just bailing out with that storing green Jade here, not giving a bit, even a ounce of opportunity for Scarz to really punish them in that game too.
And this is the scary part about the Scarz lineup, right? Like, who do you jump on? I mean, if you find the Princess Frost ASD, great. That is a great target. Mfang, but chances are he's going to get the jump onto you. So there's a lot of good targets from Scarz, but the way that they position and the heroes that they have just kind of, you know, it's difficult. They have the Razor Cavalry and all of that, but okay, it looks like they get How, the flash on forward. I mean, on back, excuse me, he stays alive, ASD that is, but Nongshim getting the pick off onto How.
But still, it's very good, right? Especially How falling in. This is why Kyung9 is so...
Oh, Aruru. Look, Aruru needs to be careful. The Destined Encounter just trickling down on this one, but pushing him away, he will survive. He's a tanky boy on that horse, and he will survive. But with these Vanguards, a little bit of space. Scarz right now on the defenses because they don't have How.
Kyung9 plays such a pivotal role. If How goes down, the damage department is not sufficient for the side of Mfeng here. And look at how confident Siri is right now. Single-handedly forcing the enemy away. Harden CLJ traded for that Unending Sorrow once again.
Yeah, taking this one out, but it looks like the Tyrant, which is going to be the last one before the Shadow Tyrant, not the worst thing in the world for Scarz. I mean, now that How is back on the table, but they're losing net worth lives. Nongshim doing a great job in terms of the macro game.
Then let's check out a replay real quick on what exactly happened towards How. He tanks the tower, he gets set up in towards the wall under the eyes of Ochik too. So that is one of the key plays that we need to see coming in from this Dharma pick.
And that's why it's scary, right? You think you're fine, but Kyung9 on a Dharma, like, you could fight this 1 versus 2 as long as there's a ledge nearby or a wall to knock him off that backboard, so to speak. But here's Scarz putting the pressure on this mid T1. Nongshim need to probably defend, but here's the Dream Roam. No, he's going to drive on by. Scouts it around. Aruru is a little bit low. The Bitter Farewell not going to connect. A couple more shots from Faye, and it looks like he will trickle, and he will be killed in the end.
And that is such a key timer here, because if it's 9 minutes, whatever, it's just a kill, but it's 10 minutes on the dot here, and immediately Nongshim RedForce, they bear their fangs on that Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, on the Shadow Tyrant here. But yeah, they're going to start this one. And here we go. It's back in. Haku is going to be just still up the front line, being this nuisance. I mean, this is what you want from Haku, always being that aggressor. But they haven't been able to turn that into, like, towers in this case.
But still, he did a 360 room, he baited out all the spells, and he came out alive, and that is the story that he's telling here. Being the beefy boy, soaking all the damage, so Siri and Kyung9 can find those backline assassination chances to really pull the game back into their hands, because right now, if it was 5 minutes ago, it was Scarz in control of the map. After right now, 3,000 goalie already in towards Nongshim RedForce.
Everything has shifted here. I mean, they only have 2 kills to their name. It's 2-2. This is a very low-scoring game, but it's been more of a macro game about the objectives. Nongshim doing a good job in terms of their movement and growing throughout. The truth is going to be used onto Mfeng. Mfeng is like, you want to go on me? That's not going to be possible. But here come the reinforcements from Nongshim. They find it. The Umbrella Outburst right on top of Faye. They get the pick off, but Mfeng is a little bit low. Nongshim was potentially looking to go in. Haku couldn't find the right target.
Good catch coming in from Scarz, especially when enemy has a Shadow Tyrant buff. You force out a 4v5, you get the kill, and right now you can potentially force this Shadow Overlord control on towards this river. If you can get this, potentially you can get more control back into the game and allow your team to find more success in towards Hero's Gorge.
Yeah, another thing that's kind of underrated from Scarz' lineup, though, is that the wave clear is real. If they find, I mean, the push, it's just like taking down the minions is very easy, and this is why they've been able to protect that mid T1 so well. Nongshim don't have as much, and now they have to rotate and to protect that top T3.
Yeah, top tier 3 goes over to the favor of Scarz here. They do get that top tier 2, so that will leave a hole towards the Clash lane side for the priority coming in from Scarz here. But Ochik 2 does not have the red bar here for the Unbridled Outburst, forces to give away that bush until the ultimate comes back online.
Yeah, they're going to play a little bit more defensively. Just stick around. Again, it's not the worst thing for Scarz. I mean, you talked about it earlier in the pregame. They're a late game scaling comp, right? Time is their friend. They just need to not lose towers. They need to stem the bleeding as much as possible and potentially not give up this Overlord, and they do, in fact.
They do, in fact, and Shadow Vanguard goes over to Nongshim RedForce. With Nongshim RedForce lead right now, they could potentially push for more of these towers and even maybe a tier 3 tower on the higher ground for the side of Scarz here. So all eyes will be on Kyung9. If he can find that key initiation once again on towards How, that could be huge. That could be huge.
could definitely be huge. I mean, look at how Mfeng is just, it took the mid T1 by himself. It was so low, he just walked in, got the kill, and he got his way on out of this one, trading away the top T2. They're again, Scarz are kind of playing a little bit more of a split pushing style. They need to run the Umbrella Outburst onto 4. That's going to be a nice one, providing space for Mfeng to get away.
Yeah, Mfeng does get Truth on towards the wall here, but thanks to his superior mobility, he does bail out with ease here. But that does burn out the Unbridled Outburst here, but we see a combo here coming in for the side of the Fade here, potentially getting the kill on towards the Dharma here.
Yeah, and it looks like they potentially are going in for this, but they find Mfeng. That's going to be a huge win. The heroic charges have knocking Haku into a place he does not want to be. He's been pushed around, but Aruru is taking most of the damage. The bottom T2 has been taken out, and here come the reinforcements. ASD's been picked off as well, and they find Ochik, and Nongshim says, hey, you want to push us around? Let's go. And Han Hao here just still up in front dealing with Haku. He is just so tanky.
There's no damage here coming in from the side of Scarz. Hao was nowhere to be seen in that team fight. Even if Aruru were to push Haku into the depths of the Scarz base, there is no marksman doing damage towards the backline. And once again, the base is potentially in shambles.
Yeah, Mfeng is here though. He's going to be trying to make a heroic appearance on this one. But that bottom T3 gone, that's a bit of a gap for them. And Nongshim realized this. They need to back off as the rest of Scarz will be spawning or be right back up. But they turn their attention on the Shadow Tyrant yet again.
And 4,000, 5,000 goalie goes in towards the favor of Nongshim RedForce pockets. They came and they got what they wanted. So be it. 2 kills. We got your high ground. We cleared your jungle. We put Mfeng in a terrible position. And right now, with the Shadow Tyrant, we can continue to force those game-winning fights for this game 2.
But they're not out of the woods yet. I mean, look at Mfeng. He's almost got 12k net worth. I mean, Siri's doing his work with 12.4 as well. So he's been the guy. But if Scarz is able to draw a bead, find Siri, pick him off, Nongshim really can't fight. So it's all about protecting Siri in this case.
But hey, Siri has that ominous premonition, right? He's going for that physical defense approach here because he knows ASD is not going to be making a lot of these plays on towards Siri unless we can see a key Frigid Prison really lock down Siri. If not, the physical threats here, we need to see Aruru and Mfeng simultaneously jump on Siri's early. If not, this early is just going to be so out of control.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see that though. Aruru, I mean, Nongshim been doing a good job of just like scattering afar, making sure that their flanks are pretty much covered. And now Scarz is on the retreat. Illusion still up in front, gets the stun onto Ochik. Haku, again, has been this menace, this tanky boy up front. And it looks like Scarz will hold, but they find Aruru, who's actually going the wrong way. He wanted the flank, but now he's being chased, and they want to take this free one in the sense that they're not letting him go. They're going to take down Aruru.
Aruru with the key positioning mistake here does get caught out by the side of Nongshim RedForce here, and without your key flanker here, Siri will be potentially having a field day here. We need to see whether Mfeng can find that key backline assassination here before Kyong9 does that game-winning push on their mantra.
They're going to go, and they're going to take top T3 Mfeng on the ledge. They take the middle one as well, and Aruru with that mistake, it might have been too critical at that stage. I mean, you go down, you lose two T3s in the process. That is not a good look for you.
And all tier 3s are down for the side of Scarz here. Nongshim RedForce, they need to play chill, potentially get their Shadow Overlord, and even hold the game to a 20-minute mark, and the minions will be too strong for Scarz to handle here. What is called here, Nongshim RedForce, they do indeed start this Shadow Overload and potentially look for the game-winning push.
Yeah, I think that it's the smart play. They have so much map control. All the lanes will push even more. You've got the Overlord. You're about 2.5 minutes before the Tempest Dragon. So there's a lot that's going your way in the sense of just being able to take advantage of this net worth lead that you've built.
This net worth so far, due to the fact that they kept winning fights after fights after fights, this just goes to show, even if you are against Nongshim RedForce and you are winning in that early game, you cannot let your guard down because Nongshim is so good in making that goal efficiency work in their favor, and they will top it up. And right now, look at Siri. He's already full built, and potentially he will have to stay Sanctuary for that final fight.
Well, you were asking who are the early players in the KME? Well, there's Siri, right? And I think he's, I know you know, but the question has been asked. But I mean, he's been up front, and he's been, as long as he stays alive, and yes, he has a secondary life if you want to go on him, but the potential for the game ender, they're looking to go, and Aruru looking to draw B, trying to find him, but he's taking a lot of damage. He has the shields, he will be back, and it looks like he's going to be just kind of going back into the fountain, but more time spent. Ochik has used the Umbrella Outburst. That's a huge ult. Haku's still up in front. He's going to be pushed away, but with that Vanguard, the Stampede on top of this, Siri's going to light step back. The Bitter Farewell right on point. Finding Mfang, he's going to be now going in, but How has been picked off. Now the Crystal is exposed. Here come the Vanguards. One last push. How are they going to go? Haku is a little bit low. They find Aruru. They get the pick. ASD is going to go golden, but Mfang is being focused. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary, and Nongshim will take game 2.
Very clean game coming in from Nongshim RedForce. So what, they drop kills in that early stage. That one key truth mantra on towards How in that clash lane by the hands of Kyung9 sealed the fates of Scarz in this game number 2. And so far, Scarz, they're in a tough position. Tournament elimination is in sight. 0-2 in terms of scoreline in this best of 5.
Yeah, so we always make that assessment where you either you learn or you win, right? I think Scarz at this point need to stop learning, right? They need to start getting themselves into the series. They need to figure out something because they've had great opportunities in terms of that early game. They put themselves in a position to win, but the macro game from Nongshim just too strong in the end.
Yeah, macro game is just too strong. That is what Nongshim is known for. Even though they don't win these full-on 5v5 fights like we see against Gen.G, but if you give them time to farm, if you give them time to really strategically plan out their plays, you best believe they will choke you out of potential resources and allow themselves to win in terms of that GPM, which they really did just now in game number 2 on that early. So well done.
Very well done, and just being able to play that one and just always stay alive. I mean, he died that single time, 2-1-4. That's his only blemish. But Kyung9 also a beast on that Dharma. He was 3-1-2. The rest of the kills, like the KDAs, not so high because it was a very cagey game. It was about the objectives more than anything else.
And this is the performance that we want to see coming in from a Dharma. You need to find those backline engages on towards the carry to bring back your team into that key winning moments here. And look at Nongshim RedForce, so much damage coming in from Haku and Siri. And look at Haku's damage taken, 161,000?
Pretty insane right there. I mean, just taking it all. I mean, he was always in the front liner. He was being super aggressive, and again, playing it to the absolute limit, and just staying alive more than anything else. And while the rest of the team, Haku and Siri, doing most of the damage, the rest of the guys were just kind of there to ensure that the sustain and the the heals that they had was actually quite annoying to deal with from Scarz, because they could whittle them down, but they could never really finish them off.
And look at the gold chart, right? We were saying that, Scarz has a pretty good early to mid game, getting those key kills on towards the members of Nongshim RedForce. But going into that mid game before the 10th-minute mark, you start to see that one good truth coming in from the side of Kyung9, secured the deal and secured the MVP. Will be Siri on that early. Every time we say, who's the best KME early? So far, you have your answer here. It gotta be Siri.
It's got to be Siri. He's just completely dominating in that game. And I mean, he died a single time, but everything throughout. And you're like, oh, but he's only got 2 kills? Really? But his impact, the amount of damage that he was doing and just staying alive, that is so hard to do. It's like you make one mistake on an early and you just get killed.
Exactly, and this is the key winning moment here coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. That kill really put them back into the standings here, even if in the mid game, we still see kills coming in back and forth between Nongshim RedForce and also Scarz. But you gotta say, losing out Mfeng for Kyung9 already done his job to shut down that one key carry, and this one, How is at top side clearing the wave? So if you are Scarz, you have to back off. There's no fighting here without your primary core 2 carries.
Yeah, and it's all about that coordination, right? Making sure everybody's on the same page. Yeah, you need this space, and it's tough as a farm laner. You want to either be farming or you want to be killing, right? And the team was like, okay, we need your help to do the killing, but you're busy farming. You're not even there to kind of help, and that Scarz should not have been taking that fight. So for them, they need to ensure that they're on the same page because they can't make that mistake again. But let's see exactly what they do. How do they come back as Scarz comes back from this break here?
self-worth, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything is still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. Highlight.
Nongshim at match point. They're up 2-0 up against Scarz. Sagi, what do Scarz need to do to bounce back here?
First things first, maybe the communication parts needs to be done even better, because we're starting to see Scarz really falter after that wonderful game number 1. You see like, oh, game 2, what's going on? How is farming top side while the 4 members coming in from Scarz is fighting bot side here? So something like that cannot happen here, because so far, Nongshim RedForce, they're playing like an absolute unit, united as one. For Scarz, it's like Enfeng, Hao, and Friends and ASD, and most of them, they're not really in sync compared to what we've seen so far in their series against Crazy Raccoons yesterday.
I think it really comes down to the coach of just like calming them down more than anything else, letting them, play their game. Like they need to go back to their fighting form, which was game 1, as you were talking about earlier. Like that is the Scarz that we know they had. If they were able to pull that one out, that would have been amazing for their confidence, right? Because taking a game off of Nongshim, not easy. But now you're down 0-2. There's even more pressure to do it just to stay alive, to have a reverse sweep, win 3 games in a row. That is a difficult and daunting task.
Difficult and daunting, and also it puts a lot of pressure towards the coaching staff, because you're down to game number 3. The heroes you're allowed to pick are starting to grow smaller and smaller and smaller. You can start to see Nongshim RedForce, they're not going for the usual Mai Shiranui early ban setup. They are targeting one man and one man only. That's Enfeng in that jungle.
Yeah, it's a smart play, right? I think that he was definitely going to be the target. And so this is an opening for the rest of Scarz, right? It's not all on to Enfeng. I mean, he tried it with that fade in that last game, unsuccessful. They didn't have a great chance, but the rest of the team needs to step up, and now is that moment. They need to figure out how to get some sort of space and to, cut into this lead that Nongshim has built.
Ooh, Aruru for Mayin here. Mayin locked in for Aruru in that clash lane here. Yet to see a consistent performance from the side of Aru here, but really, he needs to show up in these key moments in finding the key assassination, especially on the members of Siri and Illusion, who's been having back-to-back MVP performances in these two games.
Yeah, Illusion's been the man. And I mean, when you have Yixing as well, this is going to be one of his specialty heroes. He's an absolute beast. And if you Pei or Mayin decides to go in, that board is set up. It's going to be a difficult team fight. And most players don't want to really fight into that. Plus, you have the Guan Yu to kind of just shuffle people around. But how do they counter the Pei?
How do they counter the Pei? There's still the Ukkyo Tachibana, there's still the Musashi here that's up for grabs here. But Nongshim RedForce, they're like, nope. Haku can play whatever we provide to Haku here, so we lock in the key tree combination here on the Zhangfei, on the Yixing, on the Guan Yu for that big wombo combo engage setup.
Yeah, that's so much control. Utility, the boxes, and the combination that we've seen from Nongshim, and Gen.G pulled this one as well. It's the Zhangfei Yixing, like that board into the Umbrella Outburst. There's just a lot of potential, and they don't really want to fight into that. So it's going to be a tough one to avoid. Yes, Scarz have their own set of team fighting capabilities and prowess, but I mean, it's going to be a tough one. They need to ensure that they pick the right moments.
Yeah, the right moments will be key as well, because you look at Scar's combination with Yin and also Lian Po, they also have what it takes to really find those backline assassinations here. So it comes down to the same thing that we keep talking about here. The clash laners, the roamers, the engaged key holders here. If they can find those key moments, they will be the difference makers here coming into this pivotal series here. Especially if you're Scarz, this game 3, this is your final chance. If you don't win this, you are out of the tournament, out of KIC contention.
Yeah, they need to pull out all the stops. Everybody needs to play the heroes that they're most comfortable with. But Nongshim looking to go with the Oghren. They're going to slow the pace of the game down. It's going to be tough to kind of, crack into this death ball lineup that Nongshim are building. But it really comes back to Mfeng on this Pei with the Mayin and, the next two picks to really set the pace and take away most of the map so that they're, not able to be out-farmed here.
But if you come to conclusion with Nongshim RedForce draft, they have one thing that you need to keep in mind. That means a lot of the DPS will come in from the side of Siri on that potential final pick here. It can be the Chano, it can be the Long that's still up for grabs here. So for Siri, a lot of the carry positioning will be on his hands. If he were to falter in any of these team fights, Nongshim RedForce, they don't have damage in that mid to late game.
Yeah, they need that damage. I mean, this is definitely going to be the one. And the why they picked it last, it looks like they're going to go with a Loong. A lot of capabilities. And Scarz doing what they could, understanding that, hey, there's a lot of team fight, a lot of control as well. But the D-Ren-J providing a lot of versatility and adding more damage to this lineup, which they kind of were lacking in that sense. But this lineup kind of balanced, I would say.
Kind of balanced, I would say, here for Scarz. They drafted a super duper strong early lineup here. Pei and D-Ren-J and also Lian Po. They are looking to tear a jungle apart, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for them for sure. But again, mid to late game, Nongshim, if they're able to weather the storm, keep themselves into the game, they're going to be fine, especially come late game.
Late game will be something that they will want to visit if you are on the Nongshim RedForce bandwagon. But if you are with Scarz in that Miracle Sweet Dream reverse sweep route, you will need them to dominate that early game along with Pei and D-Ren-J to fasten up the tempo of the game so that Nongshim RedForce doesn't play towards their comfort in that later stages.
Yeah, speed, momentum, let's go. And then that's the biggest thing with Scarz going into this game 3. Are they able to bounce back? We're going to have to find out. But with these drafts, I mean, you're talking about the style and all that stuff, but if we're giving an edge to one of these teams going into game 3, Sagi, which one do you give an edge to?
I think it's very 50-50 coming into the side of both these two teams. I just really want Scarz to dominate this early phase, play towards Hao's tempo and Mfeng's tempo to really amp it up for this double strong early game combination here from these two picks.
Yeah, it looks like Faye here, a lot of Honor of Kings fans are calling him a faker of all things because of the legendary player in Korea, let's just say. He's definitely honored in that sense. And, you know, being able to call on the lines of Faker, I think that is a huge, you know, compliment, right? What more could you ask for?
Yeah, what more could you ask for? If you're born in Korea, if you're a Korean yourself, being called as Faker, that is a very high form of respect that your community has given to you as a pro player here at Forfeit. We respect him wholeheartedly as one of the best roamers so far we have in KME.
Yeah, actually, when I was in Korea, somebody called me Faker too. But I think he meant to call me liar, but I think he just said Faker. He didn't know the difference. But unfortunately for me, it's a little bit of a different thing. I definitely don't play on the lines of Faye here.
Yeah, I don't think we do so as well. The next time you come over to Malaysia, I won't call you a Faker. I'll just call you Hauler. You know, they both kind of in the end. So it's a bit of a similarity here that we can give it to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But Mfang now on the prowl. Again, I think that they would be doing him a favor and letting him get that farm. Aurora will definitely help out, but let him last it. Let him get most of things because I think Mfang is the guy that all eyes will be on in this game.
Yeah, all eyes will be on him. He cannot afford to falter in this game number 3, especially on such a strong tempo pick like the Pei. We've seen success stories of the Pei. If you give him a fantastic early game, he's gonna rock the map with his superior tempo and mobility. But once he falls behind, he's no different than a squishy marksman here. So that is the two thing about Pei. Either super strong or either super weak.
Yeah, there's no in-between, unfortunately, for that hero. But one thing that we've kind of seen is kind of like the rise and fall of the Ogryn. It used to be like this raid boss that no team could really solve. It's been nerfed quite a bit where it's very, you know, it hasn't had the same level of success. It needs a little bit more time, especially with those items to really come online. But is this lineup, I mean, Haku, are you still trusting him on this, you know, Ogryn here?
I am definitely trusting him, even though we keep saying that, oh, their bread and butter has been really melted down and dissected by teams. But still, when they bring it out, they are confident in what Haku can do. His damage calculations, his early to mid-game tempo is still up there. And the reason why they're still losing games is not because that they are falling behind. It's because teams have caught up in towards the meta and teams has been improving, like the likes of Crazy Raccoons, like the likes of Scarz, and also Gen.G in that upper bracket finals.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think that the biggest thing is that the teams have really leveled up, right? I mean, the disparity between all of them. It could have been almost anyone coming out of Group A, I would say, bar one team, I would say. But it's like a lot of the teams have just really leveled up. They figured things out, which is going to make the KME moving forward even stronger of a region here.
Yeah, stronger region. Maybe we could take down the KMW, your favorite region. So that may be a case here coming in for the success story, especially for our KME teams like Gen.G and potentially Nongshim RedForce.
Actually, going in, that brings up an interesting one. But before I go into that, Illusion taking a lot of damage, diving under the tower, has to use the passive, and then has the healing do, will survive. But Scarz putting the pressure on. That was a potential first blood there.
That could be potential, right? But he still has to flash it. But jumping into your topic, what were you trying to say just now?
I was just going to say, like, who is going to actually be, you know, like, the second place, right? Who is going to be our champion going to the last chance, going into that final one to see exactly, you know, is KME or KMW or WKF? So which is going to be the representative from the KIC in that last slot?
Ooh, that's such a difficult one, but let's put our focus here back on towards this Tyrant here as
the Umbrella Outburst. They find him. They're going to go for this one, but Mfang already gets the steal, and Ochik is on his way out, but Mfang with that dash, Haku not letting him go. He has the Conductor of Souls, chases it, gets Seer State on it, gets that first blood, but now he's going to be killed in return. Aruru finds him out. It's a 1-for-1, but Haku gets first blood.
Hey, it's a wordy trick coming in from Scarz. We take your jungler, we take the Tyrant here, and that is such a good trade-off here coming in for the boys in the blue team.
Yeah, that was actually a great trade. I mean, taking the Tyrants, and Haku, he tends to be a little bit more bloodthirsty, but now the Infinite Vastness Siri playing a little bit with fire. How is going to be back, and now Haku is on the map again. So, again, I think Haku dying, this is something that he needs to be careful about. He cannot risk himself.
Yeah, he cannot risk himself because he is the sole front line here.
Oh, Faye.
Faye. But Faye here, he has the Unbridled Outburst here, but potentially have to give this control up.
Oh, but Haku is joined again. He is not that boy, and he gets killed again, and this is my problem. I think Haku is playing like the old Ogryn, where he thinks, oh, I can fight 1v4 at the 5-minute mark.
I think he's really overestimating his ability to tank these things, especially when your jungle camps are still up and alive. This gives Amfeng this pay to have free reign of terror in towards your jungle, take away your Zero Golem, take away your Wild Board, and right now, he's looking at that Crimson Golem and he's be like, wow, I didn't know I signed up for a buffet.
A buffet, and they'll have whatever they want, right? All you can eat, take everything at this point. But when it comes to like timers on the pay, I always feel like the opposing team with the late game makeup, usually it's on like the 15-minute mark, but every single death that Haku has early, I think you add like a minute, right? And they're putting themselves further behind. Haku needs to play more passively. He needs to just farm at the end of the day.
Yeah, one of the things that Haku is different, but top side though, we see an engage coming in from Kyung9.
Yeah, just a couple hero charges, just push back. No real kill potential. I mean, there's just too much mobility from Arur at the end of the day. But this bottom T2 looking to go down. Siri trying to fight this. He has to go to the skies, but Mfeng is very low. He wants to go aggressive. Mfeng sidesteps it, but it might have been a disaster. He eats a flaming palm, finds the win, and Siri gets the solo kill.
So that was such a mechanical display coming in from both players. Mfeng walking away to a range where the Infinite Vastus flash combination does not catch him. So Siri, when he comes down, he flashed away from the pay pound so he can full on damage and lay down on Mfeng. So both players play it to a mechanical master class here. But like the thing you were saying, right? Haku, the Ogren, is very different compared to a Monkey, Dune, or other tanks, whereby this hero, specifically Ogren, needs a lot of gold to be tanked.
Yeah. It's going to take him more time to go online, right? And he is definitely not there. He's 2 levels behind Mfeng. Yes, Mfeng just died. Great play by Siri on this Loom, but Haku needs to play safer, right? He cannot be this. Okay, he's looking to go again. He's literally not listening to me.
Destroyed a tower.
He's definitely not listening, but he's definitely testing his limits there. Burning that Blood Rage already just prior to another potential jungle fight. Not the best of the options here coming in from Haku in this game, because so far, we're starting to see this Ogren get countered super hot by ASD on this ladies. And that was without the Venomous Staff here. Right now, Venomous Staff has been completed by ASD.
Yeah, he's level 11, tied with Siri. I mean, there's a pretty big level discrepancy. I mean, Mfeng with the 2-1. But you want to be much higher. Haku right now actually has to recall back. That's a feels bad, man. He's not even farming. Now he has to do the walk of shame just to get back into the lane or to take any sort of this jungle. But now they're going. The board has been set up with that Umbrella Outburst. They find him. The Tremor Smash. He's up right on the edge, and he's going to do the damage, and he gets the safety. Ochik with that flash, but Kyung9 is so low. The road charges. He gets picked off. He trades his life away for Mfeng. That's going to be a great trade for Nongshim.
Good trade coming in from Nongshim. Kyung9 puts his life on the chopping block, but he finds Mfeng, and once Mfeng is down, it's a switcheroo in terms of tempo. More time to farm for Haku, more time for Haku to grow into this indestructible raid boss in that mid to late game stage here. So this Kyung9, once again, when the team needs him, he steps up again.
And he's able to just play like the positioning, finding who that target is. And this is why Kyung9 is an absolute beast, because you just be able to focus it out and just sacrifice yourself for the greater good so that you know that you can extend the game. If Mfeng were to continue on farming, he gets away, you have a missed opportunity, then it would have been really bad because so much pressure is being provided by Scarz here.
But that goes to show he really trusts in his teammates here, and look at Aruru here.
Yeah, he's trying to fight this 1 versus 4. He has to flash over the wall. Nongshim, all 5 members were there. They weren't able to get any sort of catch, though. So that's a great play by Aruru in the sense of just staying alive. And this has created space for Scarz now. Looking elsewhere, Mfeng is going to be using that. Tries to go for that mid T2. ASD needs to be careful with that path of passing on the chase. Faye looking for the angle, not able to find it. The passive going to be used. He's going to be in a bad spot. The board is going to be set, but he doesn't actually get the catch. Kyung9 gets the road charge, finding how. He's going to be in a bad spot. They find him, they get the pick, and the Tremor Smash, not enough to keep him alive.
They do get the tier 2 though, but losing a marksman once again in this exchange, not what you want from the side of Scarz here, because Scarz, we keep mentioning their team composition is a team comp that cannot allow mistakes. They scale exceptionally bad towards the late game, but right now, we are slowly marching towards the late game mark. 10 minutes is live.
Oh gosh, Siri looking around, circling. He's going to play this one defensively, uses the Infinite Vastness. That's a huge cooldown that's going to be expended. Haku there is going to just protect his buff more than anything else. But Faye providing that vision, the Tyrant is really not going to be worked on here.
Yeah, the aggro is let go by both these two teams here as they still want to fight for control on towards this Tyrant pit here between these two teams here. So what is the decision here? Because Aru has been spotted out by Kyung9.
They've got the board. They do have found Ochik. They do lock him in, but he's going to be up in front. If Mfeng now joining, finding Faye, and now the Umbrella Hoppers onto 3. They get some space. They do take the Tyrant. That's going to be a huge win. That's the Shadow Tyrant. And now Kyung9 on the chase, trying to find Aru. If he's able to get it, he does. Gets the kill.
I gotta say, Faye played that amazing Unbridled Outburst. They wanted to contest for that Smite 50-50, and Mfeng is level 15. If you were to pounce in and get the Smite on the Tyrant, he would have outsmited Haku in that exchange. So Faye, with that beautiful disengage of the Unbridled Outburst to stall their time, what a good play coming in from the Zhangfei user.
Yeah, very well played there. That could have been terrible if they lose that one out, especially on a 50-50 where they were kind of, positioning around it. But now Mfeng, he's going to be showing up, trying to go for the solo kill on Asiri for revenge. And here come the rest of his brothers, Nongshim, trying to find Mfeng, how they catch a predator that is this lion. He gets on, he's going to be chased away. Nongshim have been, looks like they've been bedazzled in that sense. They weren't able to go with that forbidden domain, but now the Blood Rage, he gets under the tower, and Mfeng is somehow, not going to survive. Nongshim was able to take down the Tiger.
But before he were to falter, he still got the flash away from Siri here. So that's a 2-minute spell being expended by Siri on towards that low. And look towards the bottom side here. Waves are in a terrible position thanks to the fact that Enzo actually stalled so much time for his team to build that side lane and mid lane pressure, slowing down the Shadow Tyrant objective here coming in from Nongshim RedForce. But still, look
Illusion though, the Tremor Smash right on point. He's got the passive. He will be killed. Ochik just found him, was controlling him as much as possible, taking down Illusion. Not easy to do.
And not easy to do right now. It's a 4v5 up front here. Mfeng just has to come in fast for this objective if they want to contest for this Shadow Overlord.
They have a numbers advantage. Faye still going to be used there, and it looks like Haku gets that take. The Overlord is going to be huge, and you can kind of feel it. Nongshim, even without Illusion, 4 versus 5, willing to risk it because they feel like they have the momentum in this game.
Yeah, they have the momentum. They know where exactly Mfeng is. The moment he spawns, they can calculate, okay, he takes about 5 to 6 seconds to really pounce his way towards the Overlord. How much time do we need for the Overlord? Okay, we need this X amount of time. We finish it, we bail out alive, and that is what exactly Nongshim did. And it's this story, right? In Game 1 and Game 2, Scarz did well in the early game, Game 3 as well, but going into the late game, that's where Nongshim once again pounced back, and look where they are once again. In control of the game.
Yeah, definitely in control. Ochik right now in a bad spot, taking a decent amount. He actually gets the safety with that Tremor Smash. He will be fine. Another huge ult that's on cooldown though, so something to take note of. Siri uses his own. He will be back, but Nongshim finding ways. Mfeng is just picking people from afar. Faye is tanky though.
Faye is indeed tanky though, but can they protect Siri that is not having ultimate?
On the board with that Umbrella Outburst, they find him, they get the lockdown onto him, and How is going to be picked off. They caught two. Mfeng over the wall, trying to stay alive, but Siri and Illusion have both been killed. Mfeng is so low, and it looks like Kyung9 has a vendetta. He goes right for him, takes down Mfeng. He trades his life away, and now Haku. This is going to be much more manageable, palatable, if you will. Haku chasing him down, finding a roof, chasing away Ochik, but with this Shadow Vanguard, perfectly timed. Now they're going to put this pressure on this bottom T3 here.
It's once again the Clash Laners here saving the day for both of their teams here, but we see a Tremor Smash here coming in for the side of Ochik to really force Haku away from further pushing down this tier 3.
Yeah, this is like a WWE fight. They're guys, both of these, it's like 2-on-2. There's a lot of fight that's going on, but they're just bruisers at the end of the day. None of these guys are really going to be pinned in the end, and they will be backing off. They're going to take everything that they want from the enemy jungle here. It's looking like a Crimson and a potential Shadow Tyrant.
Look towards the replay here, we see, look at Aru's positioning here. So beautiful, Bora catches out How, even if he has a flash, is forced to be taken down here on the backside. Aru assassinates Illusion and Siri, and then you look towards Kyung9. He's doing a bit of flanking business as well. He takes down ASD and Mfeng in that exchange, making it a 3-for-3 exchange in favor of the side of Nongshim RedForce, and once again, they're locking their sights on this Shadow Tyrant.
That was actually huge by Aruru. Just being able to catch them both out. Nongshim, surprisingly, with a positional error, right? But now the Shadow Tyrant, that's going to be set. The board doesn't actually connect onto anybody. And Scarz, they tried to contest, but weren't able to continue, but nobody got caught.
Yeah, nobody got caught. Shadow Tyrant goes into the hands of Nongshim. RedForce, the greatest red, is once again in control of the game here. And just now, within that exchange that we see a 2v2 towards the bottom side, the WWE exchange, top side, that tier 3, it went up to minions.
Yeah, it might. I mean, it's looking that way right here. Kyung9 is there with Aruru, so that clash lane for clash lane, they're going to be the bottom, continuing to duel. The top lane is potentially pushing. Mfeng is looking to split, but now he needs to join the fight because this mid T2 is under siege.
It's under siege, and we see the first flaming palm goes through, and the board locks in Ochik in place.
Yeah, it locks him in, but they're going to take the mid T2. Ochik still needs to get back to safety. Tanky enough. He's not going to get to shrug off most of this one, but Nongshim got what they wanted, which is, of course, that mid T2.
Mid tier 2 does go down, and once again, Shadow Tyrant is about 30 seconds. Shadow Overlord is spawning, and it has spawned towards the top side of the river here. So if you're Nongshim RedForce, you have so much room to play on towards the map.
You have a lot of room, and this is going to be that map control all the way up in front. Look at how they've been pushed back. The Crimson Golem, they're looking to go for this one onto Haku, just taking that one out. But this is going to be a tough hold for Scarz here.
Tough hold for Scarz. They need to pull whatever they have from their plans to really stop Nongshim RedForce's approach here. But going to the late game is what I'm worried for the side of Nongshim here, because Nongshim, they are the late gamers here, and for Scarz, their comp is starting to fade off from the map unless Aruru and Ochik can find those key engages, especially onto Siri.
Yeah, they need that 3-man with Mfeng as well. Just get some sort of pick-off. They did a great job against Illusion and Siri that one time, but to make a secondary mistake from Nongshim, that's going to be far difficult to do. They've learned from their mistakes in that sense of just being able to space out. Nongshim with a sizable lead. It seems like everything has gone their way ever since that, mid-game has kind of gone in their favor.
So this goes to question here, will Gen.G do the same in that grand finals? Will we see Gen.G punish that mid-game even harder, or Gen.G falter as well to Nongshim's superior macro skills here? So that is something we will see potentially after this, but a 4 catches on 3.
Yeah, catches actually on a 4. The Umbrella Outburst run up point, and ASD gets blown up. He's trying to stay alive, and it looks like Kyung9 on the back with that heroic charge, finding him out. That Death Precipice from Haku with that Blood Rage. He's taking most of this. Ochik has been pushed away. Kyung9 just going back and forth, but they're going to go for the Crystal, and they do take this down. Nongshim eliminates Scarz from the KME.
And Nongshim RedForce will join Gen.G in a 3-0 fashion, making it once again to the grand finals here. And for Nongshim RedForce, they minimally secure that final last call qualifiers if they want to make it to the KIC.
Yeah, but they're going to be looking more for first place more than anything else in this grand finals. Revenge is the best dish served coming up cold, right? This is something that they want to do going into that. I think that's going to be huge for this team, but they're going to take a little bit of a break before they go into Gen.G. Obviously, their nerves are there, right? They played well against Scarz. That was the series that they wanted. They 3-0'd them. They made quick work of them, and this is a team that actually has higher aspirations.
Higher aspirations, Kings of the KME Spring, did exceptionally well doing HOK S3, faltering one game only to Nova Esports. They were the Kings, they were the top 2 in the world, but coming into KWC 2025, they faltered, and coming into KME Fall, they start to show signs of being able to be broken by some of the teams that used to be under them. But right now, they are once again finding their position in a best of 7 where they are known to be striving into.
Yeah, and it couldn't have been better, right? For this is the team, and the way that they did it, and able to close out a Scarz team that was ascending. They were on the rise. Things were looking very good, especially from that crazy raccoon, and they took the flight to him, especially in game 1. But Nongshim coming into this one, they fought back and they had a comeback in game 1. Game 2 was looking a little bit shaky as well, but they won that as well. But this one was definitely more convincing for Nongshim, right?
Very convincing from Nongshim, actually. They were in almost full control, aside from Haku's uncharacteristic depths in that 1-2 exchange in the mid to early game. But I gotta say, Faye and also Kyung9 and Illusion, they were finding so much opportunities on the map that really bring Nongshim on towards the charts and to put themselves in that decisively in this game 3 of the BO5.
And if we're looking at this draft, I mean, this Yixing Zhang Fei is something that they go to. It's like they're tried and true. They lock people down. I mean, yeah, you have Mfeng on the pay. Yeah, you're providing pressure, but they just slow the game down. Like, if you have that board and you have the wave clear, like, they can't continue, right? And that just buys into the pros of this draft that Nongshim have built. Obviously, Gen.G have seen this. They've actually run it themselves, so they have an idea of how to counter it. But this is one where I felt like it was just like an outdraft going into it.
It was an outdraft because as long as they play true, they sit still, they allow Seri to scale towards that late game mark, and Kyung9 finding these key engages, they will secure it in the bag. And it is Kyung9, your boy, getting the MVP on the signature Guan Yu with a KD of 3, 2, and 4, 18% damage dealt and damage taken of 17%. He was finding some nasty flanks on this pick.
Definitely some nasty flanks. And this picture, I love it because I feel like he's giving the finger hearts to me, right? And it's all about me in this case. But I mean, this is the start of that game where things were like the steal happened. Haku goes in. He's like so bloodthirsty, wants to get first blood, gets it onto Ochik, but then he's like, oh crap, there's 4 other members. I cannot get out. He trades his life away. Things didn't look good for Haku in the beginning.
And this was the play that I really prized Faye for playing so exceptionally well. A defensive, unbridled outburst, segregating the team away from Aruru and also the Shadow Tyrant, allowing them to really secure the deal here. And this shows why Crash Laners are so important, even though in the front end, it's looking so bad coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. You see on the back end, however, Kyung9, why he's MVP, look at this. He's just single-handedly pushing out 4 members here on a single Guan Yu.
Yeah, and pushing them away, but that was space created just to take the mid T1. And this is the final push. It was just mad chaos, but it was perfectly timed with those vanguards. Like, you won the team fight, things were kind of like even 2-on-2 at the very, very end, and being able to push. But having those vanguards at that timing was just really well coordinated more than anything else.
Well, it's a phenomenal stuff here coming in from Nongshim RedForce, but they will need to fight against Gen.G for their spot in the KIC. But before that grand finals, we will go into a short break. And ladies and gentlemen, see you later.
Donghuang, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. Such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the misty marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend. See your face interwoven. Caught you. Do not I like that. Hey! Stop! You!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
elders say. The seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role, sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role, sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today ways inheritors of the Seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like two branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Huang, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin. The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. KME 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Major East Series Fall Edition here. My name is Sagi. Alongside of me is Holler. Holler, I gotta say, we had amazing 3 weeks of the entire tournament, but it all leads up to this final moment. Our grand finalist, it is Gen.G versus Nongshim RedForce. Winner goes to the KIC 2025. Loser goes to the last chance qualifiers.
It's a bittersweet moment kind of going into this one. There was going to be teams that were going on for both sides, but let's see exactly who the first team will be up in this grand finals here.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Gen.G Esports, the game changers, the first opponent and difficult task ahead of them in the sense that there's going to be Wawa, Rock, Inua, Monto, Clue. This is a team that has been on the rise, had a great ranking week, had a little bit of a stumble against Nongshim in the survival week, but then they really stuck it to them in the winner bracket finals, and they are the top dogs in this grand finals here.
And their growth in this entire year just shows that every team in Honor of Kings Esports has that storyline. If you put into enough effort, you will be one of the teams to take down your own region's big boss, being Nongshim RedForce. So, without further ado, let's introduce their final opponent of the KME Fall. Let's go, Nongshim.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, the final series that they will be playing in the KME Fall. In the clash, we have Kyung9, Haku in the jungle, Illusion bringing up that mid lane, and that dual lane, Farm and Roam, comprising of Siri and Faye.
This is a team, of course, they were the KME Spring Champions, and they were not going to relinquish that champion without a fight. This is going to be a dog fight in this grand finals as they go up against Gen.G Esports, who have one-upped them as recently as yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we've seen a back-to-back action, a full-on best of 5 being played here, but this is the one and only best of 7 that we will be having in our KME Fall 2025 here. So this is the deciding series on who goes to KIC 2025, who goes on that direct pipe, or who goes on to face KMW in that last chance.
But let's talk about this head-to-head. It's going to be in the mid lane, Inua versus the Illusion. I think in terms of the kills, Inua coming out way on top, 84, but the average damage dealt skews in favor of Illusion. He kind of softens up the enemy team, and then Haku, dare I say, steals all the kills in the end. But if we're talking about gold, a little bit of a wash. Average team participation has definitely been in favor of Illusion, who tends to be in the right spot at the right moments.
Yeah, right spot at the right moment, doing more damage compared to Inua. You can see that both of their styles is very, not to say similar, because for style Nongshim RedForce, you know for a fact that Illusion, they play towards macro style. They are the poke and prod, soften up the enemy, force them to back off. They get the control that they want. They won't push for kills. But for Gen.G, you give them an inch, and they will tear it wide open with the helps of the likes of Rock, Inua, WoW, and also Clue.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that's really leveled up. I think the latest addition, Monto, has kind of helped solidify the squad. Rock really needed that support from some sort of damage dealer in the farm lane. Monto has been the guy. He has risen up in this KME thus far.
thus far, he has been repeatedly improving across the 3 weeks. The first time we saw him, not to say it was the best of the best performances, it was passable, but coming into the final few moments, and especially in the upper bracket game that they had against Nongshim yesterday, he had a pretty consistent series thus far, and I'm really excited to see, can he bring Gen.G to dethrone Nongshim, the kings of spring?
Yeah, and this is going to be that true test. I mean, we saw it yesterday in a best of 5, and it did go to the distance. It went to a game 5 in that sense. But both of these teams having some amazing drafts, counter drafting, and able to kind of pull things away because of that edge that they got in the drafts.
Edge in the drafts is the first thing you have to take note of, because that is where you start to get this sort of advantage. This advantage based on how the coach battle it out in these occasions here. And at the get-go, we see Yuhuan being locked in for Gen.G that can potentially go towards that mid lane, roamer, or even the jungle, even though it's nerfed.
Yeah, and it looks like the Yuan, of course, it's been the hero of the KME thus far. Very strong hero. You saw just how much sustain it had. It adds so much. Plus, again, the flexibility that you get out of it in terms of like role versatility is actually unmatched.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a match, and it's one of those heroes that can really counter the Mind Shrine pickup. So it forces the enemy to not delve into that mindset. It's like, oh, Mind Shrine must be a pickup here, but still, there's Yuhuan up for grabs here, and Yuhuan is one of those roamers or mid lane that can be flexed around and double down with that Dahlia combination.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as they go with the Byron Loong to kind of counter draft this. Loong, as you saw Siri play that one very well, but Byron also a strong one in that top lane. Kyung9 will be piloting that, but looks like the return or the response has been Fatih and Gen.G. Interesting picks here. What are your thoughts?
Ooh, I'm loving Gen.G's approach here. They're like, okay, you pick up the Byron and the Loong here, very strong early to mid in terms of laning phase. Let's double it down and match your tempo here. Draft the Gen.G to suppress the Loong in that laning phase. Draft the Fatih to allow the 1v1 potential against the Byron in the laning phase, and also be a threat against Loong, forcing out his infinite vastness.
And yeah, it's all about just kind of baiting it out, dare I say. And it's kind of gearing more towards a potential Sunbin. This has been their MO in terms of response by Gen.G. The Yuan can be flexed. Inu does a great job on it. So you have a lot of potential from that one. And it actually kind of shut it down. But I think Nongshim are going to be wary of this potential counter pick here.
Ooh, Gen.G is the ones themselves to ban on the Dahlia here, because usually the opposing end will have to take in the Dahlia ban here because of the presence of the Yuhuan. But of course, as Gen.G, they have their style. Potentially, we might see this Yuhuan be flexed towards Clue, or like you mentioned, the potential of that Sunbin to counter the Loong may be an option as well coming in for the Gen.G squad.
Yeah, and this is going to be I mean, I love the fact that, Illusion has gotten the Yixing. That's going to be a huge one for him. The amount of control. He's just been an absolute maestro. Those boards have been kind of super annoying to deal with. But now, in the same regard, has Gen.G done their research and knowing that, hey, Nongshim like the Zhang Fei paired up with that Yixing.
Zhang Fei paired up with that Yixing potentially to be on the chopping block here coming in from Gen.G. They're still targeting, they're still planning. It will be the Zhang Fei that you mentioned. They saw in that game tree how well Fei played that Zhang Fei to a perfection. They decided to lock that away from his excess.
Yes, so it looks like they are, in fact, paying attention to these games. I mean, obviously, they're looking for whatever edge they can get. Very smart. And again, last series between these, it was really down to the last picks, right? Yes, it's a best of 7. We're going to go very deep in the hero pools to ensure that they get the biggest edge, and Nongshim are looking to steal away the Sunbin here. Very smart.
I mean, it's a smart choice, right? Because you know that Gen.G always favor the Sunbin into the long matchup here. So Sunbin into Byron and potentially one more tank jungler here will form a indestructible wall coming in from Nongshim RedForce against the side of Gen.G here. Potentially we might even see the likes of a Nutsa that's going to be picked up by Nongshim later on for Haku in the jungle.
Yeah, and it's also opening up with the fact that they could go with that because of the fact that they have last pick. It could be their trump card. Gen.G are going a little bit safer. They're going with the sustain. Those scepters are going to be annoying from Haino. Plus, you have Menki, who's very tanky and can get on that potential back line and just kind of get through the board, so to speak.
I'm loving the Halo coming in for Gen.G. It's such a smart take here. Sun Bin is a very good counter burst hero, so she can just use the time flux, get the enemy's HP and your HP back to a 50% before the damage has been dealt. So picking up the Hino, you're poking, you're prodding, you're making sure the HP regen is not as efficient compared to a high burst mage.
All right, they're hovering the Yao here. This would be interesting. We haven't seen Haku play this one, but I mean, just like the Neza, when they picked that out in game 1 and in their series yesterday against Gen.G, they have another pocket pick in this Yao. The sustain and that being able to kind of return to dust will be key because it's all about that long drawn-out fight. Come late game, this Sunbin, the heals are going to be unreal as well.
Oh yeah, the unreal regen coming in from Sunbin that cannot be affected by healing reduction is one of the ways that Sunbin really catches enemies off guard, because you're like, okay, I just did like an insane flank towards the backline, but the time flux allows my backline to come back to life with the proper click of a few buttons here. So with this Yao, it's a very similar thing here coming into why Yao is picked into Lung or also the Yuhuan. You're going in, poking, you're going in, cutting down the enemy's health, using the ultimate to bail out, so you can bait out the ultimates like the Infinite Vastness, like the Unending Sorrow.
All right, I hope you like 3-minute long team fights, because this is how they're looking to be. You have the Hano with the Fate Rewind, you have Menki who's already very tanky, Yuan with the Unending Sorrows, that's a lot of sustain on one end, and then the other side, you're talking about Yao with the Return to Dust, you have Sun Bin with all of those, time fluxes, as well as the heals. The fights could be like never-ending, dare I say.
I have to agree with you, especially there's a Byron as well, shielding, healing. Once he hits that tree item, he's gonna be that raid boss pairing up with that Sunbin. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 1 of our KME Fall 2025 Grand Finals between Gen.G Esports and Nongshim RedForce. Winner takes on KIC 2025.
And I like the fact that Nongshim have gone with this Yao. It's it's not like a earth-shattering pick. It's not giving up a meta pick. You have a lot more control elsewhere, but it still has that potential to do that damage. It's not an S tier, A tier hero, maybe B plus at best, but it will provide quite a bit. And this is something that, again, you're going to get in the heads of the coaches right here, especially when you're talking about Shishuai, who now has to deal with the Yao that's been picked up, but they get the Storm Strike and they find it, but Clue with that flash away, he's going to be chased by Kyung9, who's running after him. The Spike Tail, and is not going to get in the way, but he's going to get first blood. Kyung9 chases him down to the ends of the earth.
First blood goes over to the boys in red. The greatest red, Kyung9, grabs that first blood under his belt here. But like you mentioned, right, the reason why anyone picks up that Hano as well, it's also a thing whereby we're playing a best of 7 format. Every hero that you pick from here on out, it will damage your hero pool going into that later stages of the game here. So that's something that the coaches and the players have to take note of.
Yeah, it's all about the chess match that is going to be there. The drafts are going to be key going the long term, but the Dream Realm finding Haku, he's going to be picked off. He was not able to get back to safety, and Gen.G makes them pay with that positional error.
That's the thing we keep talking about Haku, right? He goes in for the poke and prod, he mistimes the return to dust, he gets punished by Rock, by the Dream Realm, because he has no more spell on towards the Yao. He's just limping away to safety here, so that is a good timing here, coming in from Gen.G to capitalize on Haku's over-aggressiveness.
Yeah, and it seems like Haku is, they had that Trump pick with this Yao, but it seems like he might not be 100% comfortable on it, or with knowing the exact timing of things, because that return to dust was not great. Again, giving it up to Rock of all things, not good in the end.
Yeah, not good in the end. We'll have to see how these teams really play towards that 4th minute mark. It's always poking and prodding in that early game, trading camps, trading resources, getting that priority on the push here. But 4th minute, I want to see whether 2 teams want to fight for that Tyrant.
Yeah, it's going to be key on this one, especially is queuing up. Kyung9 had that edge, the fact that he's got first blood, but you could never really count out Wawa. I think in terms of the lane, I think on this fatigue, he'll definitely be fine. This is one of his top 3 heroes. He's going to be a late game monster in terms of that damage as well.
And he's one of those that can really fight the Byron in that side lane, in that 1v1. So Wawa on this fatigue, he's been having star-struck performances thus far in this entire tournament. I am waiting to see whether he can be that deciding factor in killing Siri in those backline attempts.
Yeah, the rise of Wawa throughout the Honor of Kings esports scene has been immense. Like, the guy has totally leveled up. He's definitely made his name. One of the best Clash laners in the KME. Very strong. But as I say that, it looks like Gen.G chasing away Nongshim. I mean, they need to they can play safe. And the fact that they have that time flux, they can kind of get back to safety very quickly.
Yeah, the time flux does allow them to path the gorge with ease with the additional movement speed. But that's the thing about Sun Bin. She's one of those heroes, roamers, that scales exceptionally well when you put more points in that spell to time flux. It gives you more movement speed and also more HP recovered from burst here. I think it's at most 50%.
Yeah, it's going to be quite huge. I mean, it's more late game. I mean, early, it does help. It's not the biggest of pieces, so to speak, but it definitely adds up, right? And it's going to be annoying to deal with. But Faye, in the same way, you don't really have that traditional style stun, so you got to be super careful with your positioning. You need to stay alive to cycle all your spells.
Yeah, talking about cycling spells here, we are seeing poking and prodding here. 10 members from both teams here coming in towards this river. But
oh, Haku going aggressive. He's going to be back off. He just uses his return to dust just to scare them away. The Tyrant is about half. The board is going to be set. The Fate rewind onto Inuo, but it looks like Haku with a take gets the steal on the Tyrant.
Crucial kill tap goes over to Haku here. They didn't even need Kyung9. Kyung9 pays back towards the lane, gets that push in. So right now, if you're Nongshim, you can move faster in this jungle attempt because this red buff, this blue buff might be the next target here. Look at Kyung9. He's camping. He's waiting.
Oh, he sees it. He gets the Storm Strike right onto Rock with that taking liberties. The combo is way too much, and it looks like Haku gets that kill as well as the Azure Golem. A great rotation set up by Kyung9.
He went back for that push. He set up that push and disappeared from the map, capitalizing Rock not having the Dream Roam wasted already, setting up his team for yet another successful play, and he's not over yet.
Yeah, not over at all, but he's going to take some tower shot. Haku needs to be careful. Here come the reinforcements. Faye is there, has the nice clutch silence on the Clue, setting it up, and now the infinite fastness. Oh, he's so close. Monto with a healing do will be fine, but the Hurt going ham in the bottom lane as well.
Everybody is out for blood in this game here. Game number 1, we're starting to see both of these two teams. They are not giving an inch.
Oh,
a bit of a pickle at all here, but Infinite Fastness.
Oh, they've got him in, locked him in. They're not going to go. Now here they have the minion wave, but they're just going to open it up for the top T1 instead. Faye's going to throw out some time bombs. Not going to connect, but spaced away. And this is why Illusion is scary on the Yixing when you have that board that zones everybody away.
He plays so well on all these rotations here, and he finds those marks here. And talking about markers here, look at the goalie here, 2-1 in terms of scoreline in favor of Nongshim RedForce, but 2,000 already in the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of it. It's not always about kills, but it's like the rotations, turning things into towers, into that hard-earned gold is not easy to do, especially against a team like Gen.G, who have been able to respond well. But again, I think Gen.G right now, they need to be careful, as it looks like Haku going aggressive, but with that return to dust, he's just going to be, again, poking and prodding here.
Yeah, use the time flux, go in for that poke, and then backing off here. So you can bait out either Inua's ultimate or either Clue's ultimate here. So that's
Haku needs to be careful. He's being focused. The Dream Roam ensures he slams that door down, but now they have the board that's going to be set up. Rock taking a decent amount, but Nongshim cannot proceed. Gen.G just too tanky.
I feel like every time we praise Haku, something really happens in those exchanges that really causes him to falter in those exchanges. So maybe we shouldn't caster curse him so much here.
I feel like we have the power to just turn him on, right? In the sense that, like, just like green light is like, we just say his name and he's like, oh crap, I need to go. I just need to attack. I need to be aggressive. But again, he's been caught out a couple too many times for my liking. Infinite Fastness will be a little aggressive, just kind of sticking around, nice positioning, finding Clue, doing a decent amount of work. And with that unending sorrow, but now he has to flash away Siri, playing a little bit with fire.
Playing a little bit of fire here, but does force away the Gen.G members to not take this bottom tier 1 here. So still a decent attempt here coming in from Siri, but that's 2 key spells here. No flash, no ultimate here for Siri in this upcoming few fights.
Yeah, actually very risky, right? Knowing that the dragon was down and just having that flash, but Siri playing the Loom to the maximum, ensuring that he stays alive, which he needs to stay on the map, cannot lose this one out, because again, it's just about, you know, staying on the map so that you can farm.
Yeah, as long as you are still alive, farm will keep on funneling into your pockets here. So as a carry, try to minimize your deaths as much as possible, because once you fall, you will notice that you will be losing so much gold against your opponents.
Yeah, for sure. And then that's the biggest thing. I mean, he's 5.4, a 400 gold lead over Monto. So he's got a slight edge, and you would kind of expect that on the Loong. So not the biggest issue for Monto, who has a decent amount of space because Gen.G is definitely provided it.
They're providing it, and they're looking so darn aggressive here coming towards this mid lane. Both of these two teams, they are not trying to give up any sort of space at all here. Look at the engager coming in from Haku, poking and prodding and finding some pokes on the members of Gen.G.
Yeah, Inuwa taking a decent amount. Haku going in, finding the kill, finds Clue in a bad spot. They have a nice little board if they want to continue. Kyung9 is still up in front, and they have the damage. They find Inuwa, and they're focusing it down on a rock who's just so low. He's going to limp away. Nongshim still there. Wawa still up in front. Good decides to continue fighting with Haku, who will never again. He doesn't know how to just slow things down.
But this is Nongshim RedForce using the Sunbins against Gen.G's lineup here. We know that they love the Sunbin ultimate to counter the Long ultimate here. But what can you do as well? Using the Sunbin ultimate to cancel Clue's ultimate on this Yuan here. That's why Clue couldn't even press the ultimate on the Yuan, and he was just blown apart.
Yeah, very smart play, right? And it's all about the roamers here. I mean, I think I said it yesterday where Clue and Faye, whoever has the better game, that team just wins because there's so much impact that they provide on the team.
So much impact here. And talking about impact here, look towards mid lane here as Monto. Ooh, chunked dangerously low by the return to dust.
I think Haku's just like testing. He's like under the tower. He's like, oh, I'm not scared of this. I just want to see if I have the potential to burst you down. Monto is not going to forget that, especially since he's got all those scars. He's at about half-life or so, but he needs to be careful, cannot get jumped in again like that.
He cannot indeed get jumped in. Like one or two more of those pokes, he might be in the hunting list of Siri, going in for those flash flaming palms here. But Shadow Tire has been spawned on towards the map here as we see. Big damage onto Clue.
Yeah, nice little play onto Clue. He's just going to shrug it off as well, but Haku was looking to go for the wrap around with Kyung9 as well. So they're like trying to go in. Haku, look again, fighting the play, forcing out the Fate Rewind. He's at half-life, no ult.
I think that's the beauty of the Haku's.
Oh, Haku going in, fighting Clue. The unending sorrow. Kyung9 is in a bad spot. He got focused. Rock makes him pay, but they get the pick off onto Inuwa. It might have been a 1-for-1 thus far.
1-for-1 thus far, losing out mid for Clash lane here, but still, river control in favor of the side of Nongshim RedForce here. What is the call here, Gen.G? Is it to go in? Is it to back off? Is it to regain control here as we see Siri lurking behind the backlines as he's hunting for blood?
He's hunting, but look at that. He's just very patiently waiting. The board is going to be set, just cutting off the angle of the retreat. But Wawa looking to go in, finding Faye, doing those slashes. But here comes Siri on the side, gets the pick off and gets it onto Clue. He takes to the skies and he's on out. But now they're taking liberties and they make Wawa pay as well. The Dream Roam is here, but it connects onto 2. But there's nobody else to follow up with the damage.
The flank of the game here coming in from Siri, finding Clue, finding Wawa, and right now Monto with no flash will fall prey to Siri as well. Make that 3 kills for the marksman of Nongshim RedForce.
Haku is making this Yao pick work. I mean, the amount of mobility, the fact that he was constantly on, makes it very easy for Siri to cut off that angle, have those spells with Ride the Wind, gets the pick off onto Monto, who just wanted to get back to his own base.
But this is the beauty of Yao, right? We keep talking about, oh, who's gonna be baiting out Inua's ultimate? Who's gonna be baiting out Clue's ultimate? There you have it. It's Haku going in for those 1-2 pokes and then backing off towards safety with the return to dust. If they don't use the ultimate, they will be so chunked out and so low in these team fights.
And this is going to be why also that Faye Sunbin is such a critical pick here, because if that silence was available for Gen.G, Haku could be in a bad spot, especially with Siri as well, who is very reliant on ensuring that they get the spells off at the right time. And this draft has really played off very well.
Played off super duper well. They cancel out the Sunbin with a lot of effect here. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, still shame on me. But the 3 times that it happened for Nongshim RedForce, they learned it to a mastery on how Clue pulls off the Sunbin masterclass here. But look at the score. We have a 0-0-8. 100% kill participation on Faye Sunbin.
How many times do they need to kind of like fool you before it's like shame on them? Like, I just want to know. It was like 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, probably. I'm not a pro player here, but for Nongshim RedForce, they adapt quick and they are looking for this game 1 victory. They're sitting about a 5,000 goal lead thus far as of this point.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to even crack through. I mean, Nongshim do a great job with map control. They've already taken the Crimson Golem. This is going to open up an avenue for Nongshim to grow this lead even more. And Rock right now, he just wants a buff, man.
Yeah, he just wants the buff. He just wants to solidify himself as the jungle carry player here. But once you lose out on all these attempts, your jungle will be under fire, and when it's under fire, Nongshim, the greatest red, will come and pounce on it, just like how the Shadow Overlord has been started by NS.
And look at how they were so far off. They were actually pushing them back. And they know Gen.G are super scared. They couldn't even contest or go even near the Shadow Overlord. That's going to be a free one picked up by Nongshim. Very smart with their movements. In the heads of Gen.G already.
In the heads of Gen.G already, and right now they are in the driver's seats right now with the Shadow Overlord that could clear out bottom's wave and bring the wave into a tri-equal state whereby all 3 lanes will be attacking the high grounds of Gen.G that will be momentarily spawning on towards the map.
The T3s are the only thing standing right now, and this is going to be a tough hole. Nongshim just kind of sieging from afar. The minion waves have been cleared, so that's going to provide a little bit of breathing space for Gen.G. But now come the Shadow Vanguard with those little Vanguards.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard, Little Vanguard going through the bottom side here. All 3 waves are simultaneously being clutched on immediately here. So for Gen.G, they are definitely will be tested at this ground. Can they hold this strong bottom side here under the contention of these 2 Shadow Vanguard and Overlords?
I mean, you think you're fine with Inua's Haino, right? Those scepters should be fine. I mean, they have the board. Haku looking to go aggressive, just baiting out the Fate Rewind. They're going to look to run, but Haku, he's going to be chased, and it looks like they do get the pick off onto Inua. Now they're turning around. Rock is solo, just trying to outtake this. Wawa is going to be running for his life, but they've gotten Inua as well. They're going to continue on with Rock and Clue, and they take the bottom T3, and just like that, Nongshim looking to end the game.
Yeah, 5v2 in terms of the map right now as we see a final attempt here coming in for Wild, but he does get taken down. And the crystal is exposed. Game 1 of this best of 7 series goes over to Nongshim RedForce.
Clean, calculated, just a great movement throughout, understanding the mission ahead of and what they need to do. Haku, this is why that Yao is so great. It's like, yeah, you have a Haino, yeah, you can Fate Rewind, but I'm going to bait it out. I'm going to pretend like I'm going in at you, and then I'm going to force that. Once you don't have it, then you're pretty much in a range creep, and you have to play very timidly, and we're able to jump you and able to pick you off later.
This goes to the same thing that you proposed just now in towards the pick and bans. It's never about the first 3 picks. First 3 picks, as of this point, all of these teams are coming in prepared. But the 4th and 5th pick that's coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce, the Sundin, the Yao, has played a perfection against the likes of Gen.G, poking and prodding, baiting out the spells, using the silence to really punish them for their mistakes in the positioning. Good job coming in from Nongshim RedForce in Game 1.
And they did it with the Yao, right? And there's a lot of other, his heroes still available, Augur and Pei, there's so many, right? And this is kind of opening up that door, and they did it. And with the execution on the Yao, yes, everybody was great as well from Nongshim, but not using those perfect meta picks, very smart in Game 1.
Yeah, very smart in Game 1, and this goes to show that they came in prepared in this series against Gen.G, right? Because they did lose against Gen.G in that upper bracket here. So coming into this series, they are definitely well prepared coming into a best of 7 series, right? It's gonna be so difficult if it goes to a full stretch Game 6 or Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, it might. I expect Gen.G to bounce back, but, who doesn't need to bounce back and needs to continue this dominance? It's going to be Siri. 7-0-2. The guy was an absolute sniper, always fighting the back lines. I mean, you forced out a lot of those key ults like the Unending Sorrow, as well as the Fate Rewind, and then he would just come up on cleanup duty and get on the dragon to safety.
And look at the damage department as well, right? Illusion and Siri way up there in terms of the scoreline here. Illusion setting up those boards, softening up those enemy picks here so that Siri or Haku can really land those finishing blows here. But I gotta say, Faye is rocking the game so well with 100% kill participation rate on their team fights.
Those silences, those AoE zoning, the Sunbin has been annoying, right? And I think it's kind of picked up a lot of steam in the KME, especially from that ranking week when Clue first, picked that one. But this is the greatest red. This is what happens when you give Nongshim a lead. They're able to continue with that growth and to choke you out eventually. But of course, the MVP will be Siri here, 7-0-2.
He's pointing at you with his finger gun here. You gotta give him the MVP here, Holla. If not, he will be coming at you with a full blow here. So much damage dealt, so much total goal, and he make Long work like a masterclass performance.
He just knows how to play that hero. Like, there's a lot of good things that happen on this one. I mean, forcing that one out, the mobility, the ability with that time flux, everybody's on top of you. And when you have like a Byron Baron down, plus the Haku, and then you have those boards locking you in, it's like, where are you gonna go?
Yeah, where are you gonna go? You're locked in, you can't really assist your teammates here, and this is Siri on that flank, finding clue, flashless, no ult, and he gets decimated by the ultimate here. Still has the ultimate to soar to the sky, and executes it with the ultimate 2 here with the infinite vastness here. And going to the late game here, as of this point, you're losing too much gold as the side of Gen.G. You are just waiting by the side of Nongshim RedForce to really decimate you in all these team fights.
Look at how Haku just barely survives, but he completely baited out Wow, who is so low. The rest of Gen.G were kind of chasing, but they had been picked off at that point. And Nongshim just taking that team fight, executing it properly, understanding, you know, how to deal with people, like just people coming in and out, but prioritizing and understanding who needed to die first.
But hey, it's only game 1 of the series. Gen.G is known to drop those game 1s, but we will be going to a short break before we find out, can Gen.G bring the series to a 1-1?
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back to the KME Grand Finals between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G Esports. My name is Sangi. Alongside of me is none other than Holler himself. Holler, what's your thoughts after that dominating game 1 from Nongshim?
Well, it's all going to be about that draft. The last 2 picks that you rightly pointed out with the Yao and the Sun Bin was just too much for Gen.G. They didn't really have any answers. They thought the Haino would be enough, but it constantly got focused, and he had to just use that Fate Rewind into more of a panic mode more than anything else. Gen.G were not able to play the game that they wanted to.
Yeah, they did really fell into a draft trap that's being set up by Nongshim RedForce. And once again, Nongshim RedForce will be on that red side, and Gen.G will still go on towards that blue side for more of these blue side prior picks. There's still the likes of the Dharma for Wawa, there's the Pei for Rock, there's still the Maestro coming in from Inuwa, so there's still a lot of picks here for the blue side up for grabs.
Yeah, dare I say the world is your oyster in terms of how they can go. I mean, it's a best of 7, right? So you got to think really like long in terms of like how long this series is going to go. Like how deep do I need to go in terms of hero pool? They picked some decent picks like the Byron Lung. Those have kind of been taken off the table. But you've gone with like a Yao, which we haven't really seen too much. So you've kind of gotten some value with that draft.
The draft does really show a lot of value like you mentioned here. So drafting is the first stage of every game here, and Gen.G banning out the Pei, banning out the Arlie that Nongshim RedForce has so much success with. They do lock in that Maestro Nui here. That does give Nongshim RedForce a leeway to go into that Yuhuan that they can still grab, because we are in global ban pick here. Gen.G, they have already expanded the Yuhuan here, so Nongshim RedForce, they are potentially looking on the Yuhuan.
Yeah, and they're going to pick it up here. They're gobbling it up. They know the power of this hero, but they've also gone with the Ma Yin, which is one thing to take note of, is they've gone very heavy in favor of Kyung9's heroes. These are very strong ones, like the Byron, the Ma Yin in game 2. I mean, this is something that they need to worry about come game 6 when it's like, oh, who do I play in the Clash lane?
Who do I play in the Clash lane? Questions yet to be answered here, but one thing I can tell you here, Holler, Luna versus a potential jungle assassin here coming in from Nongshim RedForce Haku here. So we are done with the tank versus tank. We are going into an assassin versus assassin in game number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be that matchup. We didn't have that in the pre-game, but this is something to take note of. The Rock versus Haku one. This is going to be very flashy. It's going to be exciting. But, okay, what about Fade is like, this is the actual counter to Luna. We're going to be fine.
We'll have to find out, right? Because so far, we have yet to see matchups here coming in from Fade or Luna in a 1v1 matchup here. In terms of clear speed, I do think that Fade will provide that room to really counteract Luna in that jungle clearing. So if you do give Fade a lead, you best believe that jungle that Luna is having will be a field day coming in from Nongshim.
Yeah, and I think also Haku, I think on the Fade, knowing that he likes to be aggressive, I think that he wants to be invading as much as possible. I mean, you take away that blue buff from Rock, he's really going to struggle. So Gen.G need to do a great job of fortifying that side of the jungle.
Fortifying is the key word here coming in from both of these two sides. Nongshim RedForce fortifying that jungle invasion here. Gen.G fortifying that jungle defense here. So that's two things that these two teams really need to figure out moving forward.
But do you think that this is enough? I mean, the Zhang Fei, like to kind of help. Somebody jumps on the Luna, you got that Umbrella Outburst. If we're looking on the Nongshim side, yeah, you have the Yuan, the mini stun, kind of hard to work around. Ma Yin, yes, if you can get the jump. But Luna is just so fast. They need some sort of catch here, right?
Maybe potentially the Diadea here, the Seri and Fei combination here. There's no Diadea, there's no Arlie. Okay, there's still the Diadea, there's no Moziv, so they need something that can really lock this Luna down. There is perhaps still the Liang up for grabs here if they really want to go for it, but that will fall prey into against the Zhang Fei, because once an ultimate with that Liang, Zhang Fei is just going to be coming in with the Umbrella Outburst and pushing you away here. So not a good pick here as Nongshim RedForce. They are hovering towards that Xiao Qiao.
Yeah, actually, that was what happened in Game 5 of this series yesterday, right? Where Nongshim picked the Liang first, and they wanted to go with like a, just lockdown style with that Liang and just set up plays. But then Gen.G with the Zhuangzi, the last pick, and it was completely negated. They just won through the draft, and that's how Gen.G came out on top, and they played less games because of it.
That is why, right? Drafting is so important here, and Nongshim RedForce took a page out of Crazy Raccoon's draft here. You can see the Lady Zen and Fade here is up for grabs here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They do lock it in here and save the potential last pick here for Siri in that farm lane.
going to be smart, right? And they've shown that the Chano is going to be picked here, as well as the Charlotte. So they're going to look to lock those two in. Picking up the last one, giving Siri the best lane matchup, going to be key. Chano is not going to be, he's, I would say, a hard counter to some certain heroes. Definitely like the Arlie, as well as it does well against the Lung. But Nongshim going with a late game monster sniper, that is the Shoyi.
Shoyu is a tough cookie here, right? He's still yet to be locking in yet first. There's still the flowable marksman that he can really grab it up if he wants to. So if he does pick the Shoyu here, his scaling will be pushed to that 3-item power spike to really match that channel here. My only concern for Nongshim RedForce, their laning on towards the Shoyu will be slightly difficult against the channel.
Yeah, it's not going to have the easiest of times, but it's really going to come back to that space, right? Because he will turn it on late game, but he needs to survive there. It seems like Shoyi, when we see this hero, like the idea is there. They want to go late. They want to just prolong and make sure that he gets that time and space. But most teams are so wary of it. They understand how to beat it, and they just shut it down early.
Shutting it down early, making sure that he does not have enough farm on the Shoyu or Chana will be some key pointers as well here. So game number 2 is very different from game number 1, whereby it's 2 jungle tanks duking it out. Game number 2, however, you have 2 jungle assassins with 2 late game marksmen here. So this game, if it goes towards the 20-minute mark, it could be anyone's game to take.
I think 20 minutes and above, you're going to give the favorite to Nongshim. I think they show you, plus you have the Fade with those Hardened Jade Seals, you're almost guaranteed those big neutrals. It's going to be tough to deal with, right? So it's up to Gen.G to utilize this Mai Inua to have that pressure, that presence, to ensure that they're able to kind of win the side lanes, let Rock get all that farm, and then let him take over the game mid-game and just close it out.
And only time would tell, right? We need to see the proper execution here coming in from Gen.G or Nongshim RedForce in this game number 2 of our KME Fall Grand Finals.
You know, it's going to be scary on this Mai. I think that he's been known to just kind of be very difficult and just provide so much pressure, right? And that's the biggest thing about Inua, is that once he's on and able to get those nice Ruenjins, plus the, you know, the damage, he's a very scary player to deal with.
And if you're Nongshim RedForce, you're doing an exceptional good job in zoning out Inua, chunking his HP down to a 50% so he doesn't get that influence across the map in this early game here, right? So far in towards this early game, mid 2v2 in favor of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's going to be favorite here. Kyung9, though, dealing with Clue and Wawa. There's a lot of tank, a lot of beefy boys to kind of deal with in this top lane. But now look at Inua, looking for the potential steal. Siri, he's left all up by himself.
This is the life of a Shoyu, right? Because your laning is so inconsistent. You're just going to be really pressured by all means matters coming in from the enemy team. So all you can do is just to survive and take whatever farm that's allowed in your pocket here. But look at his top side. Potential 3v3 might just be a factor here coming in from both of these two teams.
Yeah, Gen.G doing a great job. Understanding that they can potentially go, and now the attempt was there, but they didn't actually get much of anything. Kyung9 was not able to get that catch, and now he's going to be focused. Wawa with that tri-slash just to push him away, but now Nongshim, they turn their attention on the mid lane here.
Yeah, they're providing so much farm towards Haku's pockets here, and props to Rock. He responded immediately towards danger and stayed for his team, canceling out that teleport spell here. And you can see, yet again, 3v3 across the mid lane to fight for control.
It's all about that mirrored movements, but Kyung9 looking for that potential jump, finding Inua, but he's not able to get the smash down, not able to get the control under Rock. That would have been great, and now Nongshim with another gank attempt, unsuccessful.
Unsuccessful, but they still came what they are looking for. Force out Rock to delay his farming tempo here. So once Rock goes into that late game, usually late game Luna doesn't have much of a larger threat compared to that level 4 to level 6 mark, but those sniper shots are hitting hard onto his Monto.
Wow, 2 for 2. If he gets this third one, he's going to be having a problem. Oh, he's got it. Monto. Oh, he left early, but just Siri not able to get the right angle. That was super close, but that bottom lane, something to worry about is Monto's at half-life now.
Yeah, Monto's at half-life here, but he does get back to a decent health here thanks to the healing dew and also regeneration spell. So that's one less worry coming in from Gen.G here. But Siri on those wild routes, man, he's pretty accurate, man.
Yeah, he's very accurate. I mean, you kind of expected that. It's a flex pick, right? When you're able to last pick to show you better be good at it, right?
Well, you're right, exactly right. So you land those wild rounds, you secure that early game that you are desperately needing, so you can scale towards that late game market, but look who's mid lane.
Oh, they got the Umbrella Outburst. It's going to be used just to keep Rock alive, but he's going to be chased to flash forward, and he's going to give up first blood. Faye chasing him down.
Once again, the 3v3 towards the mid lane here, but this time, this attempt goes in favor of Nongshim RedForce. They get the kill, they get the wild boars, and they are not stopping here as they are looking for control in Rock's jungle.
They're looking to just get more than that. The Wild Wind with that stun, the mini stun stacked perfectly in the Heart of Jade Steel. And cool guys don't look at explosions as he takes him down. And now Nongshim looking to take the bottom T1. But they find Wawa, who's teleporting to kind of salvage what they can. But now they're going to go for the chase. Faye's in a bad spot. Siri double dashes away. He gets to safety.
He gets to safety, but at what cost here? You got Monto, you got our life here at mid lane here. 1v1 between Mayin against anyone here, but Kyung9 almost getting caught out here. Flash, because Chusen does not connect.
Okay, Kyung9 is a way more riskier type of player than I would have ever been. Diving under the tower, going for the potential whatever slam dunk onto Indua there, just going for that chase. He thought he would just, go all in, but he barely survives, understanding the true limits of his own hero.
It was very close, and if anyone were to hit that Kachusen flash, things could have been not so good here coming in for the South Nongshim RedForce, because that would open up the jungle for the side of Gen.G to really invade against Nongshim here. But since he missed out that one, so things are in a more favorable spot for Nongshim as they just secured that turret.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help them out. I mean, Nongshim just using anything. Like, as long as you're kind of going equal or a slight edge, I think that, it's definitely favorable for you as Nongshim, right? It's all about that late game. It's about just surviving the early game onslaught that Gen.G are going to bring to the table.
The early game onslaught coming in from Gen.G so far is not what we've expected, because so far the 3v3 towards the mid lane was in favor of Nongshim RedForce. They got a kill on towards to Rox Luna. Then towards the bottom side, their rotation towards Monto, securing a clean execution while bailing all of them out in that attempt.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because they had that moment where they picked off Rock, and then you're like, okay, where could Haku go, right? And as Monto, your spider senses need to be tingling. You got to understand, hey, I am vulnerable, right? The Shoyu's there, Siri's been kind of picking me off from afar. It's just a matter of time before I go down. So I again, hindsight is 20/20, but I feel like Monto should have been kind of playing even more safely, hiding in that brush in the bottom lane more than anything else behind the T1.
That's very well said, right? That is the thing where we talk to competitive players. It's all about discipline when everybody's mechanics are at a 50-50 state, right? So discipline is something that you can anticipate the enemy to come towards you, so you make the correct move while not allowing your emotions get the better end of you.
Yeah, it's all about emotions. This is why I'm terrible at this game, because my emotions get all of me in that sense. And yeah, I'm just busy reporting my teammates more than anything else.
But that's the life of a rank guy, right? It's like when we play rank, we sometimes look at our roam. It's like, oh, his name is Kin. He's going all ground roam with Smite. Oh, jolly, where is my roamer? So that sometimes happens, and I can get what you mean when you're screaming out for help here. But we're getting back into game between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G as we come back from a technical pause. Current score is 0-2. Nongshim RedForce in the lead with a Tyrant as well in their pockets. Ooh, look at that snipe.
I think I've reported Kin more than I've commended him in game. I'm just kidding. I obviously haven't. Yeah. Well, actually, I think he was my highest win rate partner last season.
Whoa. So, yeah. you know, it works out, If you say it works out, it works out here. But that's Kin's, his observation and his, creations coming into play,
Yeah, and that's the fun part about Honor of Kings, is that there's no real right way to play. Obviously, there are certain builds that might be more beneficial than others, but the creative juices are still alive, and you're able to kind of put those to the test, so to speak, on the Gorge.
That's what I like as well, right? Like we've seen before. Oh, Harak here catching on.
Lucian taking a lot. He's going to flash away, but they find it. The Umbrella Outburst use in return. He's going to out-sustain it, and Haku doesn't get the kill. Clue goes for Ollie form and tanks it.
Clue baited that so darn well, baiting Haku to go in for the execution and uses the Unbridled Outburst to cancel out that execute effect. And so far, look at Wawa here. He's scaling to a perfection and he's dealing so much damage on towards the Splash Name.
Yeah, Kyung9 was actually doing some serious work onto Wawa. The mini stun on him as well, but they find Haku. Again, going a little aggressive. He wasn't able to go in, just misjudging the fact that Clue had that Umbrella Outburst, I think.
But still, it's such a big win coming in from Gen.G. They got a kill towards top side on the main jungler player coming in from Haku, and they got the mid tower on that exit. That is winning big in those exchanges here coming in from Gen.
Yeah, absolutely huge for them, right? Haku cannot die. I think that he's the guy, because it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you have Suri who can kind of carry you in the late game, but if Haku is very weak to himself, they might not see a late game. He needs to stay alive. He needs to consistently farm, potentially getting some pickoffs as he's neck and neck with Rock in terms of that net worth.
Neck and neck in terms of net worth here, but you can start to see that all this jungle control that they really built in towards their early game to mid game is relinquished towards Rock here, and Rock is already securing that Crimson away from Haku here. This jungle control is starting to look bad for Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, it's not looking great at all. I mean, they need to find something. They go on a Clue, which is really not the right target you're wanting. He's got all that vision, the tankiness as well, and he has the ult if he want to go. So, again, Gen.G doing a great job of understanding that, like, hey, if Haku is slowed down, we really have a chance in this game. The Umbrella Outburst, they find him. It looks like they get the pick off. They found Illusion in a bad spot.
Once again, Clue finding those key engages here. Back-to-back kills from the side of Gen.G has been dedicated from Clue's Unbridled Outburst here. He's been so spot on with those ultimates.
It's been so good, Rhythm. I mean, it just really setting it up. And Illusion just like leisurely strolled by the river. He thought he was going to be fine, but you need to be a little bit careful. Gen.G have this moment. This is that tipping point where they're kind of, you know, dare I say, dangerous. They need to be careful and survive to that mid game.
Ooh, the mid game will be pretty interesting, as so far, within that span of a 2-minute exchange, the entire jungle of Haku has been erased by Rock on towards the Luna. Goalie goes in favor of Gen.G with a 2000 commanding, and this pause coming for Gen.G, it relinquished so much stress from them, and they are back in form.
And you can see why they like this, like Rock Luna, right? Using this momentum that now that they've built, they have about a 3K net worth lead, and now Clue, just with that scouting, you know, expedition, spots out 3 members of Nongshim, and they're not even able to catch him.
He's doing such a good job on towards the Zhang Fei here, spotting out Haku, CC chaining Haku, finding opportunities on the Illusion. He's doing it all on towards the Zhang Fei pick here.
And Gen.G right now, Umbrella Outburst pushing him away. The Tyrant is going to be taken by Haku with that Hardened Jade Seal. But with that Umbrella Outburst, not able to get any sort of value. No catch, but Wawa looking to fight back out this one. He's going to be on the back line fighting 3v1. It looks like Clue is going to be killed. Haku trades his life away with Kyung9, who were trying to fight the front line. 4 members down from Gen.G, trading away for 2 from Nongshim.
But looking at that end of the team fight here, Red Team started to pause here, but it was still theirs to take. They got 4 kills in towards their pockets here, in towards the front line. I think the Majid got a beautiful engage on towards multiple members, on towards the back line. Wawa was singled out by the members of Nongshim RedForce, making it a really good trade for the boys in red.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with that. Just being able to kind of, you know, separate everything, isolate certain members, get those pickoffs. And they do a decent amount, right? The Mayan and Fade, when they jump on top of you, that's a scary combination. They have a lot of burst. And plus, with that control, they have that potential to get on. Because if you're looking at some of these members of Gen.G, they are definitely squishy.
Definitely squishy and definitely prone to all these Fade engages here. So they have to tread the needle with cautious in these team fights. If not, they will fall prey in towards the members such as Kyung9 here. But I really want to see a replay here on what exactly Kyung9 did on the Mayin pick.
Yeah, there were fights on both fronts, right? It was kind of hard to track. We were kind of seeing that, like Wawa was on the back line of Nongshim, but the front line was where the true action was happening from Nongshim. They were, again, throwing, you know, everything at them to kind of get on top of that Inua, take him away as much as possible. But it looks like things are in order. We are back into the gorge.
We're back into the gorge. It's a 2-for-4 exchange in favor of Nongshim RedForce. They lose out Kyung9 and Haku, but they traded 4 members strong. As we jump into a replay here, let's set our eyes on towards Kyung9's Marine here. So he's waiting on towards the bottom bush here. He's slowly lurking in, finds the 3-man knockup on towards multiple members here, executes the members here to a low health here so that Haku gets the finishing blow on towards Inua and also Monta. Perfectly played from Kyung9.
There was a moment where Haku was by himself. Kyung9 had just been killed, but they were so low. He actually gets the 2 kills, and then he kind of moves on as he trades his life away. Haku, again, he's so aggressive, and sometimes he looks amazing when he gets those type of kills, because it really sets up the team for success.
He's definitely on fire today because set series 1 against Scarz, he's always online and he's doing God's work. And right now in series number 2 against Nongshim, so far, he's been such a monster and he's so on form.
Yeah, he's on form. He's definitely very scary. So Gen.G need to show a little bit of respect on Haku, but they need to see where he's at. Rock right now has the lead. Monto probably not as much in terms of net worth with Siri. We're gonna have to see exactly where they're at. But now the chase forward, Kyung9 just going ham, wants to go for Inua, but he doesn't get the kill, and now he's gonna be chased. Rock looking for revenge, gets the Siri stab, gets the pick off, and Kyung9 is down.
Kyung9 is down at the crucial 10-minute mark where we have Shadow Tyrant. Shadow objectives on towards the map as Gen.G has so much control right now in towards this river. They're just waiting for Rock to get back that ultimate.
I mean, maybe Haku gets in for that Miracle Steal with that Hardened Jade Seal. He could potentially go, but I think Clue is looking to just line his ult up. Oh, but the Wildwind gets sniped, and Clue sacrifices his body for that one.
Hey, it's a roamer's duty to do that, right? So he sacrifices his body, but that does open up the angle for the side of Nongshim RedForce to counteract with a Shadow Overlord take off their own here. So they get this mid push. That's another wild round on towards Monto here.
Yeah, Siri, this guy is starting to do some serious damage with the Shoyi. In terms of net worth, they're still behind, but Siri not dying, this is going to be a bit of a problem for Gen.G because Rock needs to find an avenue of attack to get on top of him. Him and Wawa, they can make his life hell if he's able to get on top. Again, Siri's positioning has been great thus far.
I have to agree with you. He's been doing so much work for the team, finding wild rounds after wild rounds, sniping the likes of Monto and Clue towards Oblivion here. He's having a fantastic game on towards this show here and starting to see more of these jungle controls are being relinquished towards the side of Nongshim RedForce as this goal lead is pulled to a dead even as of this point.
I mean, they just took 2 towers, right? Gen.G did not want to defend either of them, and now Haku on the wall, on the ledge, if you will, just doing some work on the Rock. And now Nongshim looking to put pressure on the top T3. They've already taken 2 members, but now Kyung9 is going to be down. He was trying to make a play elsewhere, but Faye, he's going to be chased, and he's going to be knocked around, and he will sacrifice his life to let everyone get away.
I think Inua one-shotted Kyung9 while camping him towards the bush here, so that makes it a 3v5 attempt here coming in from Gen.G. So good stuff here coming in from Gen.G all around to capitalize the map state right now, as right now, they're looking to push even further.
And Gen.G sacrificing their top 2 towers. They've turned this around. Now they've taken the bottom T2, but now Siri's here. They need to be careful. Inua looking for the Chusin and not able to find Siri yet again.
Haku looking for the engage, but has to back off against the likes of Rock here. Rock is so darn strong on this Luna as of this point here, so if you are Nongshim RedForce, you are not trying to fight a 4v5 without your roamer.
Yeah, for sure. You're definitely not looking to take any sort of fight without your 5th member, right? I think that's going to be the biggest thing. Haku right now is behind. They need to respect Rock and the ability, the fact that he's taking over your jungle, but you got to give that up because, oh, Siri, this is a very dangerous position.
Very dangerous position as Clue is in the bush here. He's looking for a potential unbridled outburst here.
Oh, the flash is going to be used, keeping Siri alive, but now this flank attempt might be a bit of a problem. Nongshim are looking to wrap around, get back to safety, and hide under their towers for now. They're just, again, looking to slow the game down, but they need to be careful because they don't want to give up too much of the jungle in the meantime.
Especially that's a key spell here being expended by Siri on towards the Shoya here, not having the flash against the likes of a Maestro Nui, against the likes of a Charlotte, puts you in a not so favorable position as a marksman here. So look at the engage
they find it, they get Inua, they get the pick off. He was just waiting around in the brush, and that is something that Gen.G cannot do. I mean, they're down a member at this point, 25 more seconds before the Shadow Tyrant is going to be up. But Gen.G now on, dare I say, a little bit on a defensive streak here.
I think both teams are just actively finding these key catches to find that lead for their team going into the shadow objectives here. But this time, it was Inua finding the short end of the stick here, and Kyung9 paying the respect that he needs to and executing it flawlessly this time. So right now, we see Nongshim RedForce starting off this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they're looking to start, but Gen.G are very aware. They have two members in the bottom lane. That Tyrant about the halfway. The Searing Stab on, but Rock is going to dash back. The Tyrant will be leashed back into his lair. Rock just playing around. That mobility is unreal. Nongshim, they want their own Azure Golem before they go for this. The Searing Stab, the Umbrella Offers right on top of this. The Tyrant is getting very low, but the pickoff has already happened. Haku's already actually been killed, but he sacrifices his life for the Tyrant. Gets the crucial kill stop, but Gen.G finding Siri and two other members. 4 members down from Nongshim.
And that's just game coming in from Gen.G. Rock finding that key. Decisive backline flank. Silencing Siri. Silencing Illusion. And right now they're looking to bring this game to a equal 1-1 scoreline as Fate is the final members here for the taking.
Yeah, they just have way too much damage, and it looks like they're gonna take a game to Gen.G back into the series. We're gonna turn this one into a best of 5, essentially.
Yeah, best of 5 into a best of 7. We are in it for a long series, ladies and gentlemen. Teams duking it out back and forth here. And I gotta say, Rock on that Luna was indestructible, and he was finding so much jungle control over Haku in that matchup.
He was just farming like crazy. He was just so fat in that regard. He was just like doing so much damage. He jumps in, pretty much somebody's getting deleted, right? No one's surviving that, so they're going to really struggle in that sense. But Haku tried to go in. I don't know if that was really the right play, especially just, it was just a Shadow Tyrant at like the 14-minute mark. It didn't seem like that was the time to go all in. It seemed more like, hey, we're not in position. We should probably play a little bit safer. Look for the late game again.
Look for the late game again, probably give away the Shadow Tyrant, allow Siri to get that flash back up here, but in the end, it was really Rock to find those backline assassinations, whereby Haku has already sacrificed himself for that Shadow Tyrant that you mentioned, right? So it puts the team into a 4v5, no front line, no beefy boy, and that's just leave the end of the story here coming in for the Shoyu and Lady Zin.
Yeah, if you're looking at the KDAs here, I mean, Haku 333, not great. Kung9 also dying 143, dying a decent number. Monto with some serious damage. I mean, 622 really set up by the rest of Rock and Inua, just being on the front lines, always constantly just harassing and harrying everybody.
I think this game really, we gotta give props towards Gen.G's crew. All those unbridled outbursts that he was finding was so darn beautiful in setting up the success story coming in from Gen.G in all these team fight attempts, right? It was always in finding multiple members with that unbridled outburst, setting up his team for all these team fight wins.
Yeah, and a lot was committed in that regard. But Gen.G, if we're looking at the draft, that's a pretty big commitment. Clue is great on the Zhangfei, definitely one of his best. Inua on the Mai, Rock on the Luna. You know, you're seeing a lot of good heroes to ensure that they have, you know, they take game 2. That was a huge commitment, though, by them.
It was indeed a huge commitment, and so far in that entire game, when we talk about the jungle matchup being featured on towards Haku and also the likes of Rock, you can see this game, when Rock was in total control, the game was just a smooth cruise coming in from Gen.G from start to finish.
Yeah, and looks like the MVP is going to go Monto. His kills were definitely adding up, though that damage also, that 30%, quite high. We knew that he was going to be quite good on this Chano, but MVP level, well-deserved by Monto here.
I think well-deserved indeed, even though that he was getting hit by all these wild rounds in lane, but he still had a very good recovery phase, finding those key moments and correct positioning to really solidify himself for that MVP title here. But we can see it wasn't an easy early game here, but all these unbridled outbursts coming in from Clue really sealed the deal for them in this game. But this is one of those rare moments coming in from Kyung9, finding that beautiful engage on towards the backline.
So Kyung9, he's kind of got like him and Haku are kind of very similar. They're trying to force the issue a bit, but it seems like the rest of the team, I mean, the team is following up. You have Siri with that damage, then it makes sense. But it seems like they're just like this dynamic duo trying to force it more than anything else. And they're isolating themselves because they're so far ahead from the rest of the team where the team can't really help support.
Yeah, that just goes back to the draft, right? You don't have a proper front line to peel for the Shouyue. That leaves the Shouyue in a position whereby the Luna gets direct access towards the backline, and to punish this Luna is so darn difficult if you don't melt her in a one series combo here. But that's game number 2 coming in for Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. We will go to a short break before we come into game number 3.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Well, we were back from a short break, and it's not a full series if you're not watching against Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. Right now, the series is tied 1-1 in a best of 7 series here. So as we move into a best of 7, more of these picks will be automatically banned by the global ban pick rules.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting, and that's the best part about this best of 7. The global ban pick adds so much, dynamicism to this. I can barely say that word, but yes, it really helps because it just provides so much. How deep the players have in terms of hero pools, it's got to be key. The fact that they're like pulling out the Shoyu, the Yao, picks that like you don't really see because of the fact that they know that come game 5 and 6, they need to be loaded for bear. They need to have some of those great heroes.
And so far, we have yet to see any of these teams pull out the early pick here. And once again, Nongshim RedForce back to the red side, Gen.G Esports back towards the blue side here. The third time in this series, same side, same methods here. And I'm interested, what are they going to ban? They ban out the Maestro Nui away from Illusion.
Actually, this is something that was kind of coming up in the series yesterday between these two teams, is that Nongshim really struggled when they went for blue, right? I think it was more like the draft where they didn't want to show Haku's pick early, right? And you saw the series earlier where when they went up against Scarz, they were not afraid. But going up against Gen.G, who seem to have the right counter picks for whatever you're picking, they want to pick last in that sense. So they're looking more for that late game, and so this is why that red side has been something that they want.
I feel like it's also a priority towards the likes of Siri as well, because so far Siri in today's series, his laning pick has been phenomenal against the likes of Monto. But yes, Monto did extremely well in that later stages of the game. But if we were to only look in that laning stage, Siri, so far, he's been a match in most of these games.
Yeah, he's done great. I think that for me, I mean, it's just 2 games, and you're only, it's 1-1. But for me, all eyes right now have got to be on Haku. I think some of the decision-making that he's had thus far have been questionable. He's putting his team at a bit of a disadvantage at times because he's looking to just kind of make the action happen. And sometimes you're putting your team in a bad spot when you go down like that.
It does put them in a pretty dark and heavy spot here, but Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce, they're swapping get draft quite a bit here. It's not about the junglers, it's not about the mid laners nor the farm laners, it's about the clash laners here. Guan Yu and Dharma locked in for both of our KME's best 2 top laners.
Yeah, and it looks like some of the, dare I quote-unquote, not as great heroes, like the Marco Polo, definitely not one of the best farm laners out there, but something that, Monto will be able to play, but this might be a game where they're kind of willing to kind of not give up some of those best heroes now.
Hey, if it's the time now, it's the time now for them to pick the Zhuangzi here, because there's a Dharma, there's a Zhang Fei here. You deny the Zhuangzi away, you cancel out the multiple CC coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce here. So for Nongshim, they pick up the Gen.G here, a very good lane counter against Marco Polo due to that early prowess that Gen.G can bring towards that table.
Yeah, and it's going to be great for them. A nice counter pick to the counter picks of Gen.G, right? I mean, you're talking about the Zhang Fei and the Dharma already. Most of those stuns, I mean, Zhuangzi, okay, we'll just shake those off. We'll just continue on, move on with our lives, so to speak. So it's going to be annoying to deal with. Nongshim need to understand, like, how to cast the spells. They don't want to be stacking them right on top of one another. They probably want more of a bit of a gap in that sense.
That gap might be filled by the potential last pick junglers here, because as the pool goes deeper, we're starting to see more jungle bans here being emphasized on our players here like Haku and also Rock. You have the likes of the Musashi, Pei, the Luna, and potentially maybe another Ogren that's going to be banned out here, but it will be the Agudo here. So for Nongshim RedForce, potentially they might pick up the Ogren here.
Yeah, potential. It definitely could be opening up, but I like the fact that Nongshim are like, hey, we have last pick. We're definitely not going to be picking the jungler with this pick now, so we don't want to ban too many junglers out there. So Gen.G, on the other hand, they seem to know that, the same thing, that Nongshim are not going to pick the jungler here. They're going to have first pick at 1, so they've been banning out some of the heroes that, again, they played, as well as, the Haku special of the Agudo.
The Agudo and Gen.G combination right now, it's not the great goods. They already have the Zhuangzi here. Will they go to the extent of putting Zhuangzi towards mid lane? That will be pretty insane here for the side of Gen.G.
They've pump faked this before. I know that Clue likes to just play around at times. They have shown this before, but I don't think that they're going to lock this in. I think that they're just, it's the 4D chess, if you will. But the Hanshin, that looks like it's going to be a real hero. The Xiao, a good, nice little supporting mid laner with a lot of utility that kind of creates that space.
So Xiao Xiao is also a late game insurance for side of Gen.G Esports, along with the Hanshin, to really become this double spear towards the late game. Very strong late game damage here coming in from Gen.G Esports for Nongshim RedForce. However, it really relies on Nua in that late game, where the early game falls towards the Gen.G and Ogren combination that they might just lock in a short moment.
it looks like they're going to go with the Ogren to kind of lock this in. But Rock on the Hanshin, I know that we haven't seen too much of Hanshin's play, but Rock is an absolute maestro on this hero. He's able to farm. He's able to use that mobility. He's going to be like what he did in that last game with Luna, right? He's going to be all over the place, making things difficult where, you know, the rest of the guys can fight 4 versus 5 elsewhere, but Hanshin is the real play. He's going to be split pushing.
He's going to be split pushing. He's going to be that key assassin in finding Nua towards the backline here. So it comes down to yet another thing that we need to be looking at. Gen.G, you have the Hanshin and Guan Yu for the backline assassination. On towards the members like Illusion, Haku, or even Siri. For some Nongshim RedForce, you have a lot of pressure here because they drafted a Zhuangzi as their 4th here.
And for me, it's like about this Ogren, right? I think Haku is going to be the guy to kind of look out for. The Gen.G, you're talking about the fact that it has a better early to mid game. You need that space. You need that advantage. Whatever sort of edge you can get. I think that we've seen the Ogren really fall off, not have the greatest of times because he's playing from behind. He's not that tanky dude. He needs items before he's really that tanky guy.
Yeah, so the same thing that you mentioned like back in the previous series whereby Ogren was the bread and butter coming in from Nongshim RedForce, but seemingly Haku's performance on this pick hasn't been the best consistency we've seen so far. Coming into this best of 7, he will need to bring that consistency that he has always found from HOKS3, from KME Spring to this final series of today.
Yeah, it's about the farm, man. Somebody needs just to tell him, hey, just hold the fort, man. Just consistently farm. You get those like late game items. We don't need to force the issue. We have the wave clear to extend the game as much as possible. We'll try to take as much of the farm as possible in the sense that, like, you know, Haku will be funneled that farm, but you gotta stay alive more than anything else.
Staying alive is the key thing when you are looking for farm, because when you're dead, all that goal is just going to someone else's pockets, sacrificing towards turret, which is not what you want to be seeing here, but that's just us talking and yapping. This is game number 3 between Gen.G Esports and Nongshim RedForce in the best of 7 grand finals.
Yeah, look at how Gen.G looking to take some of those boars. Haku's like, no, those are mine, but he does have the attempt with that Honey Sweet Breeze, looking to go for that steal. Inua just being a little bit of a nuisance with his Zhao early.
And talking about early game, Faye has already stolen away the camp here coming in from Gen.G's Monto here, so denying one of a key jungle resource here from the hands of a Marco Polo here. But Cavalry is here, but Faye does have the smite, does secure away his all spike POVs.
Yeah, this is why you bring the smite. I mean, he doesn't really need those other common spells. He has a lot of utility already, but that smite just adds on so much. And Gen.G contributed, like they moved over Inua, trying to steal away that spike tail. It's all about the little edges, and that the fact that they rotated, but they didn't really get anything, that's got to be like a feels bad man.
Yeah, so feels bad, man. It's like, I made my way all towards the bottom lane here just for Faye to press that smite button, and to add insult into injury, they further lose that fire beak towards the bottom lane here. So in towards this early game, you can start to see all these jungle resources funnel towards Siri. You need this Gen.G to amp up the tempo so that this bottom tower goes down quick against Monto.
Yeah, Siri needs to have a great game. I think that that's going to be the, that bottom lane limit as much as Monto. Monto really needs a bit of a late game, needs more time to really come online. And if Siri is able to just be really this like frontliner that just kind of takes away, makes it uncomfortable for Monto, he's going to really struggle. But it looks like First Blood potentially going the way. No, Kung9, he's going to flash away to safety.
But wow, so much burst damage here coming in from Rock and Inua here, almost eliminating Kung9 from existence here. Has to burn the flash, and once again, Haku, buddy, you're dangerously low, and your Crimson Golem might be in danger.
Yeah, it needs to be very, very careful. And this is where Haku kind of scares me at times. Obviously, he's a much better Ogren player than I will ever be, or any player in any regard, any role, any hero than I. But he does sometimes go a little bit aggressive and gets out of position.
Out of position is a strong word, right, coming in from Haku. I feel like he's overconfident, and that leads to some of his demise here going into these team fights, especially that early towards mid-game mark. So finding the consistency, finding the gold here, staying on top of the gold chart will be what Haku needs to do on this Ogren pick here, because so far, if this Ogren does fall behind, I am afraid that the same thing will happen in that game number 2, whereby Rock is just putting so much pressure in Haku's jungle.
I don't think he's going to be able to keep pace with Rock. Rock is a very good jungler. He's so efficient. And on that Nongshim, with just so much speed and mobility to just continue to just take over the map, it's going to be a struggle, right? He's already just making his way around. Yes, Haku is there in terms of level, but the big piece, of course, this 4-minute tyrant here.
4-minute tyrant, and look at towards the bottom side tower here. It's already going to a very minimal health bar here. 1 or 2 more of these minion waves crashing in, and we might just see first tower goes in favor of Nongshim RedForce clans here. But we see Inuwa and Rock camping for Haku. Once you come in for this wave, you will be exploded immediately.
Yeah, Haku knew Rock was right there, so he was just going to make sure that he doesn't go out of position. Take this mid wave, which is going to be key. Right? Haku is the guy. He needs to get all that farm. Dare I say, even more so than Siri in this game.
I have to agree with you. So if this Ogren does fall behind, it goes back to the same issue that we discussed about during the pick and bans. It makes him super squishy, and a squishy Ogren is what you do not want in these games because he does not do anything. He's just like a roaming sandbag for Monto or anyone to punch their frustrations.
Yeah, but a lot of people are frustrated in this game, so I can see he'd be a juicy target in that sense. But Haku, again, he needs to stay off the map. For him, he's been way too aggressive, fighting when he doesn't really have the items. If anything, they just need to again, slow him down. Make sure that he's playing the game within the game.
Yeah, so far he's been doing a good job, right? Ever since that first about 2 minutes whereby his red buff got countered, but crucial kill theft here coming in from Rock here secures the steal on the Tyrant yet again.
So Haku, buddy, you need to go for that smite no matter what. And Rock just right under his noses just steals that one, takes that one away, and the top T1 is taken as well. So Gen.G finding the gaps with those steals and really taking it to Nongshim now.
And that goal lead you can see is starting to go in favor of Gen.G. 0-0 in terms of scoreline, but due to the efficiency of Rock on this Nongshim, you can start to see a 1,000 goal lead already being generated by the game changers.
Yeah, the absolute game changers, living up to their name. And Rock is already in the bottom lane. He's got the level advantage. It's slight, but he, understanding that it's going to provide even more space for Monto to take that potential bottom T1. The rich will get richer thus far.
Rich to get richer, that is the motto of a Hansen. Once you get gold, you get the Azure gold, and you start pacing the map even further here. But look towards the mid lane here as a potential fight might break through, but both of these two teams, they are cautious. They do not want to pick a losing fight here, but Faye might be caught in position.
Yeah, Faye, not a great one. Leaping Saber to safety. He dodges a Honey Sweet Breeze, so he's going to be fine in that sense. But Gen.G, they're doing a great job. Like, Rock, remember how you're talking about the poking and prodding in game 1? Rock is doing the same thing. He has that mobility to get back to safety as well, but he's forcing the issue where Nongshim are very uncomfortable.
See, even without the presence of Rock, they're just like, okay, Haku, we're looking at you. You're not going to be farming so happily ever after. We're just going to look at you dead into the eye, whereby these little objectives will be contested in all points. If we look at the top side.
The Umbrella Uppers a little off the mark, and Wawa tried to go in solo, but Siri makes him pay, and they get first blood off the ambitious assault by Wawa there. Oh, they got the Stampede. They're going to continue on. No, Faye's going to back off the Annihilation. Not going to connect on the Monto. And they need to be a bit careful in that sense. But Nongshim making them pay. And that's going to be turn the tides in favor of Nongshim, at least for now. They're still a little bit behind in that net worth. But that definitely helped Nongshim's.
That was so close coming in for the side of Monzo here. One more token coming in from Siri would put him in the gray screen as well here. But really ambitious attempt here coming in from Wawa. What was he thinking jumping on Siri like that?
I mean, if the rest of the team was there, I think it was just a little bit too early. He needs to time that a little bit better. Obviously, easier said than done at times, but the rest of the squad from Gen.G were looking to go. It didn't seem like they were all on the same page, though, but now here comes Rock trying to find him. The Umbrella Outburst used it yet again, and they're doing some serious work on the Clue. A couple more shots, but the heroic charge living up to that name, and Wawa saves Clue as he goes in, but the Stampede, Faye continuing to chase, and now Haku is going to look to join. He's got the tether onto Wawa, but he doesn't really have the damage to do enough to kill Wawa here.
So much spells exchanges here coming in from both of these two teams. None of them want to give an inch of effort or space towards the enemy team here, but the jungle will still be in control of Rock on this Nongshim here. The superior mobility coming in from this pick is so darn hard to control if you're on Nongshim RedForce, because you don't have solid CC to lock down this Nongshim.
Yeah, you don't really have much. So you need to kind of let him go. Plus, when you do lock him in, you have the butterfly effect from Clue. So it's going to largely negate most of that CC. Right now, Gen.G are looking to just fight 4 versus 5, provide space for Rock to split push as much as possible. Nongshim need to start thinking about that death ball at some point.
And all this gold is being funneled towards Siri on this Gen.G here. So, wait, hold on a minute as Rock goes in.
Yeah, Siri, though, he's going to be pushed back by that heroic charge, and Siri gets picked off. Rock with that damage. The annihilation is on point, but it doesn't actually kill anybody. And now they're on the run, covering the retreats. Monto's there with that resplendent revolver.
But we just said that all the gold is on Siri, and he gets blown apart immediately by the attempt here coming in from Rock and also Wawa here. So they know if they were to shut down Siri, all the gold coming in from Nongshim RedForce will go down in the drain here. And so far, it's proving to me that Gen.G, their game plan and draft is superior so far.
Yeah, they're doing very well in that sense. Understanding who needs to die. Siri has been that guy. Like, following up with Haku, Haku's been the tank, but Siri's been the damage dealer. And taking out Siri is going to open up the avenue in terms of just that net worth lead, which is starting to get a little out of hand. It's about 3.5 at this point.
3.5k pre-10 minutes is a very big market. Oh, 2.5 here. So if you're Gen.G, you're probably thinking 2 steps ahead as of this point. How do you further lock Siri down on this Gen.G? And towards the late game, who's gonna limit Illusion in all these team fights? Because he's blown up almost entirely right now.
Yeah, it gets spaced in, and it all started with Rock. It was the poking and prodding. It's like game 1 reversed in that sense. Illusion thought he was safe, but the chase back, and now Monto getting a little bit aggressive himself with that Fever Barrage, and now Nongshim trying to hold this 4 versus 5 without Illusion. This is a tough ask.
I feel like I'm at fault here because just now I was praising Siri with all the gold, and he gets bopped by Rock. And later on, I was praising Illusion for the late game, and he got bopped by Rock. I'm telling you, the players can hear me, man.
Yeah. It is definitely your fault, and they can find you online at Sagi HOK. Please do come after him. He seems to be a bad luck charm for you guys.
Hey man, if I'm the bad luck charm for Nongshim RedForce, it means I'm the good luck charm for Gen.G. I'm just kidding. It's just Gen.G playing super duper.
Somebody wants a jersey.
Somebody wants a jersey. It's gotta be me, but of course, it means that Gen.G is playing super duper well, marking the targets that they have to. And so far, even after using the butterfly effect, you can see they're very quick on the retreat, not allowing Kyung9 to find those miraculous plays on that Dharma thus far.
They've done a great job. The vision score has been unreal for them. And look at this guy, Clue, so upfront. Like how is Faye gonna deal with this? He's so annoying, and now Siri's there, and Rock potentially threatening, and Siri has to be a little bit worried as he's already at half. He is definitely within striking distance.
Definitely within striking distance. You can probably think about it. If he's in token range, auto attack range, you best believe a Xiao Xiao boomerang is gonna be straight strong and thrown towards your face, just like a poke and prod that you mentioned here. So it's a very difficult situation here coming in from Siri in this late game.
Yeah, and this is the moment Kyung9 has to formlessness back to safety. And now Nongshim right now on the defensive. We knew that late game was kind of be where they're going to be at, but I don't know if they're going to see one, especially with Rock doing as much damage as he's doing.
But look at Faye's position here. He's looking for a big flank on towards the backline here. He doesn't find anyone.
Oh, he doesn't find anyone, and now he's on the retreat. Nongshim are not finding anything. They're swinging, and they are missing quite a bit.
They're missing quite a bit, and that does open
Haku, he gets going on. Oh, he tries to go, but the Blood Rage looking to turn. That's the Conductor of Souls, but now the Fever Barrage right on top. Monto with the play, and Haku is down. The Annihilation has been expended. The Overlord is only at half life. Kyung9 just pushing Wawa away, but Gen.G seem to have found yet another avenue of attack.
3-1 in terms of scoreline, but in the end, it's the gold lead that matters here. With superior control over the map here, Gen.G is standing tall, 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, definitely up with that 5,000 gold lead, but taking down Haku has been the biggest thing, right? He's down for 5 more seconds. Right now, Gen.G looking to continue on with this assault. Kyung9 is solo. The rest of Nongshim are here, though.
So Nongshim is here, but that's bad news coming in from the side of Nongshim. RedForce here, no flash on towards the Dharma here means that no miracle plays on towards that high ground here. Things are looking so grim for the boys in red.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, it's great that the game is extended for Haku to get his time for farm, but now you're talking about the farm laners, right? Monto and Siri. I mean, the Marco Polo is going to be really next level. He's going to start hitting like a truck. It's not going to be easy for Siri.
It's not going to be easy, especially so many of these spells are starting to really outrange you. Anyone on towards the Xiaoqiao Monto with the Resplendent Revolver here. Your Siri here, you're so stressed out with all these attempts here, especially against the likes of all these long-range spells.
A lot of long-range spells, and plus the butterfly effect is another thing that they just are really annoyed with. It seems like Clue is just kind of like scanning around, but nobody really wants to jump in because they can negate most of this. They go to the top lane, Rock doing some serious work on that top T3 with those vanguards, and they're going to do a little bit, but they're going to be retreating now.
And when they retreat, they bring in all the waves in towards their pocket, the jungle resources in towards their pockets here, further putting Haku behind in this jungle matchup here, and then they return to their own river, securing this Shadow Tyrant once again.
Yeah, and just to show how dire the situation is right now, Nongshim, Haku is not even level 15. You have 4 members of, Gen.G that are level 15, and now the Umbrella Outburst used defensively in terms of the retreats. Yes, they'll keep the T3s alive, but they are holding on for how much longer?
How much longer here can they hold? Can they really allow Illusion to go towards that late game that they desperately need? Or will this upcoming push from the side of Gen.G put the nail in towards the coffin of this game number 3? Because so far, they're looking so dominant with their approach.
Rock looking to go in, dives over the wall, finds Siri though. He's gonna have to be back, and he gets picked off, Siri with that damage, and now they're looking to turn this. Inua's gonna be killed as well, and Nongshim might have found an opening off of the misplay by Rock there.
A misplay from Rock here gets punished by Siri and Illusion, and following up is Kyung9 finding that key engage play on towards Inua. That does put them back on towards the map here. What can they regain control with? Because there's no Shadow Overlord, there's no objective for them to take. They do invade the jungle coming in from Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, they're not getting a whole lot much. I mean, they're invading the enemy jungle. There's no tower in the top lane, and that mid T1 is still standing strong. So now they're looking to just kind of force the issue and taking the top T3. This is going to be a very ambitious one at best, especially since Rock is up at this moment. But without those towers, the catapult is there instantly taken down by Monto, and now they have to retreat yet again because Rock is on the table.
Rock is on the table here. They have to retreat here, but do they give the control over this Shadow Overlord here? They are still 5,000 in deficit against their opponents here. But Gen.G, they have to walk into a dark map here. Where is Kyung9?
Yeah, they're looking for Wawa too on the side. Kyung9 is finding him, and they're looking to just turn this. The Ferali form has been used, but Rock shows up, and he actually has to dash away. Needs to be careful. Haku is so low with that annihilation. Haku has to run. Inu has been picked off, but Haku gets sliced down by Rock. They make him pay, and Wawa on the backside finding yet another with Illusion.
Illusion and Haku are the victims of this exchange. Inua does fall down as well, but still, Nongshim RedForce riding the wins with Siri here as he has the ultimate carry potential in this game. If Nongshim RedForce even wants to have a potential in this final game tree.
Look at that net worth, man, from the Nongshim side. Siri with 13.3. Yes, he's doing a lot, but Rock with 14.3 himself. Kyung9 is in second with 10.8, and Haku has been struggling. I mean, he's only died, that was his second death, but 9.3 net worth. He doesn't really have much. He is a, super elite minion at best.
He's a walking sandbag coming in for the side of Monto and also Rock here, but if he can find those key ultimates here, he can also still be a very beefy front line for Monto and Inua to really take time to take down. That buys a lot of time for Siri in all these attempts here, but we have to see how they approach with cautious here for Gen.G. The last time they did this, they were punished heavily by Siri and also Illusion.
Yeah, definitely punished on this one. And I mean, just seeing this game and how things are, like the pace is being dictated and the farm that you're seeing from Rock, this guy is literally 1 of 1 on the Hanshin. Like, he is just so good on it. You got to put so much respect, like literally carrying this team, and the rest of the team is helping and supporting, but it's all because of the space being provided by Rock.
It reminds me of Clean's performance on Hanshin back in KW 2025 is very similar in terms of playstyle, where he's just going in for all these resources and he's finding those key backline pokes to force them away from doing DPS that allows his team to push it even further up front.
Yeah, we don't talk about KWC teams, or sorry, we don't talk about KMW teams on this broadcast. I just want to be very clear. We don't waste our time with that. Those scrubs, you know? Who knows where they're at, the KM worst. But, you know, all jokes aside, yeah, there's definitely going to be some similarities as they carry them on. But, you know, getting to that point, like, you need some sort of best case scenario. You model your play around certain players at times to kind of really level up. But then at a certain moment, you need to make it your own.
Making it your own, that's why practices are so important here. Just like what we saw so far from Nongshim RedForce in that game number 1, where they really brought out that Sun Bin to counteract against Gen.G. But we're playing in a best of 7 series. We have the ultimate global ban pick here, so more games go down the line here and more picks will be up and available and become viable in a long stretch of a series.
Yeah, it's going to be potentially long at this point. I mean, we knew that it was going to go the distance. Both of these teams evenly matched. Really comes back to the draft more than anything else. Obviously, execution is being key, but it seems like that slight edge from the draft more than makes up for it and has really helped the teams along.
Hey, the game's not over yet, and Nongshim RedForce, they've been finding some trade-offs in all these exchanges, and so far they are looking that they are having much more control compared to 5 minutes before, due to the fact that Rock did somehow give a bit of an edge back towards the pockets of Nongshim RedForce with that desperate attempt towards the high ground.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to figure out a way to deal with Rock's Hanshin. Like, I don't know, they don't really have the catch. Maybe they get a little bit lucky with like an illusion annihilation or some sort of bombardment onto him, but catching him out, like Rock has done such a great job of picking his fights.
He's been very good at the poking department, like you mentioned, stacking his passive on towards the sideline here, using his spell 2 to dive towards the enemy, getting those pokes and immediately retreating and repeating that process. So if you're Siri, if you cannot land that golden token on towards his face, you will just see this pesky Hanshin coming in, out, and just bidding you goodbye every time he sees you.
Yeah, he just can, I mean, have his way with him almost, right? He's getting to that point. So it's really more on the rest of the team to ensure that Siri stays alive. You know, Haku needs to do a better job of somehow getting himself back into this game because they're really struggling. They need Haku to be Haku, who had some of the most kills going into the playoffs here.
It's the form about the junglers as of this point here. Rock definitely needs to suppress Haku like he's doing so far, and Haku needs to find back his form that he has back in Spring, back in S3, and for the side of Gen.G, they're doing a very good job in limiting players like the side of Siri in allowing him to have that access towards that late game they want.
Yeah, it's all about that late game though, but are they getting there? Are they able to find a way to crack into this armor? This death ball has been rough, right? You have the Guan Yu, the Wawa, potential jump in, Jia Qiao, who's been super annoying, Inua with those honey sweet breezes, and then you have the Zhuangzi from Clue, like with the butterfly effect. So it's not an easy task. Monto's been more than happy with all that space that's being provided. He's gonna do some serious damage.
They will do some serious damage, especially when we talk about the likes of Illusion, right? He's still one of the key players here to look out for from the side of Nongshim RedForce, because so far, yes, he's been limited by Rock on the Hanshin, but going into the later stages of the game, whereby if one person makes that one little mistake, that will really cause a game deciding shift, the shift of tempo. The winds of war will shift towards a different player, right? So moving on, Illusion will play a much more bigger factor in that late game department.
It's going to be on him, right? Is Gen.G able to find Illusion, right? And Illusion will be far back. It's not going to be an easy task to find him, but they have a lot of mobility. They have ways to get on top of you, especially with Rock being very fearless. But it looks like the pause is over. We're going to resume the game. We're going to go back into this one. Of course, 17 minutes in. This has not been looking good for Nongshim here.
It's not looking good, and right now, with Gen.G Esports securing that Shadow Overlord, the first big beefy dragon will march through that mid lane here. What's the call here, Nongshim RedForce? How are you going to defend this?
Wave clear, right? Just extend the game, give Siri and Haku a little bit more time. Yes, you're going to be slowly suffocated, and you're down about 5k, which is not going to be great, but Haku's still the guy. Like, you're fighting 4 versus 5 because he's not online yet.
Yeah, he's definitely not online as of this point here, but he's slowly working towards that voice staff here. Once he does accomplish it, he will do even more damage to the likes of Clue, Monto, and Wawa, who has already completed their Succubus Cloak of their own, right? So give more time to this Nuo, and maybe, just maybe, Nongshim RedForce can make the late game dream happen.
Yeah, but I mean, Illusion is a little bit behind as well. 9.4, like literally a 4th lowest in this game in terms of net worth. I think it's still, you know, about that now. If you're going to funnel into anybody, Siri's obviously the guy. Kyung9 is finding his own already. But Haku is, again, the guy. He needs to be in these fights. Figure out a way for him to be that front liner, because Gen.G are just making a beeline for all the squishies in the back end.
We'll have to see, right? We'll have to see whether they can really generate much more time, because 1 more minute, it will be the Tempest Dragon spawn in this game number 3 here. So can Nongshim RedForce realistically pull off a miraculous comeback, or we will see Gen.G riding the momentum into game number 4 here? But still, game is really close as of this point as we march towards 20-minute mark. Goal lead is not really an issue after this point.
Definitely not an issue, right? The Tempest Dragon with that buff and those Vanguards will be key on this one. But the way that Gen.G are moving around the map, all 3 lanes constantly being pressured, there's no space, and they have the ability to get away if you do decide to go out of your base like Nongshim are looking to do. But that Tempest Dragon, it's all about that bottom lane, because that's, again, if they fight at the Tempest Dragon, the bottom lane is very vulnerable for a Rock to just end the game.
But that's the fortunate part coming in from Nongshim RedForce, right? The high ground that they drop is at the top side. So at the very least, this Tempest Dragon, they still can rotate efficiently towards that Tempest Dragon if they need to. Imagine this is on the flip side. That could be so huge coming in from Gen.G to really limit the approach coming in from Nongshim. However, we see Haku already starting off the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, because he saw that Wawa and Rock were in different lanes. They're looking to burn this down as quickly as possible, and they're potentially going Faye with a potential Umbrella Outburst if he's able to time this one properly. But now they're looking to go for this one, but they found Inua. The Tempest Dragon has been taken by Faye. He smites it, he gets that play, and they're going to get Wawa as well. And what a great play by Nongshim, and being able to bounce back, but they still have 3 members of Gen.G to claw through.
But still, Gen.G with the superior minion control, they send the minions in and they take down the final 2 high grounds here. Nongshim with the 60 seconds with these Tempest Dragons, they need to at least salvage some high grounds from Gen.G to equalize that minion pressure.
I mean, they could need to start. This mid T1 goes down very quickly. They want more than this. Wawa's down for another 12 or more seconds, but Inua being back up, they're going to lose 2 towers in the mid lane. Kyung9 is in the bottom to salvage that, but they don't have any T3s. Their base has been opened up.
Their base so far is in a pickle right now. It's a barren base like we always mentioned here. If Gen.G can survive these final few pushes coming in from the Tempest Dragon here, things will look so darn horrible for Nongshim RedForce in terms of that map movement.
This might be it. This is their moment. The Tempest Vanguards are here. They need to take these T3s. They need to equalize, but here comes Rock on the back, finding him, finding Illusion as well as Siri. They take them both down. That's a double kill. And the Sage's Sanctuary onto Rock. He's looking to turn. The Umbrella Outburst has been used as well. But now Kyung9 with the truth, he goes in. Sage's Sanctuary onto Monto, looking to turn this yet again. But now with Kyung9 on the run, it looks like they have 3 members still standing. Rock is up, but he's so low, and it looks like they've gotten as much as they can, but they didn't take any of the T3s.
That was so darn close here coming in from both teams here. Even though Rock found that key decisive assassination on towards Illusion and Siri, the team fight was so close. Kyung9 and Haku was finding the key members here, annihilating Wawa, forcing Inua, Monto to back off to safety here. So that could have been anyone's team fight.
Yeah, this is a moment where you always have to be very careful if you're Nongshim. You're looking to siege, but your backline is always vulnerable. If you don't know where Rock is, he's looking to dive, getting that perfect angle. And Illusion and Siri, this is a scary moment. The calls are literally calling from inside the house.
inside the house, like, where's Rock? Where's Rock? And the moment they see Rock, you're already gone from the map here. But it's 23 minutes on the clock right now. Everybody on the court, it's almost full items, including the roamers here. So this final fight, lots of Sage Sanctuary are on cooldown here. So we will be looking at the 20th minute mark upgraded items.
And now, look at this. The top lane will push in favor of Gen.G. The mid is equalized. The bottom one will push again in favor of Gen.G as well. But the Tempest Dragon, this is going to be key. Rock deciding to go in a little bit. Maybe to bait something out by Faye. He's not going to fall for that.
At the very least, Nongshim RedForce, they still have Illusion. The emergence will send them back towards the safety here as we see. Gen.G, the moment this Tempest Dragon spawns, they know Nongshim will bear their fangs because they cannot wait.
Yeah, they're looking to go this. They're going to start this one each time. They have Smite as well. And now the Unbridled Outburst. Inuo goes with the passive. And now with the knockup, but they actually find Inuo, but the Tempest Dragon is going to be picked off the top lane. And the mid lane is going to be there. They find Rock. He's going to be picked off. But now Illusion's going to be killed. And they're looking to end the game. Gen.G are going for the crystal. And they do take game 3.
What a way of ending game 3. It was looking so good for Gen.G until Nongshim made that comeback. But in the end, it was Monto. It was Clue riding the wave towards the mid lane and finding the game-winning push.
That play at the very, very end, the heads-up play, the macro, the lanes, it's always about the minion waves. You got to be super careful. Illusion was the last man. He's like, guys, I need help, I need help. And the call for reinforcements, too late. Nobody was there to get them in time. Things were looking good. They took the Tempest Dragon, they took Inuo, but it was all just a bait. They really wanted the base in the end.
I feel like from the start of the Tempest Dragon, it was already in Gen.G's game plan to be like, okay, Inuo, go in, stop whatever recalls that are available coming in from Nongshim's side. Make sure that they cannot come back even if they got that Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, just what a great game there by Gen.G, but things got a little dicey if I'm going to be completely honest. Going in, they lost 2 Tempest Dragon, but they won the game. It's all about the wave management, understanding where you need to do. I mean, Rock, he was 4-2-2, but his impact was felt throughout this entire game.
He was always there finding those key assassinations on towards the marksman and also the mage coming in from Nongshim RedForce. So the entirety of that lead was really due to the fact that Gen.G built this mountain in that early game and mid game, which really allowed them to pull all 3 high grounds here coming in from Nongshim RedForce, which eventually led to their demise with a backdoor play.
Yeah, and this is also why, like, not getting that top T3, it was had a sliver of life, and that was the extra push that Gen.G really needed, and it just forced them back. But the MVP, clearly it's got to be Rock here. Just way too much impact. 4-2-2, finding the pickoffs when he needed to. Didn't have the most amount of kills, but he was all over the map. The split pushing was real because of him.
He was the definition of a jungle lord here. He was always on the front end finding all these key moments here, as we can see towards the replay here, going in towards the backline here, poking, using the ultimate here on Rival Spear, backing off, stacking his passive here, just poking and prodding and finding those key opportunities to collect these kills here. And WoW as well, singling out Illusion in all these attempts here. And this was one of those few plays here where Rock finding that key assassination on towards Siri and Illusion.
That was absolute chaos right there. I mean, the Umbrella Outburst on top, but Rock has just been coming out. He kind of mistimes it. If Faye hits that one, they kill Rock there. They potentially just end the game. That's how close things are. Everybody is so low. And look at this mad dash to the end to just finish the game. They had 3 members of Gen.G just looking to close it out. It's like, Tempest Dragon? No, we want your base.
We want your base. You get the Tempest Dragon. We trade it for your base. And that is a crazy game 3 coming in between Nongshim RedForce and Gen.G, with Gen.G leading 2-1 here. But we'll go to a little bit of a break before we go into that game number 4.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the King Major E series here. So far, Holler, that game number 3 between Gen.G and also Nongshim RedForce. Whew, what a way to end the game.
Yeah, what a way to end the game. I mean, I kind of wanted to see these guys go the distance, but after that game, I don't know if I have the stamina to, because that was towards the bitter very end, and just being able to capitalize on, you know, the Tempest Dragon to potentially go and just end the game. So well played by Gen.G, having that hindsight.
Yeah, having that hindsight, having that decision making as a collective hive mind here, they definitely did what they needed to do to pull that game that's slowly going away from their grasp here. But props to Nongshim RedForce as well for putting up a really good fight here. But so far, coming into the game number 4, we are starting to see Nongshim RedForce take on that blue side.
Yeah, they need first pick. I think they need to change things up. They, in terms of this draft right now, Gen.G have gotten the better of them in the past 2 games, pulling out those 2 wins. But now this is a must win. If they're down 1-3, that's going to be a world of hurt. They do not want to be there. They need to equalize in this series here.
1-3 will be a test of their mental state, right? It's not the best location you want to be in, but if you do so happen to be in that state of mind, imagine how happy you will be to pull off that insane reverse sweep here. But that is for later. That is for us to find out. As Gen.G between Nongshim RedForce, they will go into game number 4's draft.
They're able to. I mean, it's the reverse sweep. I always feel like it's the ultimate. You know, it's the ultimate disrespect, right? And be able to turn things around. But I think that it'd be better if the teams are just like, hey, I just want to win 4-2 or whatever, right? And just do it like classic, right? Because it's less heartbreaking. It's you know, less of a mountain to climb, less daunting, if you will.
It is pretty less daunting here, especially we are starting to see Nongshim RedForce pick up that Dolia as the first pick here. So let's imagine some potential combinations here coming in with the Dolia. You have maybe the Elaine, maybe the... What else is available in this draft? The Dune, maybe?
Dune, yeah, that's definitely a potential that they're looking at. But I'm just never really a fan of Haku on the Dune, right?
Oh.
The Neza. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that makes so much more sense if that's the case, yeah. And Nidza is one of those few battle tanks that could really single out Long as one of those low consistent damage DPS marksmen. So having a double ulti Nidza will definitely pack a big punch against Gen.G's lineup here. As Nongshim, they pull out the early as well for Siri here. It's an important game for them.
Yeah, this is a must-win, right? And picking up the Arlie as well as the Neza, this is going to be interesting. But the Jing, it's like they have the counter. They're like, okay, we're going to look to kind of use the Jing, just high-flying around, get to that back line. But, you know, Jing has that mobility, but pick your poison, so to speak, with all these illusions, plus the mirror domain. Like, it's not going to be the easiest thing for Haku to really just focus fire on.
And for Siri, it's actually so darn stressful as well, fighting against a Jing and Dharma in a grand finals best of 7. You know when you bring out the Arlie, you will want to do whatever it takes to back that win here. But in a grand final setting here, ooh, that does look very stressful here.
It looks very stressful indeed. The Soon Bin taken away. A lot of that speed, like that time flux, is going to be super annoying if Gen.G had that. So a very smart ban there. But Gen.G, they're painting out the Mai as well as the Menki. Also potential targets from Nongshim.
Mai, Shenui, and Monkey here. So more of these engaged tools have been locked away from Nongshim. RedForce here. We might be seeing this Nidza potentially going towards the jungle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Actually, they don't really know. As they ban out the Menki, they're kind of like, hey, is this Neza going to be the clash lane? They're kind of just like hedging their bet, so to speak, not really respecting it, thinking that this is going to be in more of a Kyung9 hero than anything else.
And Liu Bang Jing, the delivery system has been locked in for the side of... Oh, this is a Klubang that we are talking about. This is a
yeah.
Rome Liu Bang here. So, interesting enough that they once again pick up this combination here. When they fight against the early, they will always pick up the Jing and Liu Bang to really limit this approach here. But as we mentioned here, seems to us that the potential of the Nidza seems to be going towards the jungle here.
Yeah, it's got to be. With Sansu, you know, Kyung9, that's his specialty. That's his main. So it's going to be interesting. But Gen.G, okay, this Klubang has actually done some serious damage against Nongshim before. He's been able to get those. He does a lot of damage. Plus, he has that potential save when that Jing is looking to go in. You have a lot of opportunities. And even if Neza decides to go on a flightless Lung, that you have that Liu Bang with that Battle for Command, you could turn the tides. So this makes a lot of sense in terms of their picks.
It will make a lot of sense indeed, especially when you list it out like that. So coming to this series, Nongshim RedForce banning out so many of these mid laners here. No more Yixing and default bans of 3 games of mid laners here. That makes it like what, 4 to 5 mages already being banned for Gen.G's anyway here. So what are they lacking here in this final draft?
Dare I say, yeah, okay, Princess Fest.
That makes sense.
Okay, yeah. Just a little bit of more control, a little bit of the stuns, let Inuit just kind of, because Jing, you know, Rock Jing is going to be flying in. Then you have the Princess Frost as like the secondary initiation when those guys start to group up and try to deal with it. So on top of the mirror domain with that Winter is here, it could be a devastating combo.
It will be a devastating combo, especially I love the fact that when they pull out the Jing and Liu Bang, it's like a delivery system whereby Jing goes in, Liu Bang goes in, and then you just form like a heck of a burst damage on the first target that you CC chain with, and Wawa on this Dharma here. So that puts a lot of backline pressure, especially on towards the members on towards Nongshim, like the Xiao Xiao, like the Oli.
This is going to be an interesting game, right? I mean, the Nidza and the Sansu, pick your poison with these big ults that are coming in at you, and then you have a Celestial Melody to further on with this. Yeah, it makes sense on paper. It's definitely more glass cannon type, but do they have enough control to deal with this Jing?
I think the control comes in from the likes of Series Ultimate or potentially Haku using that double Skyfall to really push back the Jing. Only time will tell, because I'm really interested in seeing how Nongshim RedForce pulls out this double ulti Nidza in this game number 4 against Gen.G Esports here. It's still game number 4. We might have 7 games in this best of 7 series.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too, but it really comes. I'm more worried about this Nongshim lineup. They're not as tanky. They have to like execute perfectly when those team fights are happening. Kyung9 needs to stay alive. As Wawa gets the formlessness onto him, he might be dead. The flash forward, the flash away by Kyung9. He gets picked off, and he expended the flash.
This is a key special here coming in for Gen.G here. The Inwa special on the Princess Frost combination. With the Jing, you will send the Princess Frost towards the side lane to ease the pressure here. And the pressure has been loosened up, and the first blood goes over to Inwa's pocket.
Inua didn't even show in the mid lane, right? He just walked up with Wawa, hitting the brush the entire time. It was the perfect ambush. Kyung9 thought it was going to be standard in this game for Gen.G pulling out all the stops.
Pulling out the stops here, securing already an early lead here coming in from Wawa here, and Kyung9, you don't have flash and you're stunned in!
Oh no, he's been stunned yet again with that formlessness, and Kyung9 is in a world of hurt under the tower, doesn't care. They're gonna secure another kill onto Kyung9.
That's just painful here. Inwa with the back-to-back plays, punishing Kyung9 in towards this Clash Lane matchup here, and already, not even 2 minutes, 1,000 gold lead in favor of Gen.G.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Kyung9. But on the Sunsu, you don't really need to just... I mean, you need to stay alive, of course, but you need to keep your tower alive and just sustain, because you're not really about... You're not going to win the one-on-one against the Dharma. Let's be honest. It's more about that boat that's coming in later, come early, mid to early, in the mid of the early game.
But look at this combination here coming in at the engage.
Oh, they find Haku with that mirror domain. They're doing some work, and that boat is going to be used, but Kyung9 is in a bad spot. He's going to be chased as well, but they find Haku, the juicier target. They will be happy, and they have a Frigid Prison onto Faye. He's going to be chased out. It looks like he's going to try to dash away, but he goes down as well. And this game has been all Gen.G.
It's all Gen.G, and Gen.G is relentless with this. The second spawn of the Azure Golem goes into favor of Inwa of all people, and so far Inwa has been the catalyst of all these Gen.G plays.
Not just the rotation, his ability to get those Frigid Prisons off and just locking people down, catching people like the Nongshim team off guard, right? They're not respecting it. They're like sticking around. Yes, they're trying to defend their own jungle, but you got to know where Inua is. He's making a huge, great presence in all of the lanes.
All of the lanes, all of the rotations here. He was the catalyst in towards the Clash lane here, securing 2 kills on towards Kyung9. In towards the river there, he helped out to punish Haku and also Faye here. And so far in this early game already, Gen.G, not a spot you want to be in.
Not a spot at all. I mean, if anything, Siri hasn't died, so I guess that's your silver lining thus far. He hasn't really been focused. As I say that, I'm sure Gen.G are like, oh yeah, we got to focus on Siri. But he needs to be that late game. He needs to stay alive, give themselves a chance. The rest of the guys, you got to just stem the bleeding. You got to stop dying.
And Monto is doing a heck of a good job here, smelling out danger because he does not see illusion at all. He's playing such a patient game of Honor of Kings as a marksman here. What a good discipline displayed by Gen.G's marksman.
And Rock on the prowl, invading, and you have like 3 members of Gen.G in the enemy jungle here. Kyung9 just dealing with the minions, and Haku's gonna potentially walk into this and be like, hey guys, I don't have any jungle creeps.
I don't have any jungle creeps. All my new resources are engaged on right now.
Yeah, the Battlefield Command right on point on this one. He's going to try to go, but Clue's in a bad spot. He needs to be careful. Rock was taking a lot of damage, and that was actually a little dangerous for Gen.G with that mirror domain there.
It was very dangerous here, so Gen.G, they have to back away from this Tyrant attempt here as Rock goes back into the jungle to collect his resources here. But still, 2,500 gold lead with 4 kills up for Gen.G here. It will take a miraculous play here coming from Nongshim to bring themselves back into this game of 4.
I wouldn't count out Nongshim right now. I mean, things are not looking good, but the 4-minute Tyrant hasn't even been taken. It's going to be started now, if anything. But, I mean, with Rock with no smite, they're probably... This is not a full-on commit until it's probably there, because Nongshim waiting in the wings, they might go in. No, they just have so much space, and Gen.G take that as well.
Wow, everything is just going into Gen.G's favor after this point here. Farm, rotations, buffs, objectives all in Gen.G's pockets here. Nongshim, RedForce, they have to find some way to get back into this game, potentially on this series, our only pick that's been unboarded for the entirety of the 5 minutes.
Yeah, Siri's the win condition here, right? He needs to stay alive. Haku, again, he's 1.6 behind Rock, who's made quite an impact, been very aggressive as well, but they're really just like losing on all fronts at this point. But Monto here, this is going to be the moment. Illusion needs to make something happen. Maybe they get some sort of ganging here.
Maybe they get some sort of gang of potential comeback here, but starting to see Monto racking up that damage on towards this rogue here. That flaming form is starting to hit quite a bit, especially on towards Faye.
Rock, with the timers, they know exactly what's going on. They're already in the enemy jungle. Kyung9 is spotting this out and be like, hey, Haku, buddy, your jungle is going to be completely taken out. They're going to use the split creep, or the cut creeps here, the battlefield command, just trying to keep them alive. They're looking to turn this around. The flash away by Wawa. He's going to be focused, and it looks like Siri shows up, but Illusion is going to be killed as well. He's been traded, and Kyung9 so low, but they've gotten 3 members of Gen.G.
Very on-time rotation here coming in from Siri to capitalize that Monto did not rotate for that 5v5 Azure Golem approach here, punishing Gen.G for being overzealous in their jungle here. And right now, this mid turret might be for Nongshim to take here to really recover from that deficit of their early game.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to take this mid T1. They do a decent amount in terms of structural damage, but here comes the boat, not going to connect. And now with this next minion wave, this could have been a potential for them, for Nongshim to get back in. They're still about 1.5k, 2k at this stage, but still they've chipped into that lead that, you know, Gen.G had.
So this one, look at Siri's position. He has already arrived prior to knowing that this Azure Golem might be a invade coming in from the likes of Nongshim and RedForce. So when she arrived, he capitalized on the numbers advantage and really punished Gen.G for being overzealous and not bringing the full team.
Yeah, and the biggest thing was Siri getting those kills, right? Just being in the right moment at the right time with that reinforcement. Because, yeah, you have Haku and Kyung9 there with that control, but they needed Siri to take some of that farm as well as that much-needed damage because they were behind.
That's the big game insurance that we're talking about, right? So if Siri gets the skill towards that comfortable mid-game, gate that Daybreaker by 10 minutes, formulate that 3-item power spike here, maybe he can be this late-game raid boss that you really need to bring yourself back into the game. But look at Rock here, might be looking for an engage.
Yeah, he was just waiting in the wings. Nongshim knew, but really Rock just wanted Siri more than anything else. But Kyung9 was like, I will check that brush for you. I will do the face check. But the mirror domain, they're looking to turn this. Again, Clue with that battlefield command, it could be change the numbers of the, you know, the fight at a moment's notice. And he shows up at the right time, but that is a big ult off cooldown now.
Yeah, both ultimates here being expended by the roamers here. Faye using the ultimate to refresh the set sail coming in from Kyung9 Sun here, allowing him to escape the mirror domain. So Clue and Faye, their ultimates are the key essence here. Whoever they refresh, the value must be big.
It's got to be big. It's got to be team fight winning, you know, and to give themselves a chance. Right now, we haven't seen too much impact from this Dolia as of now. It's all about that Celestial Melody more than anything else. But if you're looking at the other side, you're seeing just how much Clue has been in there, right? Being able to turn that, always with the saves in terms of Rock and Monto, keeping those guys alive. But you've also got that mini stun as well. So Clue being that big bruiser, they really need that.
And also, Monto so far has had it unbothered early to mid phase. He's scaling exceptionally well on towards his pick here.
They're turning. They find it. Rock, they find him. Kyung9, his boat had been crashed, but now not able to get that. He is tanky enough, survives the onslaught of that mirror domain. But Gen.G, with this moment, knowing that the boat is on cooldown, they're going to go for the Tyrant here.
Yeah, forcing the flash away from Kyung9. No flash, no boat, missing out all these key resources here. Nongshim RedForce has to give away control here. And so far, we're starting to see more resources going to Monto as Monto.
He goes in. Oh, Monto, he just shrugs that one off. I think it was more of like a pump fake more than anything else, but Kyung9 tried to go for Clue. Needs to be careful, and Rock shows up. Oh, they have a little bit of a stun on this one. And now Kyung9, he's trying to take this, but is he enough? He's going to be barely? No, he's going to be picked off. Monto takes to the skies after that kill. Gonna go aggressive in the infinite fastest right on top of this one. Finding Haku, but Clue, he's not going to stay alive, but Haku is going to be picked off as well, and now they're looking to turn this into he's going to be picked off as well, and Siri showing up. He's so low. 3 members still alive from both squads.
With the heroic play of Siri, they managed to get 2 kills in return. Still a 50-50 exchange, but without the presence of Haku. Siri being too low, this Shadow Vanguard, this Shadow Tyrant goes in favor of Gen.G with no contention, as the goal lead still is at 4,000 healthy coming in from the Game Changers.
Yeah, Nongshim like focusing on Inua, ensuring that, I mean, he's been on point with those stuns, so he needed to have died. But Clue tanking it up, Rock not dying, that was a huge issue for Nongshim. If they were able to take him down, again, Rock is the win condition on Gen.G. He's made such an impact. He's been all over the map, constantly doing his damage. He is a scary guy, and Nongshim need to find a way to shut him down.
And this game will be really, really stressful coming in from Siri on this early. The moment this early were to get assassinated by the Rock and Clue combination, this game is totally over for the side of Gen.G. But really, if Siri can survive the full duration of this team fight, his DPS is starting to show so much value.
Yeah, this game isn't just stressful for Siri, it's stressful for me, right? Because of the fact that, like, the team is on the edge. Nongshim right now, they're very squishy. If they get jumped on, Rock has that potential to just turn the fight, instantly delete somebody.
And Monto, he's been left untouched and he's farming so well on towards this long. I believe he's already building towards that 4th item mark, the Siege Breaker here. He's so strong right now in this phase right now. If Siri were to use his spell 2 by accident, you best believe Monto flashing in, executing it with that Tri-Flaming Palm.
Yeah, that would actually be a disaster. I mean, it's going to be avoided right there. Siri playing very smart. Monto, he had that potential burst. He needs to be careful, but here Faye is going to spot out a couple members of Gen.G. The boat is going to be used. No, the Unending Sorrow Infinite Fast is used as well, and Haku tried to go for the Skyfall, but that is a huge ult on cooldown for Monto.
He has to do it because the next Skyfall that's going to come through, potentially Haku might capitalize on this cooldown that they do not have as of this point. No Splendor,
yeah,
no Infinite
they got him. Rock is going in for that Battlefield Command. Illusion has to go golden just to stay alive, but they're trying to go, and they find Rock. They were able to just maneuver through all of them. They find him out, but now Haku fighting on the back lines. He's just controlling them, and they find Wawa, and Haku is somehow still alive. The boat is now looking to go in. It does actually connect, and they find him, but now Clue, he sacrifices his body. The Skyfall under the tower, and now Haku might have dove way too deep. He needs to be a bit careful, and now they find him. They find Monto, 4 members down from Gen.G.
Siri clutching it with the early here, dodging engage after engage against Rock, against Wawa, and he came out clutch, and that clutch factor provided Nongshim RedForce away back into this devastating early game.
Rock is back up, so that's going to be the light step by Siri, but he wants to take this Crimson, take away as much as possible from Gen.G, especially Rock. Now they're going to open this up into the Overlord as well. A great turn of events for Nongshim.
My goodness here, Siri playing the hero flaker, so darn clutch on those key factors here, and right now Nongshim RedForce pulling that.
They've got the boat. They're gonna look to go. They find him, but he's gonna go golden. They find Inua under the tower, and they don't care. Nongshim looking to take the top T2 as well.
Nongshim is back, and they are back hunting strong on these attempts here, and so far things are looking so good. 11-7 in kills. If you were to tell me 5 minutes ago this will come into a Nongshim complete wipe-off in terms of kills, I will not believe you, but they are pulling up a masterclass of a defense.
Yeah, it's all about that comeback. They're being able to continue on and not being, like, worried, right? Things did not look good in the early game, and now they're taking towers. They're going to equalize on most of this one, taking the bottom T1. They want the bottom T2, and once they have that, the tables have completely shifted.
Completely shifted into Nongshim's favor right now. It was Gen.G's game to truly take it in the back, but that lead has been fumbled, has been let go towards the hands of Nongshim. Right now, we're looking at a 50-50 in terms of the goal, with Nongshim RedForce getting more map control. All tier 2s taken down from the side of Gen.G.
T3s are the only thing standing, and they want to continue on. They get the Honey Sweet Breeze onto Inua, who's trying to out-tank this one. The light step back by Siri. Now they need to be careful of that flank. You see Wawa and Rock looking for the perfect one, looking to just kind of cut them off. It's not going to happen.
But still, they have already accomplished what they needed to do. Right now, they can just revisit back to the Shadow Tyrant. As of this point, Gen.G cannot answer to Haku's ultimate tanky boy on that Nuta.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Gen.G, there are definitely some squishies on that side. Clue can only save one guy at a time. And if they're grouped up, that's going to be even better in favor of Haku, right? With that whirlwind slash. So this has got to be a little bit of a dangerous situation for Gen.G. Yes, they're grouping up, but they understand that things have shifted. They need to play together.
They need to play together and they need to make minimal mistakes. Your Rock has to find that key engage to really silence Series in all these attempts here, because so far Siri has been playing this early to a masterclass.
This is actually like a perfect game by Siri thus far. He's been so good, and they haven't been able to find him, and the rest of Nongshim have done a good job of having that buffer, right? Somebody wants to go, you got the boat, you got Skyfall from Haku, you got a whole lot of options, right? But Siri staying alive. In the chaos, he's able to find the right targets and stay alive. That speaks volumes about his play on Arlie.
His Arlie, phenomenal, but still, it's yet to the end game scenario that we're talking about here. The games could still go into anyone's pocket as of this point here. One fight will defer two teams from getting this dub in this game number 4.
I feel like if both of the teams don't get Tempest Dragons, like in every single game from here on out, we're going to be very disappointed, because that's how evenly matched these two squads are, able to extend the game, and it's all about that one big team fight, getting that play, the Tempest Dragon, or the lack thereof, like in the last one.
Set sail, and Skyfall aiming towards Monto.
They're going to go for this one. 1 versus 4. They find Monto. They're trying to go for this. He goes to the skies immediately. Haku's still there. The Infinite Fastest. They have that nice little knock-up on it, but they find Illusion. Clue is actually starting to do some damage, but they get the Sage's Sanctuary onto Rock. That's going to be a huge cooldown, something they need to worry about. But here comes the Frigid Prison. They're finding Haku. They're looking to bounce him around, but he's going to actually be tanky enough, and they find Monto, and I think that they're going to be happy with that, but they're going to continue to chase. They want to get Wawa. Kyung9 is not letting this man go as he gets on his dragon here. He dives around, misses it. No, he actually connects, just hits the tip, finds Wawa. It's a 2-for-1.
It's a 2-for-1 special here, and Haku single-handedly zoned 5 members coming in from Gen.G. They do not have an answer for Haku on this Nerdza pick, because Monto, he does not do sufficient DPS to take down this Nerdza. Potentially, he needs that Daybreaker for that consistent DPS.
Yeah, he's just not there yet. I mean, Haku has hit that point where he's scary. He's starting to do some damage, and Monto really no answers. I mean, he used the Infinite Vastus early, tried to go to safety, but then you can't really fight, especially since Haku can get on top of you. And this is why the Nizza pick has been so good for Nongshim.
So good for Nongshim, working out wonders here. This late game is looking so well done by Nongshim in the past 8-minute mark here for the side of Gen.G. They really need to step up and find that one key successful flank, especially onto a Siri. But Siri, what a game so far from this player.
Yeah, absolutely perfect game. I mean, his positioning, like the way he's moving around, that's where the action is going to happen. The boat is going to actually connect onto Inua. But now with that Vanguard here, the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane, that will be the extra push that they need. Nongshim turn their attention to the bottom. They go in for the Skyfall. No, he decides to abort that mission. It was all just a bit of a bait. The bottom T3 has been taken down.
Bottom tier 3 goes down, and without the influence of the Primal Bond, I do believe Nongshim, after this push, they can revisit back to the Tyra whenever they want to here. And for Haku, if he keeps throwing all those like zoning, Skyfalls, eventually all these tier 3s will go in favor of Nongshim. RedForce for Gen.G. When is the go button? When is the Wawa moment?
Yeah, when is the Wawa moment? They tried to go onto Kyung9, who's actually a bit tanky, but Rock, he's in a bad spot. Here's the Battlefield Command. They want to fight for this, but they find Rock. Where is he going? And now Clue is going to die for his sins as well. And this is a huge opening. They have a 2-man advantage at this point. They have the Frigid Prison. They're trying to do some decent work, but with that Vanguard, that's not going to be enough. And now the minions are here. 30 more seconds before Rock is back up.
That is a long timer here, and Nongshim RedForce potentially can just
Wawa goes to the truth, tries to go onto Haku. That's the tankiest member, and it looks like he will die as well. They make him go down. Monto is the last man standing. Haku's going to take some crystal shots, but they're going to look to just try to take him down. The Infinite Vastus, and they decide to take the crystal, and Nongshim take game 4.
What a comeback coming in from Nongshim RedForce here. Siri with the perfect early game to pull the team back from the depths of hell into a 2-2 scoreline here. What a way to pull out this game by Siri.
Yeah, Coach YK was coming back to the team, and he's like, I told you so. I told you, right? We just trust the series Arlie, and the guy is going to carry us. And I mean, Haku played a great game with Aniza. He just was a complete nuisance there. What a great game, then.
It was really down to Haku and also Siri in formulating that late game pressure. And also, even though Kyungna had a very horrible early game where he was just getting singled out by Inwa, getting repeated gang by Inwa, in towards the late game, his Sunta was finding so many of these angles to really dictate some of these team fights. Look at that, 0-2-0 KDA into a 5-3-7 for Kyungna. And let's talk about Siri, man. 5-0-6 in a game whereby you are losing 5,000-6,000 gold against a Krubang and a Jane. That is just insane work coming in from this Arlie player.
You know, I kind of want to say that, like, if Siri dies, like, a single time, they might have just lost that game, right? Exactly. Like Gen.G just rolls over them, but Siri having to stay alive and doing only to 82,000 damage, but that's actually all you needed, right? When Rock went in with that Clue Battlefield Command on top, it was kind of an all-in play. It seemed like very... not something that we see from Rock, where he made a bit of a mistake going 2 versus 5 versus Nongshim at that point. That was not like him.
It was not like him, and look towards the gold chart here. Man, it was always in favor of Gen.G in towards their red team. About 4,000 to 5,000 in favor, but in the end, it was Nongshim with the perseverance, with the superior macro play, and Siri on that engaging front, securing the MVP that he deserves on towards his own.
Easy MVP. That's going to be the easiest one of the series. 5-0-6, absolute domination. His, you know, the damage and the fact that he was able to pick them off and stay alive, that is so difficult on an Arlie.
It is very difficult, especially when the enemy team drafting the Dharma, drafting the Jink just to potentially lock you down. And all these team fights, Siri was left untouched and unchecked. He was positioning so darn well, allowing his team to find those success plays. And even in these moments,
like, you're watching these replays and you're thinking, oh my gosh, how does Nongshim actually come back into this series? But look at where Siri is. Like, he's getting those pickoffs, equalize, even in those team fights that were looking bad. But he actually gets a couple picks and they kind of equalize as much as possible because of his play. He's always on the back line, kiting. Look at where he's always stutter stepping. Wawa's trying to force him down. He gets over the wall. He's just playing with his food, so to speak, because he's just so mechanically gifted.
So mechanically gifted, such a good reaction time in responding to all these plays here, coming in from Rock, coming in from Wawa. Not a single time he was caught out by the Truth Mantra, by the Mirror Domain. That is why he deserved the MVP, because he was the key factor in bringing Nongshim from that devastating early game.
Yeah, crazy game. We're going to take a little bit of a break going into this series 2-2. We're going to find out what both of these teams have in store for us in Game 5, but after this break.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break
feels alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything must have holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. Highlight. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With the comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Hello folks, my name is Sagi. Alongside me is none other than Holler. Just now we witnessed Nongshim RedForce come back from the depths of hell to put a stop to Gen.G's reign in that game number 4 to claw back the series to a 2-2 thanks to that monstrous performance from Series early.
Actually, this series in general has just been absolutely crazy. Like, Gen.G seems to be getting the better of Nongshim throughout every single game in the early game. And to have those comebacks and to have the heroic play that you're talking about with Siri on this early to even give themselves a chance just speaks volumes about this team. The resilience and the ability to bounce back. And man, I cannot wait to see exactly who's going to win this series.
Like I mentioned time and time again, it's so difficult to tell because every two of these teams, both of them, they play so well in each of their own department here. Like you mentioned during the post game, Gen.G has had a phenomenal early game in all of these games, but going down to these key late game decision makings, Nongshim RedForce, they are so much more experienced in those few cases here. And I gotta say, Siri has been one of those players to really put a marker in making sure that Nongshim RedForce is always having a late game insurance here. So for Gen.G, what does it take to push on for that victory?
I mean, going back to the last one, it seemed like they were panicking a bit. I mean, they had the lead, then you could tell that the tides had shifted. Nongshim RedForce were taking the fight to Gen.G, but in the end, that last play by Rock with the Jing, questionable, right? Putting yourself out there and then Clue jumping on top, that they're gonna be like, why did we do that, right? We should have just stayed in our base, extended the game as much as possible. It seemed like Rock thought he saw an opening, wanted to go for the pickoff onto Siri, but Siri was ready with waiting arms.
His reaction time on his ultimate, the Maple Dance, has been phenomenal so far, cancelling out all these key engages coming in from the likes of Rock. And also, we didn't really see a lot of Dharma action coming in from Wawa. There was not a lot of big engages per se. So maybe in terms of team fighting, in that game number 4, Nongshim RedForce was much more tidy and much more in sync compared to Gen.G in those exchanges.
Yeah, but Wawa had a great early game. I mean, he was doing Wawa things, getting a couple kills, completely dominating Kung 9. But again, it was like how Nongshim don't panic. They're like, oh yeah, we're getting absolutely like smashed in the top lane. No real way of recovery for that. But we just extend the game, and then his boats were on point. He was doing some damage later on in the game when he was able to catch up. So this is why you never really kind of give up. At the same time, when you have a lead, you need to know how to close out games.
Very well said, and especially in these kind of moments, in a best of 7 that directly affects whether you can directly access towards KIC or go towards that last chance qualifiers you have to fight against FEHK, the Kings of WKS, or potentially OG Twisted Mind or 9Z Global. You don't want to go towards the ladder of the second spot where it doesn't really guarantee you that win, so every win counts from this point onwards.
Yeah, it's easier said than done though, right? Obviously, nobody wants to be second place. Nobody wants to have to go through the gauntlet that is the last chance, last call for that. So I think both of these teams, like, this is it, right? Secure your spot into the KIC, ensure that you win. All it takes is 2 more games from here on out. We're talking like a best of 3 with plenty of heroes, 20 of them unavailable for you.
Exactly, right? Right now we are 4 games down. That means 5 heroes times 4. 20 heroes at default ban for each team. And you add on another 4 due to pick and bans. That's 24 heroes banned per game per se. And that's just keep stacking on and on and on every game. But ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 5. This is not the final game, as this is a best of 7 series between KME's best 2 teams, Gen.G Esports and Nongshim RedForce. The draft starts now.
Yeah, but this one, I mean, if you're one of these 2 teams, you're looking at this as the end, right? I think that that's going to be the biggest marker, because if you're up 3-2 and you're at match point, that is going to put so much pressure on the other team.
So much pressure on the enemy team, so much mental pressure. The mental fortitude will play a large role into this series here. As we progress into more of these series, you're going to start to see more of these first play clash lanes. Mai Shiranui being left open for Nongshim RedForce. It's down to banning key compositions here coming in from both of these 2 teams.
Yeah, and so this is going to be that time, right? You're having Byron on Wawa, let the man kind of shine on that hero again. But Nongshim locking it in. They've been wanting this combination for quite some time, and to pull it out in a game 5, which could potentially lock down whatever assassin-style rock is going to be bringing here, this could be a bit of a problem.
This could be a big of a problem here, and we have Clue locking his signature Sunbin in place here, and Nongshim RedForce. Is that a Kaiser?
They're digging deep, right? It's the potential, but no, the Fatih is definitely going to be the better choice here. I think it's going to be interesting, but I'm pretty sure Rock did not pick Rock as a hero,
yeah, Rock
right?
did not pick Rock, yeah. So
I mean,
maybe like a graphic issue there that we don't really see what Rock really picked, so we'll probably revisit that in a short moment here. But Nongshim RedForce picking up that Fatigue here for their usual at his 3rd pick in towards the Clash Lane as a good 1v1 against Wawa. And going into the 2nd phase of the ban, more mid lanes are starting to be emptied out from the pool.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher, right? And the Sunbin, this is their moment, but they're at the same time, Nongshim, it's like, okay, how do we deal with this Sunbin? If they want to go late game, that could be a problem. They have a lot of sustain, a lot of heal from the Byron as well with that force field suppression. So it's going to be a tough nut to crack. So if you're looking at the Nongshim side, yes, you have the Liang, that potential lock in, but it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they play that one, because it's a single guy that dies potentially.
And I just zoomed into the stream, and that is a Dune being locked in for Rock on that pick. That it doesn't show on towards the graphic here. So it's Byron, Dune, and Sunbin here. A very strong and beefy combination here, being drafted by Gen.G here. And Gen.G putting another Marco Polo down towards the ban slot there for their usual. For Nongshim RedForce, more of these mages are banned down.
Definitely, and just being very tanky, right? And even if Liang with that Winter is here on top of that, you're looking to go for that gank, but if you're tanky enough, you might be potentially able to kind of survive that. But it's really going to come back to just how they play around the fact that, you know, the lockdown is there, but Fatigue potentially going in could be enough in terms of doing the damage, right? In terms of that sustain and continuing on, but again, I think we're going to have to see exactly how they want to go, as Gen.G have banned out the Menki. They've been focusing that on quite a bit onto Haku, as well as banning out the Marco Polo. Flowboard Marksman, though, will be picked up by Nongshim here. And so, and now it looks like with the Nua and the Yixing ban, it looks like the Ho Yi and the Ganon Mo to lock it down for Gen.G. This is a high damaging potential lineup. I mean, we know Inuo is very good on the Ganon Mo, but the Ho Yi with those burning sun arrows.
And Ganon Mo Ho Yi, this is a signature combo being locked from the side of Gen.G, because you know, one arrow and the arrows will come laying onto your faces here, and especially when you're using ultimate on Liang, you're standing still. So standing still, that means you're the perfect target here coming in for the Ganon Mo to throw those spears at. So that's a key difference here coming in for both of these two teams, and Ata being locked towards the jungle here, making a beefy front line in towards Haku's jungle pool.
This makes a lot of sense here, right? And you're kind of thinking, why Ata here? But when you have the Sunbin in the time flux and everybody's looking to just run away, if you go ship them right there and you lock it down so that they have nowhere to run, you're going to win that team fight. So this is a nice little play. Obviously, it takes a lot of setup. The ghost ship might be a detriment, especially when you're all going up against the Inuo with those couple blades. It might be a problem. But if you're able to catch them out, you're almost guaranteeing a team fight win.
Guarantee a team fight win, and Ata is actually a very interesting pick. If you give him enough resources, he scales into a very strong battle tank that has been the key of the message here coming in from Haku. Yes, his aura might not be the cleanest compared to what we've seen before, but I gotta say, Haku on these battle tanks, especially that Nutsa that he really showcased so far, has been phenomenal here, and I'm waiting to see what he can pull off with that Ata in this game number 5.
It's going to be interesting. I think that is definitely the hero that I will be looking at. I mean, Haku has been, in the wins, he's been great. In the losses, has not been as great, right? And we're kind of arrowing in on him because Haku was the star player of the Survival Week, right? We expected big things out of him, and they need his help right now, especially since we're in the grand finals. The series is tied 2-2. Now is the time to shine.
Now is the time. If it's not now, when is the time for both of these two teams to further get a lead in this best of 7 series here? This is game 5 between Gen.G Esports against Nongshim RedForce. Winner will take the match point, and one more win will distance them away from that best of 7 win.
You gotta win game 5. Again, so much pressure, being up 3-2 with the potential to end it. Because, you know, if you're gonna go, we're guaranteed a game 6, right? So all of these teams right now are gonna dig deep in terms of the hero pool. But to get yourself, you know, nobody wants to be like, okay, we've gotten ourselves an opportunity to close it out. Game 6, and to end it and to tie it up, and then all of a sudden now everything resets with the ultimate battle, and that is a completely different, you know, potential in terms of hero pools available.
And we see a repeat here coming in from Illusion. Want to repeat Inua's success that he has shown from that last game here. So, you know, Wawa, he respects it and he gives on a priority over Kyung9.
And look how Kyung9 was actually like baiting it out, just going further out of position and be like, hey, maybe you go. And Illusion was then going to go for that gank. But Inua here, stealing some boars, but he has to flash away. And now, oh, the Garter Grave goes back to safety.
A beautiful stuff here coming in for the side. Inua here, he does have to burn out the flash here, so not the best of the plays in that early game here. And on towards the bottom side, Siri does secure that fire beat.
Yeah, but it's so early. It's not that big of a deal. And I mean, just staying alive is more important than anything else. But the fact that Inua was level 2, that could have been bad if he was stuck at 1. But Wawa now getting focused up. And Illusion looking to just kind of dodge this. A Storm Strike on. And Wawa is actually fighting this 1 versus 2. And he's actually out sustaining. Kyung9 has to limp away.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Wawa, making use of that 1v2 situation into his own hands, allowing him to come back from a devastating spot here. That is the calm composure you want to be seeing from players in a competitive setting.
Yeah, it's all about being calm, right? I think not panicking, not really worrying, just playing the game, right? You've been playing this game. You have so many hours on it, and to not just, you know, again, panic. This is going to be the key thing here. Nongshim doing a decent job. Now the ghost ship has been used, but he actually used it incorrectly, I would say. But now they're under the tower. Haku looking to turn this. Wawa has to flash away, and here comes Kyung9. Wants to get it and gets the slashes on, and they're trying to get one more, and he's somehow out-tanking it all, and they take down Rock. Kyung9, Garter Grave, and Inua not going to get away from Kyung9 as they get yet another illusion with that frigid prison with a winter is here, and 4 members down, and Nongshim have completely reversed things from the last game.
Deja vu on what happened in that game number 4, and we see Nongshim RedForce turn the tides on top of Gen.G's head with Haku surviving that fight for the entire duration until the last remaining health, coming out alive, securing more of these plays here. And I gotta say, Nongshim, they are online after the game 4.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling it with that one. I mean, this is going to be something that we haven't really seen from Nongshim and having a good early game. But DJ Sagi, break his down.
So we see a wall being set up here, so the Ata hooking the members here, colliding with the wall here, so Wawa burns the flash here with Kyung9 coming into the rescue. All the damage comes laying down here, and fortunately, they were fighting near their jungle here, so that's 10% damage reduction received for the side of Nongshim RedForce. And after this timing here, Nongshim finds the perfect finisher on towards Inua and also Clue, and jumping to live, we see Monto getting executed.
Yeah, just absolutely well played. I mean, getting those 5 members here and taking down Monto, who has not been really in that fight, but turning that around, and this is going to be, you know, uncharted territory. How does Gen.G respond to this onslaught, and now they're behind?
We'll have to see whether they can find all these key arrows here, but this is how Monto got caught out of surprise here, not respecting the level 4 Liang off vision here. He gets punished. He might get punished once again in this attempt.
Oh, the flash away. They're going to go with the Frigid Prison, the barrier, no real chance, and yet another. And this is why the Princess Frost Leon combination is so on point. Look at how much damage, and they're so oppressive, being able to control it, and plus with those zones, it's so tough. Don't really play. They're going to use the suppression. They find him, and Haku is going to be here. They're doing a decent amount of damage onto Rock, who's trying to out-tank this, but it's just not enough. He's going to go down, and Haku on the approach has the ghost ship. Where are you going to go? He actually goes right around it, so it looks like he wants to get to safety, but he gets sliced down as well. Haku with yet another.
Haku with yet another. Jungle is open for grabs coming in for the side of Nongshim. RedForce, they secure this Crimson Golem, and they are raiding Terror with an 8-0 scoreline before 5 minutes mark here. Much more dominant compared to Gen.G's performance in that game number 4.
Yeah, Nongshim. It took them, what, 4 games to, or like actually 7 games? Because they played 3 other games in the earlier series to warm up and to finally hit this mark where they're, hey, very comfortable. They're going to find it. Wow, with the force field suppression, but the control from Faye. And this is why he's one of the best. He's so sneaky, and he gets that control for the rest of the team to take him down.
He's making it look so darn easy for South Nongshim RedForce. Everywhere he goes, it's kills after kills. After kills for Nongshim RedForce is 0-9 in terms of scoreline, 5,000 gold lead for the boys in red.
And this is going to be a tough one for Gen.G, right? Rock, I mean, the Burning Sun Arrow will connect, but with those blades, actually not really doing much on Haku, who's actually kind of a tanky boy at this point. But this is the situation where Rock is playing more of a traditional tank-style jungler. This is really not to the strength of his playstyle, where he wants to be like the Han Xin, the Faye, the Jing, the Lunas, those types.
Well, this is the advantage and disadvantage of the global ban pick here. So you are forced to play every single composition on your composition bank to really make use of your hero player. If you play only one style, that could be huge, but look at
the boat, locking him in, has to flash away, the control right onto Rock. They're going to post it down with that Arrow Storm. They're doing some decent work. They charge him away, reposition him, and they take down Rock yet again, but Haku goes down as well.
After so much effort here, Haku was tanking so much damage coming in for side of Gen.G here, but still, that means Gen.G still has a way to target down Haku, even though he's so darn tanky.
He's very tanky. I mean, jungler for jungler. I think that, you know, in the end, it's not the worst thing going like Haku dying on this one. But the biggest worry right now, Rock not getting any sort of farm, so he's not going to be tanky enough. But how does Nongshim kind of take advantage to the fact that they have like a 4.5k net worth lead?
Jungle invasion, rinse and repeat, cutting whatever resource away from Monto, away from Rock. Make sure their growth is stunned, and then growing that lead to an even insurmountable gold mountain that Gen.G cannot recover from winning a few team fights.
Yeah, and actually the biggest thing is that, I mean, to Gen.G's credit, they still have their mid T1. They need to keep that alive, slow the game down more than anything else. Like, give Monto a chance, who's got all the space in the world in the sense that he's in the bottom lane, but Kyung9 taking the top T2 for free.
Top T2 for free, relinquish more pressure coming in from Monto to grab that bottom wave here. So right now, if you're Gen.G, you're being put in a chokehold by the side of Nongshim RedForce. They are not allowing you to get any ounce of information in your own jungle. Howl has been popped to force Gen.G back to their tower here. So this Azure Golem might be for the side of Nongshim to take, but the arrow does land.
It does land, but Haku just shrugs it off. He's going to be fine. They have 5 members of Nongshim right here. They're invading the enemy jungle, contesting, trying to take off as much as they can. But Gen.G right now, I think that Monto, he's playing scared, right? He's going to he's going to take the Crimson Golem. He doesn't want to get caught out in the bottom lane by himself.
But I think it's good stuff coming in from Monto. So right now, you know you're in a deficit here. You need to scale towards that late game.
Oh, they're going chip. They're going to go in for this. No, they're going to back off. Haku just playing with their lives in that sense, just potentially going in.
I think this is fine coming in from Gen.G as long as they keep stalling the game in this fashion, forcing Nongshim to back away into their own jungle, protecting your jungle resource, drag it to a potential 12 to 14 minute mark when Monto and Inua has items to take down Haku. That could be huge, just like this
Burning Sun Arrow, the RedForce blade.
Please!
He was like in the Venn diagram, like just barely dodging like all throughout Faye. I mean, that is probably the easiest target, but Inua, just too much pressure and not able to hit those blades. He's normally on point with those. Very uncharacteristic of him to be making those misses.
The stress is catching up towards him, especially in such a deciding game for both of these two teams here. It's not the end of the world even if you lose this, but losing out match point will be painful and will be stressful for all these players.
Definitely stressful. And look at Haku just waiting in the wings. This is great because they know that Gen.G are focusing most of their resources and taking that mid T1 alive. And this is going to open up for the bottom lane. So now you have the outside lanes, and now Gen.G have to funnel back, opening up the mid T1.
Yeah, mid T1 does seem to be opened up right now. I want to see more jungle invasion coming in from Nongshim RedForce to further push Gen.G away from their comfort zone here, because right now, you're in the lead. You need to find a moment here. They found it.
Oh, they found him. Oh, but Siri finally gets picked off. They have that damage. He was checking that brush, but finally, with Monto's Burning Sun Arrow, they get something out of this. But the top lane is pushing. Gen.G not able to get much. And oh, Haku looking to fight this 1 versus 3. They have reinforcements, but Haku's in a bad spot. It's a numbers game, and Gen.G have it.
And this is how Gen.G make a comeback here. Isolating Siri, and 10-minute mark is up and available, and Nongshim RedForce, they're back in the game once again.
Perfect timing, right? If you catch somebody and instantly go, and they find Kyung9 on the top side as well. So they've got all that space. They was more around the Overlord more than anything else. But the fact that they got Siri right before the Shadow Tyrants opened it up, Gen.G will be very happy with that.
Gen.G is so happy with it. What's the games just going back into the deficit's favor out of these last 2 games? It was Nongshim facing that deficit, playing a super good game on towards Siri, and in towards game number 5, same script happened, 9-0, and right now, we're seeing Gen.G claw back for such a big deficit.
They get the control, they have the suppression, but it's going to be shaken off, and now Rock has got the wind slash onto 4. They have the Ghost Ship trying to cover, but Faye's going to be picked off, but they find Rock, and I think Nongshim are going to be happy with that trade. Bottom lane is pushing though.
But still, it's a 50-50 trade thus far. You are looking at Gen.G, who was losing 5,000 gold, and right now they can fight you in a 50-50 showdown here. This is the exact script that was handed over to Gen.G last game.
Yeah, and I mean, things have kind of turned in that sense, but Nongshim taking that Overlord, that's going to help with this push. They still have not taken the mid T1, which is actually very crazy for how much of a great early game Nongshim had.
That is the value of the Gan and Mo. When you're so strong on the Gan and Mo, you have so much range to really delete the wave before anything happens. And if you look towards Nongshim RedForce draft, they cannot really push towards that mid lane tower, even if it's the likes of Liang or Kyung9 on this fatigue, because there's so much peeling coming in for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, the wave clear is actually real. The Afterglow in the brush, they know that they're looking to flank around. But with these Vanguards here, Gen.G could potentially continue on with this push. All 5 members of Gen.G in the mid lane.
Do I have to give this away because bot side, that Vanguard is slowly marching towards the high ground here, and we see Monto here. He's looking for more of these arrows here to really hunt down Nongshim's RedForce, but this is what I want to see 5 minutes ago. Control the jungle, choke out resources coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce against Gen.G.
Yeah, and this is going to be that point, right? You got to split push. You got to create a little bit of space elsewhere. But here's the Burning Sun Arrow. It's actually going to connect with those blades, and they find it with the Storm Strike, and they get the kill. But now Haku looking to dive under this tower. They find Inuo in return. The slashes are on point, but not enough to kill Wawa. And now Rock is on the run with that time flux, but that's opened up the door for the mid T1.
It's worth it coming in from Nongshim RedForce. They removed the most pesky lane clearer, which is Inuo here. That opens up the entire jungle. All the outer towers has been removed from the side of Gen.G Esports. Nongshim RedForce, they are once again in a much more comfortable seat compared to where they were minutes ago.
Yeah, they're feeling a little bit better. They're able to fight, which is the biggest thing, right? But it's kind of starting off with these Monto arrows. Every single time he's almost hit, it's been very successful in terms of their approach and how they're able to kind of turn the fight. Again, I said this on another cast, but you know, the Hou Yi is the type where you have to be in the perfect range. You want to be far to get the stuns, but you want to be close enough to do the damage that follows up.
And I'm not a big fan of the build coming in from the side of Monto, because that's not a late game build that will put pressure onto the members of Nongshim RedForce. We are severely lacking some DPS coming in from Hou Yi.
Yeah, a lot of damage, which is a bit of a problem here, right? They need to just stay alive and ensure I mean, they've stemmed the bleeding as much as possible. Gen.G, right? They've gotten themselves back in this game, which is great considering how bad of a start that they had. They're still down in terms of kills, but they're not dead yet. They still have the T3s, but this Shadow Tyrant is looking to go the way of Nongshim.
But still, they have the Sunbin and the double tank lineup here, so that really scales well towards the late game here. I want to see how these fights really escalate here, as Hal has been popular standoff to RedForce. They're looking for a key target here.
They're looking for something, but if more than anything else, they want to slow siege this bottom part. Oh, they've got the little stun, the wind slash. Not even actually want to go for this one. Rock is actually going to get back to safety. The bottom T3 has actually already been taken out, and Nongshim, just like that, you blink and a T3 is gone.
Gen.G knows what they're coming for. It's like, nah guys, it's not about a team fight. Let me just pop my ultimate, single-handedly nuke down that tower. Job's done, rinse and repeat, get the top side jungle, further build our lead, and then once this overlord is finished, we go for that objective.
They're going in, Haku. Potentially, he's not going to throw out the ghost ship. I thought he was going to look to just cut it off, maybe fight with Rock, but I think that this is a fight that they don't really want. They're going to try to avoid Rock as much as possible.
Avoid Rock as much as possible here. Rock does have the frigid charge as well for that CC chain to really go in, limit Fate's attempts, right? As we see an arrow go wide, it doesn't land onto any.
No, they get it. That's control. They find Inua. He was just a little too far out, and now the ghost ship is going to be locking in Rock. They don't want to continue on, but that was a huge pickoff because, again, Inua with that wave clear, those blades are on point, and now they're taking the top T3. They chip it out. Siri with that serious damage.
Siri with that serious damage, and that could be game. That is your main wave clear again.
Oh, they find Monto! Oh, they're pushing it across, but here comes the time flux. They have to go for this one. With that Storm Strike, the Wind Slash is going to be right there, but the control is off cooldown as well. They've already taken down Rock, and they take down Wawa, and more importantly, they will take down the Crystal. Nongshim will take game 5. It's a matter of time before the minions are there, but Nongshim have Gen.G at match point.
They're putting them in a chokehold right now. It is match point coming in for the greatest red. One game difference them from that KME fall throne. This is game 5 going over to Nongshim RedForce. They played that game super duper well.
Super duper well. I mean, the Liang was on point. Faye, with every single time he would get the suppression, it was like a kill. It was almost guaranteed. The Ata pick, absolutely brilliant. Exactly nullifying basically the Sun Bin, right? He was not able to run away. You really don't want to fight. Where's the Doom gonna go? Rock really had no answers, and that was a well-deserved win by Nongshim RedForce.
And it all boils down to one thing, that early game team fight win coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce, getting them that 4-0 lead, and then they just started to get online on that Liang, hunting kills after kills on towards Monto, going towards the top side, hunting down Wawa. He's just across the map, and he was the main player. I gotta say, if I were to give an MVP, my goodness, Faye on that Liang, finding that decisive engage on towards Inua, on towards that last fight was so critical.
Yeah, actually really stepped up in that game. The impact was definitely there. Almost every single time it was off cooldown, they were looking for some sort of kill. Monto, man, he was bullied in that sense, constantly hounded, you know, and he was the type. Like, if you're looking at that lineup, they needed Monto to get that farm to do the damage. And every single time he got killed, it was just further putting that team back.
Further putting that team back, and in the end, even though we saw a lot of these good plays coming in for side Gen.G, it wasn't enough. One small mistake that led to a demise of Monto or Inua, immediately the game will break wide open here. That is the entire game plan for the side of Gen.G. Once Inua were to falter, that game plan just gets shut across doors.
Yeah, no chance on this one. Gen.G even coming back on this, it was going to be tough, right? You needed Inua to stay alive. And once that moment where they didn't really have any farm or space for Inua to get any farm, he's not going to be able to wave clear, and the team really struggles because there's no real way to deal with the minion waves.
Exactly the case here. That's why the mid tower was up and available for such a long duration there, because Inua was left untouched. It just immediately goes into favor of the side of Nongshim RedForce, and they ride the momentum immediately, deleting the likes of Monto, deleting Inua in multiple attempts, leading the charge for Nongshim RedForce to get that game 5 victory. But it is not the end. It is only the beginning here. The last 2 games will be pivotal for these two teams to secure that KME Fall Championship.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly how they want to play this one. I mean, Gen.G right now, I think they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to figure out a way to just kind of outdraft them. I'm starting to get a little bit worried because the picks that they've used, it seems like they're kind of running out of steam. Yes, it's difficult. We're going into a game 6 right now with 25 other heroes that have been banned. And, also they're going to continue like focus banning on some of the other heroes, not giving you a lot of space. It's going to be tough.
It's definitely going to be tough here. But we will definitely have to see how they reformulate it. Imagine if you struggle in that process of that game 6 because you're in a mental disadvantage right now. You will be in a chokehold whereby, damn, if I lose this game, it's over. Or if you win that game, you get a mental edge going to game number 7 here. So everything matters in that case.
I actually really like the way you said that. Mental disadvantage. I feel like that's going to be like the ultimate insult, right? You could just tell people, oh, dude, you're at a mental disadvantage in this one. But let's go back to the post game here. I mean, Nongshim, it seemed like they were all them. I mean, very few deaths, only 4. Single, everyone died except for Kyung9, which is a bit of a surprise on this one. But Nongshim were just able to just do so much and just focus in on Rock, who was 2-5-2. Just a really difficult game for Gen.G here.
It was a really difficult game, especially from that very good early game coming in for Nongshim. RedForce, it really elevated their entire game tempo to a super duper fast game state whereby Gen.G, they had no answers at all aside from Inua in towards that mid lane.
Yeah, no answers on this, unfortunately, but it comes back to the drafting. The Liang Princess Frost, gravy, amazing. Then you've got the Fatigue, had the extra damage. I mean, just barely enough to kind of really help support Siri in that damage department because, Haku, yeah, he's on the Ata, he has that control, but he's not doing a whole lot. Yes, he's tanky, but it's about the damage here. But Nongshim, this was the greatest red, that gold graph completely in favor of them.
But still, you can see signs of actually Gen.G breathing back into the game, whereby arrows were landing, but the game MVP does fall over to Illusion. He was finding those crucial frigid prisons in that early game, securing the lead for him and the team. So he was definitely up there along with the Liang in those rotations.
Yeah, always moving around. I mean, just having that Liang there to just help support, but his frigid prisons on point. Winter is here. Like, the zoning was so good, and we'll see a lot of them in the highlights here.
And this was the key deciding play on allowing Nongshim RedForce to really pull in that early game tempo here, finding the kill on towards Wawa here, and then Haku utilizing the Guardian Sprite passive here, just surviving so darn long in these team fights. And then the final nail in the coffin here was Inua and also Ku left to dry as well.
Look at how Kyung9 on that Fatigue just was able to make up all that ground. But here's the Blades. They get the kill on Illusion. There were some other opportunities that Inua was not able to hit. But in the end, Nongshim able to close it out with 2 members down from Gen.G. This was a very difficult task. Inua and Mato, those are your damage dealers. You really can't fight without them.
You really can't fight without them, especially when Inua were to fall once even in the game. The entire mid lane just collapsed and all the turrets were going in favor for the side of Nongshim RedForce, which resulted in a landslide of Elite going into the boys in red.
Yeah, just complete control on that one. But we're going to see exactly how Gen.G respond. We're going to go to a game 6, but first, let's go to a break.
On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
We're going to Game 6 of our KME Fall Grand Finals between Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. Currently, Gen.G is up into the series 3-2. They're currently in match point. One more win, they will be the champions here. So for Gen.G, this is their final shot to pull it into a Game 7 Ultimate Battle.
I mean, both of these teams potentially still have that opportunity, right? I mean, the loser of this one goes to the last chance, the last call, if you will, against the KM Worst second place team, as well as the WKS Fearless Esports, to see exactly who's going to go for that final slot. So, to be honest, I feel like whoever drops into that one is going to just run away with it. So, in the end, both of these guys are champions in my book, and I feel like both of them will be going to the KIC.
That will be a storyline to tell if you're a KME fan, but let's focus on what we have on hand right now. It will be Gen.G versus Nongshim RedForce in game number 6. This is game 6 draft, as we have all these heroes on your left and right of the screen. 25 heroes has been banned away from the players already.
Wait, are you not a KME fan? Is that what you're saying?
What? So, you are doubting me, good sir.
I am doubting you. I'm very confused because you're like, yeah, if you're not a KME fan, but no, KME is definitely gonna win the last chance, right? Let's be honest. I want to be very clear. I'm gonna speak now, and if you have a problem with me, you can find me online at Kindofu.
Yeah, find it online on Kindofu and find me online on Bland Mobile. It's not us, it's just our stage names. But jokes aside, Gen.G locking in that Mayin as the first pick here in Nongshim RedForce. If you were to think back into their drafts here, so many things has been banned away from the pool here. Gan and Mo has been hovered, and Marco Polo stolen away. And I believe Gen.G has played the Marco Polo before.
Gen.G has. Monto played it, I think, game 2 or 4. I don't remember. But okay, it doesn't really matter in that case, as it's been picked up by Nongshim here. But the Musashi Rock, oh my gosh. This is it. You know that in a must-win situation, they're going to go back to the tried-and-true Musashi Rock. This is one of the scariest hero players on this hero at this point. I don't know the exact win rate, but he is nigh unstoppable on this one.
I have to agree with you. He's been proving from time to time again that he rocks with this Musashi pick, and he has phenomenal performance on towards this year.
Oh, wow. They're going to go with the Elaine. So it looks like the lineup that... Oh, no. Okay, they're pump faking. Let's just wait a little bit. But finally, Haku gets his Menki. This could be a great one. I think it's going to be a Menki.
Counter. It's a very good counter towards the Musashi due to the fact that it can out-sustain the Musashi and has been locked in for the hands of Haku here. So for Nongshim RedForce, coming into this draft, it's time to put some of the bans on against Gen.G's farm laner Monto here. So banning out the early, that's a 6 ban defaulted on towards Monto.
And this is actually the first time that Haku's actually gotten access to the Menki. He's been like very focused by Gen.G, especially with that Menki. They were trying to prevent it from getting it that hero for quite some time. But it seems like the right moment to spring it up right now against that Musashi. Everything else has been a bit of a struggle. Musashi's going to feast on this Marco Polo and Gan and Mo, but the Menki's going to be there, the big brother, to keep them all alive.
Big brother keeping all alive, direct counter towards the Musashi here. Big beefy boy as well in towards that farm lane here. So let's think a bit, right? So 5 marksmen has been playing Marco Polo, and also Long Chano, Hoi, and also come on, remind me what did Mr. Monto played already?
Monto, he played Hoi.
All right.
He played. Look, I don't remember, okay? I don't remember what I did like 2 minutes ago. How am I supposed to remember what? Okay.
Like 7 marksmen has been banned away here. Potentially, if you're Monto, you have to default towards the likes of a Shouyue or potentially something like even the Alessio perhaps, or even the Aaron. So his pull is not so wide anymore in this game number 6 here. He may be a focal point right now for Nongshim to really target him down.
Yeah, this is going to be the true test, right? We were kind of seeing exactly, like, I think that this has got to be his first best of 7 on the esports, like the international stage, right? So getting yourself in position, yeah, you might be great with like 5 to 8 heroes or whatever, but a lot of them, as you rightly pointed out, have been banned, and now you're kind of digging in. Lady Soon, not bad. I think Monto will be okay on this hero.
I agree so as well. We miss out Lady Sun in this series here. There's still Lady Sun, there's still Shoya here. Depends on what they really want to formulate in their draft here, but logging in a Shoya and Mozi, that makes a lot of sense in that laning phase, and it also puts a lot of pressure on towards Ganemo in that mid lane, because this 2 combination with the Annihilation can really zone Illusion's Ganemo from defending mid lane.
Yeah, and look, the way that the Gen.G lineup is going to be, everything is so from afar. The Shoyu and the Nua, this is a nice little combination. Artillery barrages from their base, basically, and it's going to be very difficult to kind of jump in, because then you have the Mayin and the Musashi looking to potentially jump in.
So far, it's a very 50-50 draft here, but in terms of Gen.G's entire poking composition, 1 Cannon Blast comes in with 1 poking snipe coming in from Monto, and then Annihilation, and backline threat comes in the form of Musashi and Mayin. On towards Nongshim's side, they drafted a insanely strong side lane combination with Marco Polo, Diadea, and also Charlotte.
Yeah, you have a lot of good options. I mean, Faye is an absolute beast on the Diadea, so that's going to be an interesting one. I mean, the weakest hero is probably Marco Polo, is just not the next level tier farm laner that you really want, but Siri is going to pilot this one to the next level, so I think that they'll be fine in that regard. But if they go late game, Gen.G, I mean, the Shoyu, the Nua, Musashi, these guys are going to just, like, they're going to do some damage. It's going to be scary in terms of how they want to proceed if you're Nongshim here.
I have to agree with you. It's about the game tempo and how they formulate the draft among these 2 teams here. This is game number 6 here. 1 win, Nongshim RedForce takes the championship title and the slot to KIC. 1 win for Gen.G pushes this game to game number 7 here. This is game 6 draft between Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce.
And here we go. It's going to be game number 6. I'm super excited about this one. I think that, like, who knows who's going to win this, but potential of an ultimate battle where everything is on the line, the slot to KIC, and then, you know, the 10,000 in first place prize as well. I think both of these squads rightly deserve it, but of course we can only have 1 king at the end of the day.
1 king for KME. That's the entire storyline here, and we see 2 of the roamers casually sitting in the bush waiting for the enemy to peek.
Yeah, they both show up and they find him, but they're going to do a little bit of a bitter farewell onto Wawa. The Peacebringer on back. Faye taking out most of this damage. The Cannon Blast, he needs to be a bit careful. He's going to be pulled back. He has to flash.
Ooh, good 2v2 stuff here coming in from Gen.G, forcing Faye to recall in this exchange here. No level 2 yet coming in from Nongshim RedForce, as Nongshim have to give up control over to the Clash lane.
Smart, right? Knowing that Faye had actually recalled, he was very low, used a lot of the, you know, the flash as well, but now Gen.G looking to invade, taking things away. It's all about the little things, especially early. Taking away that farm from Nongshim is going to be a great start for Gen.G.
It's an amazing start. They denied 2 jungle monster camps, and then the red buff has yet to be collected from Haku here. So very delayed level 4 here coming in from the Nongshim RedForce jungler here. So that's something to keep in mind in this exchange here. And also, ooh, not hitting that last hit.
Yeah, that's a little worrying. I feel like if you miss the first one, you just lose the game. That's usually how it is for my Shoyus in my raid games.
Well, that's too crazy of an overstatement here, but it does happen. It does happen. It makes you feel a bit, you know, tilted or something for sake here, as we see more of the jungle control is being contested between 2 teams in towards this mid lane.
Yeah, and look, I think that Rock is going to be the guy, right? He needs to get that farm going. In the same regard, Haku will be, you know, getting a lot of those items just to stay alive. He's going to be that frontliner. He will be super annoying for Gen.G to have to deal with.
Ooh, a freeze here being committed by a Siri here, so that puts Monto in a very tough position to actually get all these last hits here. I believe Clue has to visit this bottom side to really unfreeze this wave so it goes back to a neutral wave.
Yeah, it's going to be super smart just being able to put in that right spot. Siri was having just a bit of a field day. He's going to look to just push it to kind of, again, to reset the wave more than anything else. But Siri, this is why he's one of the best farm laners, right? Able to just kind of freeze things. Oh, the roaming gun. He's going to dodge it away.
He's going to dodge it away. The snipe does indeed not land onto Siri here. Does cancel away from the wild rounds here. He knows that he cannot affect the wave state again. He cannot afford to make Clue babysit the bomb side because this Clue has to match Fade in that rotation department.
He needs to. He needs to have that impact, right? If he's able to get those cannon blasts, though, I mean, right on top of like the dual death, and then you have like Inuo with those creation blocks, like you have a lot of potential to just have that burst and that control, which is what you really need to do and lock it down. A lot of it is going to be on Clue to set up those initiations.
I have to agree with you. One cannon blast into one wild round into potentially a finishing ultimate here. But topside here, Charlotte from Kyona has to force away the flash to escape from Rock's gank.
Yeah, I mean, with that duel death, that could have been disaster for Kyung9. So you don't want to give up first blood. You got to play a little bit cagey on this one. As I say that, Haku is not playing cagey as he's looking to invade, and Rock does not want to dive in.
Does not want to dive in here, but so far in terms of the EXP lead department here is looking so much better for the side of Gen.G's Rock thanks to the early invade being escalated by Inuo, by Clue in towards that mid-ink back lane.
Man, look at how they're just trying to chip away at, Illusion more than anything else with these cannon blasts. Just throw him off because he's not able to kind of, last hit. He's actually just, damaged away. He's definitely one of the squishier ones. And Clue almost making it seem like it's personal at this point as he's focusing in on Illusion.
Hey, to fight power, to fight range, you have to fight with equal range here. And that is what Clue is doing. He's doing exceptionally good job in forcing away the members of Nongshim RedForce to even take a peek on this Tyrant here. So first Tyrant of Game 6 goes over to Gen.G with almost no contention.
Yeah, Haku there was, though, he was looking to secure his own blue buff because it was being, hotly contested. Haku had to use the smite there, so there was going to be really no chance for that Tyrant. But Siri taking some sniper shots to the face with the Wild Wind. Faye's got that Heart Link, keeping him alive.
Those wild rounds are gonna be starting to hurt hard here, especially Siri. He's not going for the physical boots here, and ooh, another one lands onto Faye here. Monto, he's on a streak.
He's on a streak. I made the joke that he missed the first one, but he's actually caught up a bit. He's doing some damage. But, I mean, with Faye and Siri, you have a decent amount of sustain, but that Cannon Blast is starting to hurt. You got to be a bit careful. The Bitter Farewell on the return, but Haku with Illusion's blades not actually really connecting onto Rock, though.
The Cannon Blast into the Wild Rounds combination here is starting to hurt a lot in towards that farm lane here. So if you're Nongshim, you want to allow Siri to start going in towards that side lane here. Make the tower go boom. That's where Marco Polo starts to get an even comfortable tempo here. As we see once again, mid lane, two of these junglers are duking it out for control.
Yeah, duking it out, but Haku's just largely shrugging it off. Yes, he's at half, but he took quite a bit. Rock was actually just forcing it down and just seeing how his blades would actually do in the end. But Illusion not really hitting some of his blades at this point.
Not hitting some of these blades. It's very difficult, especially when there's the illuminating slash coming in from Rock on that Musashi. It can block out the ultimate freshly forged coming in from Illusion. So Rock is always on the front end looking for those active blocks here. So it's very difficult for Illusion to find those key catch-offs.
I like it how Rock is playing, right? I mean, there are times where if the roles were, the teams were reversed and Haku was on the Musashi, I feel like he would have been, trying to get more kills early, like using the Duel to Death to get out of position, maybe getting caught out. Rock is definitely very patient with the Musashi, understanding that, hey, it's about the late game, it's about getting those items. But right now, a little bit behind Haku.
Just a little bit behind, but that is at the expense of Illusion towards the mid lane here. You can see the goal is actually pretty even thus far, but in terms of the overall gold lead, 1,000 goals in favor of Nongshim RedForce due to the fact that they share resources super duper well.
They do. The way they rotate and ensure that they get those kills at the same time and to take that shared, net worth, it's going to really help them. It's going to expand on things. But now Haku in the bottom lane, they're kind of waiting in the wings. Gen.G want to see what Nongshim do. If they get a little out of position, they might want to go. Rock thinking about it, decides to go on with that emergence, but they're going to hide under the tower. And Rock taking a lot of damage with that resplendent revolver.
Ooh, big chunk here, taken away from the side of Gen.G's jungler here, forcing a recall already here. Potentially next push, we might see Nongshim RedForce just break open that bottom lane here, set Siri free, set Siri in towards the side lane here, and that could really help Monto's farm on this Shoryue that he desperately needs with.
Gen.G, probably one of their most banned heroes in this series thus far, has been that Menki, and there's a reason why. You're seeing how annoying Haku is, always up in front, very tanky. Like, they really have a way to chip into this, and he's providing so much vision, like pushing them back, and he took a bottom T1 essentially for free because of all that space.
Exactly the case here. He's so tanky, he eats up so much space, and he is so defaultly beefy in those front lines, and just going on towards
He's going to find it. Inua. He's going to be actually backing off. He has the creation, but Haku just threatening here. Rock goes with the duel of death. He finds him with that annihilation. They do some decent work, but now Rock is on the run. Here comes Siri with that resplendent revolver, a little off the mark. The Azure Golem is still up. Haku is still wrapping around, trying to deal with this one, pushing them all back, but how? He's all the way up in front. He does not care. There's no way to get into it, and Inua goes down. Siri finds him, and he gets the first blood.
Siri finds the mark and assassinates Inua from plain sight here. He knows that Inua burned the flash against Haku, so when Inua were to look for that return towards the mid lane, he found the key golden moment there. And right now, look at Nongshim RedForce. They're going in for that mid push.
Look at how tanky he is. He's just like taking the towers, and Haku does not care. He's got the dream bubble, and he's getting that mass. Not only is he cute, he's a little chubby, but he's, cuteness overlord at this stage.
Things are not looking good for the side of Gen.G after this point, man. Nongshim RedForce, with those exchanges, those first blitz and towers, they are riding at the very least a 2.5k gold lead, healthy before 10 minutes.
Very healthy. A little worrying if you're Gen.G. That was that moment, and you're kind of thinking, oh, Rock on this Musashi, I was gonna just go in, but you cannot chip into this armor that is this Menki. Haku is just way too tanky at the stage, always up front, and it's so hard to work around this guy.
So difficult, and right now you can start seeing Siri just opening up and tearing apart the side lane here. This is the Marco Polo temple that we talk about, but hang on though, engage towards Siri here, but he does use the roaming gun to escape towards safety here. And once again, look at Haku here, pushing out the vision, pushing out the space that his marksmen need.
He's contesting everything, and they don't really have any. I mean, they're chipping away, but it's just like largely just scratching away his, a little bit of the paint on his clothes more than anything else. It's not really doing much on this one, but Nongshim right now putting the pressure on, contesting everything, even looking to take this Crimson Golem away as well.
So much pressure being generated by the likes of the side of Nongshim RedForce. Right now, 10 minutes, the Shadow Variants has been spawned on towards the Gorge. What is the call here coming in from both of these two teams? Because Nongshim RedForce just sitting at a comfortable 3.5k gold lead here. They could take the fight if they wanted to.
If they wanted to, but they'll take the objectives first. It's about the net worth lead more than anything else. Putting the pressure on. Here's a duel of death, finding them with the wild wind. He's gonna roaming gun back, and Rock has to back off, but now they go in. Kyung9 gets pulled away, but the Tyrant is gonna be taken. Haku gets that smite. That was very close, but Gen.G not able to get anything out of this.
That was so close. The wild rounds and the annihilation almost stole away that Tyrant here, but with that Tyrant here, Nongshim so healthy in terms of the gold and combat stats here. They could push even more of a lead in towards this base of Gen.G.
Yeah, doing such a great job. Haku all the way up in front. This might be his best game with 0 kills. I mean, he's had such a presence, always in the front line, no real answers. Rock has been thwarted yet again because they're just so tanky, and they're chipping away. Siri's got that damage as well.
Siri got that damage as well, and he is making a threat against Wawa here. Wawa would really need all these signature plays in zoning out this Marco Polo, finding assassination here, but To think about it, Illusion has the Splendor, Siri has the Purify, and also Faye with that Heart Link here. It's such a difficult job to lock down this Marco Polo as of this point.
How desperate are things when Rock has to smite away just one of the beasts in the jungle, right? He knows that he's so far behind, and he needs to just get himself back in with whatever he can, using the smite on the beast. That is a bad situation for Gen.G.
Super duper bad situation from Gen.G. Out of that one Shadow Tyrant push, they already accumulated a goal lead of 5,000 strong in the 12-minute mark. It's only 0-1 in terms of scoreline, but you can see the hope of that Game 6 win is starting to slowly fade away from Gen.G's hand.
Oh, Siri has a 3K net worth lead over Monto, just absolutely outclassing him. And Monto is your win condition, right? You need to keep him alive as well as Rock, but right now they're just fighting over farm, and there are literally scraps at this stage.
There's no scraps. Everything is taken away. It's like so difficult coming in from Gen.G. The crops are not bearing its fruits here, and even all these small wolf camps. Haku's like, nope, it's not going over to you. I'm sliding it in front of your face.
Yeah, taking everything. No chance. Nongshim here now putting the pressure on. This T3 is looking to be going down from afar. Siri's got that damage. He's going to chip away. Rock just trying to deal with the minion waves as quickly as possible. Siri trying to do the likewise onto the tower. Not able to take that one down, but just more structural damage. It's going to be tough with these Vanguards crashing in.
Vanguards are starting to march in from all 3 waves here coming in. Pressure is on for the side of Gen.G. Bot lane is left unmarked here. Kyung-Nai gets the first outer turret of the game here for the side of Nongshim. RedForce here, the second one might just follow suit because more Vanguards are marching in.
Garter Grave was used though, that was by Illusion, but I mean, Wawa was potentially going in. They don't have the minions in the mid lane. The bottom T3 already down with the Shadow Vanguard crashing. Gen.G looking to quickly disperse that one, but this is a tough spot. Look at how far up Nongshim are and just making it difficult to even get out of their own base. But now it looks like Wawa tried to go for that play with that whatever. Clue with the Peacebringer just on back. The Vanguard has been taken care of, but Gen.G just hanging on by dear threads.
Hanging on by dear threads here. More of these attempts here for the side of Nongshim. RedForce, they could play it chill, they could play it safe, they could revisit the Shadow Tyrant that's about to spawn along with that bottom side jungle of a patch that they could really discover right now. Once they clear this up, go for the Shadow Tyrant. It might just be game here coming in from Gen.G if they could not find those few moments.
This is a clinical game. I mean, they only have 1 kill, but this net worth lead is just slowly grown even more, right? The Annihilation off the mark. Look at how smart Nongshim were, understanding that Inuo was there. They pull him out so that he's not in the traditional spot. Gen.G completely in the dark, fired into the lair, expecting it was going to be there, but Nongshim actually next level. They know where it's where it should be.
This is completely in Nongshim's favor because right now they are in the driver's seat. They are in the comfort zone of their favorite macro gameplay, right? They control everything from resources to rotations, and they're slowly, eventually chunking out Gen.G from this Game 6.
Yeah, and now they're looking to go for this. Illusion has to go golden just to stay alive, and Wawa was going for the flank as well, but Rock has already been killed. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a disaster as a double kill, make it a triple kill by Siri as they take it down, and they want Clue as well. They're going to take him, and they get the team ace, and Nongshim are going to be the KME Fall Champions.
The KME Spring Champions reign supreme. Bring on their might towards the fall season. They will be your KME champions. Nongshim RedForce once again showing off that they have what it takes to rule KME.
They were the spring champions, and now they're the fall champions. They continue to rise. They had a difficult road. Gen.G knocked them down to the lower brackets, but they were resilient. They were able to bounce back. They took it to them. They destroyed Scarz earlier, and they destroyed their nemesis in Gen.G Esports.
It's a very good storyline here coming in for the boys in red. The 2 greatest red, the storyline is that they fought Scarz, treated old-fashioned, coming into the grand final. They played 6 games. They played 9 games in a row today to secure that championship spot here. This is your champions. This is Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red.
The greatest red indeed, and just the last game, this one was the most convincing one of all, right? And that is the biggest thing about how this team, they took their licks. I mean, they took a lot of L's here in the KME fall as well, but they learned from it. And you could see how they were starting to level up. Towards the end, you were thinking, Gen.G, how are they able to come back after that, you know, disastrous like game 4 or so, and to kind of get themselves a chance? No real chance in this one because Nongshim RedForce were too strong in the end.
And this is your champions, the boys in red, Haku in the Clash lane, jungle. Sorry, Kyung9 in the Clash lane, Haku in the jungle, Illusion, their mid lane, Siri. One of the best performers so far in towards the series. He was so consistent, mad plays thus far in towards the Gorge, and Faye, Mr. Consistent in finding those key plays for their team. This is our major East League Fall champions that will be qualifying directly to KIC 2025 in Philippines.
Yeah, and it's going to be great for him. And the finals MVP is going to be Siri. This guy was an all-star all day. We've been calling his name because he was making play after play. Some games, he was literally picking up the team, putting on his back, and just having a great time of it because Siri, he played immensely, amazing game, well-deserved finals MVP for Siri.
He really played a masterclass of an Arlie and Marco Polo, and all those games that they were even losing, he was on the front end to really provide that key DPS that they really need to funnel the game into a late stage of the game. That's why we see Gen.G, even if they were winning in those early stages, in those late game stages, Siri was the one to bring the game to an even here. But that's the story of KME Fall 2025. My name is Sagi. Alongside with me is none other than Holler. We thank you for staying with us for the rest of the duration. Have a good night and stay safe. See you soon.
Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Game on.
Here's